and also the outset are tracking voting as it happens today. How does it seem like people are feeling? You've mentioned some of the things that have been going on, but do they feel confident in how the process is playing out too?
I think
Alrighty,
when you speak
folks.
with election officials, they feel like they have been preparing for this day for 4 years, which is true. That's what they've been doing, and they have the plans in place to make sure that they can address any problems that come up. And so I think election officials certainly are feeling cautiously optimistic that things are going smoothly, and I think the voting rights groups as well. They've been reporting out that they have seen minimal problems and that they're encouraged by that.
Got it. Thank you so much, and we'll let you get back to tracking all of this for AP on this election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we will have more information from AP Votecast on sentiments from the American electorate. But for now, we will show you these live pictures coming in from the state of Arizona. That's another battleground where polls will be open for several more hours.
All right, folks. Tonight is the night. It's the night everybody's been waiting for. Folks have been waiting for this night for months, years. Some people for years. I mean, Trump has been waiting for years, man. He's been campaigning for years, waiting for the day he could become the president again, right? Yeah, and complete his goals that he didn't get to complete the first 4 years. Of course, his argument is that why should Kamala Harris be president? I mean, she's been the vice president for 4 years. How come she didn't get it done then? Yeah, and then folks are rightfully like, yo, but Trump, you've been president for 4 years. What did you get done in 4 years? Um, and by the way, dude, you looking real crazy this election cycle. Biden and Harris have been looking calm and cool and collected, and for some strange reason, Trump hasn't been looking calm, cool, and collected. He's been looking very, very unhinged. And even to the point where I think people have just gotten used to Trump being unhinged to where, in some way, you don't expect him to be any different whatsoever. Like, there's almost no earnest. There's not one human being that I've ever heard that supported Trump. I mean, maybe one or two, but generally put any earnest on him to behave a halfway as decent as Kamala Harris or Biden have been. So, whatever. That's just how it go. So, folks is some folks is voting for an unhinged person, others are voting for some a little bit of more normalcy. You know, we gonna be up today. I said I was gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. I actually missed my even party. There's a party going on that started at 2 hours ago. And I slept through my alarm, everything, like and I was waiting for it today, and I slept through the alarm. So I decided I'll just go live. I'll stay in and go live instead of go out. Hey, what's up? I am the somebody. I am that somebody. Yo, what's up with break room? Um, as a matter of fact, some folks supposed to be coming through here later on, so we're gonna see as this day goes on. Hey, y'all, just stop by for a minute. Y'all vote. Yeah, vote, y'all. I'm waiting for these polls to close in 58 minutes. Yep, that's exactly where I'm on now. Live. Can't wait for the results to start pouring in. I can't wait either. Sister, it's going to be historic. And I do believe that a lot of people think that, people looked at the polls that were being reported, and the polls have been saying it's tight. But then others have been saying those polls are based on models created in 2020 and 2016. They're not models that take into account sentiment, current sentiment. And as the folks over at Midas Touch have been reporting, the current sentiment is very different from that of 2020 and 2016. The sentiment now is largely a woman sentiment about protect their rights to healthcare, and also protect a democracy sentiment from everybody else. Of course, nobody likes seeing that happen to women, but then there's also democracy too on the line. And the polling doesn't take that into account. So that's what they mean by an old polling model. And if they, adjusted the models, looked at some other factors that they're collecting data points on, like women registering to vote, young people registering to vote, and people from um, from other parties, non-democratic parties, expressing how much disdain they have for Trump. When you look at the cross-party voting, there's almost no Democrat cross-party voting. It's all Republican cross-party voting over to Democrats, and independent cross-party voting over to Democrats, because obviously who they're going to vote for, right? Um, so the modeling doesn't take that into account. But what we have seen is packed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz speeches constantly since she started running. And what we have also seen is, hey, break room. What we've also seen, what's the word for today? What we've also seen is low, low rally turnout for Trump. Trump has not been fixing he's not been doing well with his rallies. He's
Welcome
missing
back.
people, and
We have
news
new
media has been
information from
reporting on
AP
that
vote cast
finally
about
for the
tonight,
last week.
including our first look
But let's check
at
it
what
out.
voters are saying is most important to know about the candidates themselves. Back with me now is Ashley Kurtzinger of KFF. Ashley, welcome back.
I'm happy to be here.
Wonderful. So let's talk about what voters are saying about the most important factor for making their choice. What does AP Votecast tell us?
Yes, we've been digging into the data, and AP Votecast shows that half of voters said the future of democracy was the single most important factor in their decision to vote. That's followed by about 4 in 10 who said the rising cost of groceries and gas was the most important factor. So once again, the economy is looming large.
Definitely. And again, going back to what we were saying earlier about what voters have said is really top of mind for them. And one of those most important issues at stake in the campaign, we're seeing that now bearing out in the choices that they're making.
Absolutely. Following that is 3 in 10 who said free speech. And then we have about a quarter of voters who said immigration or abortion was the single most important factor in their decision to turn out to vote.
Interesting. Again, mirroring a lot of things that I remember hearing along the campaign trail for these several years. What about trust in their candidates? How important does that seem to be to voters?
Well, what we know is that Trump has an advantage on which candidate they trust to do a better job handling immigration as well as the economy. But interestingly, when it comes to taxes, voters are divided, with similar shares saying that they trust Trump as say that they trust Harris. Harris, on the other hand, has a strong advantage on handling of abortion issues in this country.
Interesting to see those breakdowns on issues that we know voters have been following really closely throughout the campaign. But what about confidence in the accuracy of the outcome tonight? That is something that has been present pretty much in every story that I've been reading about the campaign. We're hearing about it a lot from the candidates. What are the voters saying?
Well, some good news. So about 7 in 10 voters are confident that the votes will be counted accurately across the country. Just 4 in 10 are very confident, but this actually hasn't changed from 2020.
And
Would certainly, I think, bode well.
one thing that I would be curious about, like that they obviously are not taking into account, is how active
We will
are
leave
the
you now with
people.
some live voting pictures.
I mean, look how active are people largely in their communities. Who's most active in the communities? Women are very, very active in their communities. That means active, what I mean is just active, coming across people, participating in community activities, um, these kind of things. Communicate, damn, I'm sorry, I'm lunching out now. Participating in politics on the ground, local politics. Um, who's more active generally? I would have to give the edge to women, right? And even just watching the reporting, keep in mind, we're watching reporting. Um, I'm every time the last week I've been looking at some of the women reporting, and I'm just thinking in my mind, they don't even have to tell you who they're voting for. Even the women's reporters, there's no doubt. You could almost be sure 99.9% of women reporters reporting are going to vote for Harris. Um, and why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they? I mean, on a normal day, you would go out there and say, who looks like an actual boss in a company? Who's behaving like a boss? I mean, does a boss make excuses for the hard work they have to do and the experience that they have, that of hard work, the fighting, the waking up every day, the planning? Does a boss make excuses for the outcome, or does a boss blame the subordinates for the outcome? Well, if you think of it that way, think about Trump being your boss. If anything goes wrong, the employees are getting the blame. Have you heard Trump take the blame once for anything? And I would just have to say, based on that alone, you'd have to be crazy to vote for Trump, because you're dealing with a person that cannot take responsibility as a leader for the outcomes of anything. So yeah, that's my view on it overall. I think it's going to be a well, I won't say landslide, but I think the outcome is going to be heavily in Kamala Harris' favor. I just don't see any other way. I don't think the news has reported well, but then again, I recognize that they are reporting on a strange candidate and reporting. Can y'all hear me? Press one if the mic is okay. Yeah, yeah. Let me know how the if you can hear me in the chat. Yeah. Um, I just don't think they have a normal candidate to report on. I don't think the media in turn has a normal person in Donald Trump in the Republican Party to report on accurately. Without sounding biased, because look at what the Republican Party stands for today. You got them to have to normalize cat and dogs. They're eating cats and dogs. They couldn't say that was a mistake, that was wrong, they shouldn't have done that. No accountability. Everyone just rolled with it. No, he really believes they're eating cat and dogs. And James, they ask, what's his name? Not James. What did they ask? What's the guy's name? JD Vance. They asked him, what did you think about Trump's statements? He doubled down on it. Yes, if he believed there's dogs, we've got reporting. Yeah, yeah. And people just doubled down on it. They doubled and tripled down on such insane remarks. It's hard to do reporting on people that do that. It's hard to do reporting on groups that don't need facts, that don't fact check. I mean, think about this. We have literally had an election um, campaign from an individual and party that do not want to be fact checked. That's amazing. That in itself is amazing. So let me let y'all hear some more of this. I'm gonna get myself ready real quick. So I'll be right back. Here we go. Yeah, we are watching election 2024 for the presidency of the United States of America. And today, I believe we will see the United States of America's first woman president in the history of the country, which is long overdue. Long, long overdue. Now, a lot of them may think, yeah, it's a long time coming. It's a long time. We think of that. Yo, listen, women, ladies out there, I get y'all. If it's been a long time coming regarding racism, then we know it's been a long time coming regarding gender bias and gender discrimination. Women do not make the same pay as men for the same job right now, even in the United States of America, according to the data, let alone representation when it comes to things like leadership roles. Um, there's been an argument out there that you know, in the manosphere, that women, they're not represented in as CEOs as much in the country because, women generally want to stay at home and have babies and all of this shit. It's like, nah, man, the CEO stuff, you're not going out on a construction site, being a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. No, a lot of people are sitting. It takes your brains. You can do it as a woman. You can be pregnant and still go to work or take time off to do it from home, just like all these other CEOs do. CEOs aren't hopping their ass in the office every day, doing their job from the office. A man, actually, it's no excuse. It's no excuse, but there's underrepresentation in the corporate world regarding women on the CEO level. You know what I'm saying? On the executive level. Yes, there still is. Even the pay can be disputed. So I myself want women out there to know that regardless of who you are, it doesn't matter of your ethnicity or your age group or your background. To me, in general, I understand the overall sentiment that it's been a long time coming for women. So when you threaten their rights, rightfully, I would hope in a sane world these women will strike back. I would think so. Let's see. I don't think the polling reflected it, but let's talk about it a little bit. All right, y'all. Let's see who comes to fall
Closings of
back
the
for a
night.
sec.
Across the country, voters are still in line casting their ballots. And when those polls do start to close, that's when the vote counting will begin. So back with me now is AP White House correspondent Sagar Meghani. Sagar, welcome. You are teaming up tonight with our race calling experts, and you're going to be here explaining these race calls as they come in. But that's not work that you can really dive into until the polls start to close. At the 7 p.m. hour, we have a couple pivotal states that are closing. I think we're going to have Georgia and North Carolina, those two battlegrounds, and then Virginia and Ohio. Where do you think we're going to start to see some information? What are you looking for coming from those states when voting ends?
North Carolina traditionally is pretty quick about counting the vote relative to other states. So maybe in about 3 hours after the polls close, you might start seeing a decent sense of what's going on there. The big bellwether in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County, that is home to Charlotte. That is a Democratic stronghold. Kamala Harris really needs to drive up her advantage there to offset the more rural areas that tend to lean Republican, and in this case, Donald Trump. So that'll be interesting to watch. Same thing in Georgia, Fulton County, the home of Atlanta. How big can the margin be for Democrats there? If Donald Trump can cut into that margin and hold on to areas that are usually good for Republicans, that's when you get Georgia being as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 12,000 votes. So among the battlegrounds closing now, that's what we're looking for. The other poll closures, places like Indiana and Kentucky that are almost gimmies for Republicans. Virginia, which has voted Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008. So not a whole lot of debate there about what might happen. But again, like we'll be saying all night, it's what's going to happen around Atlanta and Charlotte and Las Vegas and places like that that are really going to drive tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're kind of a broken record sometimes when we talk about these battlegrounds, but it really is where it does seem to be coming down to in terms of the difference makers for both campaigns.
And that's what both campaigns have been talking about. That's where both campaigns have been. Those 7 states are the ones that we are going to eagerly anticipate. The rest of them, they all count. They all count toward that 270 that you need for the White House. But it's these 93 in these 7 states that will make the difference.
The margins there have been so close in elections past, so it's more of a question as to which way they'll be going for this year. Thank you so much. We'll be talking plenty more soon. We'll be right back to talk about some changes this year in the way that ballots are cast and counted. But for now, here are some live pictures from Pennsylvania. That's part of that blue wall we've been talking about all night. And it's also the biggest battleground prize with 19 electoral votes. Back in a moment.
And we live in a time, thank you technology, that we want instant gratification from our things. You want dinner right now, you order it up on your phone, it's delivered 4 minutes later. We're not going to get that kind of service tonight. It's going to take a little while, but I'm glad that we're all together. This is a way that Americans can say, okay, what are we looking for in the change that we're asking for? What do the 70% of people who say the country's going in the wrong direction two different campaign styles. You got President Trump. He was ruthless, fierce, energetic, talk to everybody, doing everything he possibly can. And it may work. And then her campaign was very cautious. It was truncated, short, and she was almost a quiet campaigner. And it may work. And the other thing I'm looking at tonight is this is a very different election for all of us for how people are getting their information. Different ways to get it. We've been finding different ways to get the Fox News Channel and all of our other properties. But that's going to play a role in this results tonight.
Yeah, Harold, when Dana said that about all the different ways people get their information, I'm thinking about the podcast, how many hours these candidates have spent talking to people that I think a lot of Americans have never heard of before these candidates started speaking like that. But we have a little bit of, information from this voter analysis that we're pouring over. What's really standing out to you tonight, Harold, as you look at all this?
First, I'm going to give everybody a second. If you're in line to go vote and you have family or friends in line to go vote, please vote. We want everybody to vote. 3, Georgia and North Carolina are going to be the most focused on here in the next hour. We'll get all the numbers there. All the demographics, we're looking at older, younger voters. The gender gap, male and female. How many black voters might be voting for Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. I think it will give us some telltale how the rest of the night can go. That's the person that we won't say we're likely to get something from. So I got a note here. I'm ready.
One of the things, the Fox News voter analysis is big. It's a massive vote. But when we get raw vote totals, that is going to kind of verify or check where we are in those numbers and those messages.
In this voter analysis is we're not obsessed with the horse race numbers because they're going to have a final say on that election. You're asking questions of Americans that Americans are asking each other and themselves when you go into that ballot box. And that's what I appreciate. 60% are saying the top issues are economy, inflation, immigration, border security. 70% are saying we're off the wrong track. Very few are saying they're not worried at all about gas and grocery prices, about the cost of living. They feel like they're not getting ahead. Now, we've known that last 8 years. What's unique about this survey is people are projecting forward. They don't think it's going to improve much. And so, voters ask themselves a very simple question. Do I like their things or not? Should I stay with the course and go for a more, in this case, of Kamala? Or do I want to choose to try to get a change that you can see yourself in Biden? One big thing I'm watching for those folks is she going to do as well?
Okay, yeah. I see. Okay. I see folks coming in. Everybody's ready tonight. What's up, Angie? What's up, Pumpkin? Yeah, it's gonna be a day. Everybody's been waiting for this day, yo. Everybody's been waiting for this day. So today we just gonna get it out. No more holding back. We don't know the results, what the results will be, but we can pontificate. Uh you don't hear anything? Well, Pumpkin, you always got audio trouble, girl. You gotta fix that one out. Yeah, press 1 if you can hear me in the chat at least. Uh but let me double check on my phone too, just to double check the audio. But in any case, anybody can hop up. Here's the link. Take your time because I'm going to be up on this one all night. I promised I would be here, so we've been waiting for this. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Pumpkin, I can see you. You must be able to hear me. Andrea, there you go. Yeah, you can hear me too, hopefully. Yep. These acronyms, yeah, for real. I gotta use the acronyms now. IATS, what's up? WT, WFT, and TWK, and Angie. Hello, what's up, y'all? What's up? Yo, this is going to be crazy. All right, let me drop the link. I know some of y'all just getting becoming available, but no worries because I'm gonna be live. I'm gonna be here all night. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Yeah, okay. I see the audio is good. I'm checking on my phone. Yeah, although I've been live streaming for about a year now, I'm still learning, right? So excuse some of the glitches or whatever might go down. All right, let me put the audio back up. Now they're just voting. I'm just doing some things around the crib while they get it started. Anybody that want to hop up, here goes the link right here, and we're gonna be up on this for the hours until till tomorrow. Till what is it? It's 12:24 a.m. Central European time. Well, that makes it 6:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time USA. So that means the polls just open for a lot of people, or the polls been open for the day, but it's 6 p.m. That means polls will be closing in 1 hour to 3 hours to 4 hours, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess depending on where you are in the country. So we got about 3 4 hour ride until we get some sort of feedback on the ground. We may not get all the official counts, and all the states may not chime in today at one time, their results, depending on some of their changes. Some people had to make last minute changes, in their voting districts, or, voting, what do they call it? Board of elections in certain states had to do some last minute court fighting to find out if they can change the rules at the last minute for this election. Uh, you know, so I don't know how much of that has gone through. We also don't know uh what police have had to deal with in terms of folks that want to interfere with the elections. I heard reportings that there were some bomb threats in some counties. There were other incidences, and I'm sure that the media is going to chime in on some of those things. But overall, I'm happy to say that the FBI and many local authorities, um, people that resent folks who try to usurp democracy, those kind of police departments have been making statements today saying they will not be tolerating it. And keep this in mind: you live in a country where opposition is okay. That's what dissent is. Dissent is okay. The right to demonstrate, the right to vote. That's freedom of speech. The right to be heard. Right. Um, Imagine if someone tried to take that away from you. Would the country go better right now, or would it be worse right now? You tell me. Let me know how you feel about that. I think it would be
Welcome
worse.
back.
But
We just heard from Sagar. At the
yeah,
top of the
so
next
let's
hour,
see what you
voting
got
will
to
be
say.
ending in much of the South, including those battlegrounds of North Carolina and Georgia, as well as a few other states. As these polls close, the counting and tabulating begins. And as we've heard from Christina, that's a process that can be contentious, can take some time, and is being closely watched on all sides. There are also some unique things about what happens after votes are cast that are important to keep in mind, and some things that are different this year. And where are some of these changes being considered? You guessed it, some of those key battleground states that are the most hotly contested tonight. Sagar is yet again back with me. Sagar, thank you for just living on this set with me. I appreciate it.
And just yet again talking about battlegrounds.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot to get into
not?
there. Let's talk now about voting changes. There are some of these pivotal states. They're the most hotly contested. Things have also changed about how votes are counted and how this process works. Among the battlegrounds, what should we be thinking about?
So you have Georgia, first off, which within the last month, its Board of Elections, which is dominated by a pro-Trump conservative bloc, had basically decided that poll workers must hand count ballots. That was a very late change. Democrats and other voting groups cried foul. Republicans said that they needed that to ensure transparency. Again, we all remember that difference in Georgia 4 years ago, that very narrow win for Joe Biden. A judge, just within the last few weeks, blocked that, at least for now, saying if we were to do this now, it throws way too much uncertainty and chaos into the system. So that's not going to happen now. So that eases the way for more voting in Georgia, which, again, a lot of pro-voting advocates have said, you're just going to delay what is already delayed. Essentially, you're just going to drag out this process even more. So that's Georgia. Then you have Arizona, where they have a fairly new law requiring that, and I want to make sure I get this right because the wording is so interesting.
Sure.
The envelopes that mail-in ballots come in, the law requires that the envelopes themselves, be counted first, and then the ballots be counted.
So it's like 2 rounds of counting. We count the number of envelopes that we have, and then we tally up who got what.
Because it wasn't going to take long enough as was. Now you double up there, and that's what the challengers had said was, you're going to drag out the count in Maricopa County, which is always such a key phrase.
Massively populated state.
Massively,
county.
one of the biggest population centers in America, where essentially Arizona will be decided, the home to Phoenix. So In two of those battleground states, those are fairly big developments that happened within 6-8 months of an election everyone's been eagerly anticipating for 4 years.
Yeah, those are big changes. What about Pennsylvania? Are there different things happening there too?
Yeah, there have been a couple of court decisions within the last few months regarding, for example, provisional ballots being counted. Let's say your mail-in ballot was damaged. There was a whole debate over whether you would then be allowed to cast a provisional ballot on election day itself. And the state Supreme Court just last week rejected an appeal from Republicans that would have said, no, you cannot cast a provisional ballot at that point. Again, voting advocates cried foul, saying you just disenfranchise people for no reason. Right? They did not do anything of their own accord. So that was a loss for Trump Republicans, but they did at the same time claim victory again in the state Supreme Court in a decision over mail-in balloting. So there's been kind of a give and take in a lot of these key states, and it's going to complicate to a degree the counting, but these were never going to be easy counts to start with.
Sure, but why not just change some stuff almost at the last minute to make it even more complicated?
Just to make it even more interesting than it had already been.
Keeps our jobs interesting, for
Right.
sure. Thank you, Sagar. We'll be back with you soon. And we will be coming back to you with information on the first round of poll closings across the U.S. And later this evening, AP's first batch of race calls in election 2024. But for now, we'll leave you with these live pictures coming into us from New York City, where you can see the Empire State Building and other
Okay,
parts of the
Pumpkin, you there?
skyline lit up in red, white, and blue for this election night. Back with you
Yeah,
soon.
I'm here. No, I was just
Okay,
testing
okay.
everything out. I got my internet back and stuff, so I should be
Okay, that's
good. I ain't
great.
gonna be going anywhere now. Yeah, yeah, it's good. And thing, because but you talked about what I was gonna say. I was before I came on, I was listening. They said something about a bomb threat, and then today I heard something about
Yeah.
a man that smelled like gasoline.
Oh, really?
This is what
Damn.
I was telling everybody. I said the election is not the thing, the votes and stuff. She'll probably win,
Yeah.
but it's the aftermath. And some guys were on the bus talking about Project 2025, and they were saying if that goes through, if Trump gets in and he starts that, they go into war with the police. I'm like, oh Lord, this is gonna be the biggest mess if this man wins. I think they've been wanting a race war. I think they about to have one if he wins.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that think that I don't think it's going to go. I think these MAGA people, don't get me wrong, I believe I think she fell out, but I'll wait for Pumpkin to hop back up, but and of course anybody want to hop up, the panel is open. Look for the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it in a second, so but I think there's always that fringe of people that say they want war. They want war every time. We're gonna have war. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. If Trump does this, if Trump does this, yo, these are like things that are like we've heard this just get more ratcheted up over the years. This idea that somebody's going to war. Yo, if you think you're going to broadcast war, we're gonna go to war. We're gonna go to war, and you're gonna have a successful war, man. It's not those that got the big mouth. You need to worry about. Um, you don't see. If you think Americans are just going to fold, lay down for people that want to break the law after all of the rest of us follow the law, even when it wasn't the laws we voted for or wanted. You still have to follow them like everybody else has to play the game. See, these people that talk about war, it's really for them their way of saying we don't want the rules to apply to us fairly. Now, if you think you're going to just push over people that have been following the rules, even when they don't win the election, if you think you're just going to push people over like that, go for it and try it. But Pumpkin, personally, I think these people, they're far fewer. They're far fewer than what they like to sound like. They like to say these things, and there are some real concerns. But my thoughts are, bring it on if that's what you want. Folks tired of hearing the threats. We tired of hearing the threats of we gonna go to war against the police. We gonna do that against the police. Man, I've been hearing that shit for 50 years. I'm 54 years old. I've been hearing that shit for easily 40 years of my life now. Paying attention to politics from being a young man up until now. Man, it's like these people always cry like that when they don't win something. But when they win an election, they want everyone else to follow it. But when they don't win, then all of a sudden they don't want to follow it and they want to run amok and they want to find reasons why they can do everything else. Sorry, that's just wrong. And nobody should let you just do what's wrong. Nobody should let you just not follow the rules when the rules apply to us all. Nobody. And so I think folks that are sitting around there talking about they waiting for Trump, and if Trump get elected, they're gonna go to war against the police and all that shit. Okay. He was elected last time. Did you go to war against the police? Go to war against the police. You see what happened. you know and a lot of folks think that just because maybe it will start in some countries or in some states that are more tolerant to that stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll go for it. See how successful you will be. Go for it. Go against the police. Conspire. Even we've had to hear about police conspiring with MAGA. Yeah, keep that behavior up. Let's see what the feds can do about that. Let's see about that, because that's still illegal. You see what I mean? Trying to overthrow the government of the United States of America is illegal. It's illegal. So you want to overthrow the government when you lose an election, and that's exactly what Trump tried to do the last time. Why he's even qualified to run again, I have no clue. But I am pretty sure there's way more Americans that are sick and tired of Donald Trump. And those people, sick and tired of those people that support him also. That bad behavior, that supremacist behavior, that behavior where it says, since I didn't get my way, I get to act a fool now because I didn't get my way. No, you don't get to act a fool, not without consequences. You can act a fool if you want, but the consequences will be acting a fool over you this time also. So yeah, I think these people ultimately go to threats when they feel like they're losing and don't have nothing else, better to offer people. But let's wait. Anybody can hop up, y'all. We got about an hour or two, or three until all the results are in. So we're gonna kick back and see what it do. Yes, here is the link in the bottom of the screen to hop up independently. So feel free to use it if you got something to say. It's pretty interesting that AP News has one camera on the Trump rally. Or, yeah, right now. You can see that on the bottom right side. It says Trump campaign rally. Apparently, they're there they want to see, people expect from listening to Trump's statements, they expect that Trump is going to declare victory early. That's been the theory, that he will declare victory, that some other news channels will follow suit and say, Trump just declared victory. Oh, Trump victory. Yeah, Trump is reporting he's accepted blah, blah, blah. And This is what we're expecting tonight. Um, but um, state legislators and the Democratic Party and others outside of the Democratic Party have also stated that they are waiting for the records, the data to come in, and they will be making an announcement according to the data. They will not be saying, stop counting the votes. They won't be saying that. They are saying, count every vote. Let things happen as they should normally happen. And they're expecting Trump to come out and announce early victory to curtail the counting of any votes, just like he did the last time when he was president. The man was president. He lost. He didn't like the counting of the votes. He literally said, stop counting the votes. He said, hey, I'm in the lead. Stop counting now. He went and called people and said, hey, can you find me 11,000 votes? Since they didn't stop counting early, the man literally declared victory before the votes were in, just because he didn't like the fact that the early voting was being turned around by the actual day voting, or by the counting of um, overseas ballots, military ballots. They collect them, but they don't count them all at the same time. They don't count them just because they receive them. They wait some places till election day to count the early voting. So Trump just didn't like the numbers and declared victory because the numbers were against him. So they're expecting this the second time around, y'all. This is what they're expecting. And folks are sitting back and they will be witnessing it. But guess what? Y'all are out there in the streets. Y'all went out there and voted today. You all are seeing what the energy looks like. Let me know what the energy looks like. Let me know. Are folks concerned about democracy? I mean, legitimately, because I don't want no gaslighters. But are folks um, concerned about, you know, what are they concerned about? Violence? Have y'all heard anything about the violence? Any threats? Um, what's the energy like on the street? Are there loads of people that are like, yeah, let's save this country. We ain't voting for Trump. Or are there loads of people out there like, hey, y'all, Trump, 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 everywhere you go? Let me know what you see, what you feel, and feel free to hop up at any point. I'm going to be going on for the long term for the next 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, probably. I should say 3 to 4 hours, because in a little under 3 hours, the results will start coming in from state by state. So we're going to see how it goes. But I'm here with
Ja, men
y'all.
husk at
Thanks for
flyve.
sharing this moment with me.
Struds er jo
And
kendt for ikke at kunne flyve.
we're going to see what it does tonight. Hopefully, we will be welcoming in the first female president in the United States history, in the history of the country, in those centuries. Um, yeah, there's never been a female president, and that's been normalized. That has been the law at one time. Women could not own property, just like slaves could not own property. Women could not vote, just like slaves could not vote. Um, and so, hopefully, we get to see um, some changes. I think it's good, the changes. I liked Biden. I voted for Biden. I didn't like Trump. And a lot of times, a lot of women, when you see men behave at their worst, and everyone just has to sit back and suck it up, man, women are tired of that shit. Women tired of it, man. Women are tired of it, and they should be tired of it. And good, decent men are tired of that bullshit too, because we have to sit here and watch society be hijacked by poor actors, by men that don't want to behave, by men that have power that never want to concede space. Um, and look at this. To have, in my view, to have a person like Trump be the president of the United States is the most disrespect you could do to any person who's had struggle, who's had oppression, who's had discrimination to deal with. Um, because it's just like saying, hey, the billionaire farts win all the time and they don't have to do shit for their just due in society. They inherited it. They will always run the world. the rich folk will always run the world. I mean, to me, that's what Trump embodies, even though he's been able to mask himself as a fighter of freedom. We know he's just a billionaire who, come on, he's just a billionaire. That's it. I mean, he's just a billionaire. He don't want you to have universal health care. He don't want you to have equal housing. Come on. You know, uh, I don't see how Americans don't see the contradiction there. You want better wages for the average worker, yet you're gonna vote for a billionaire to be the president. I mean, if that ain't the most oxymoronic is. But keep in mind, these billionaires exploit. Yes, and some exploit more than others. Some are more nastier than others, and some recognize their power and say, "Yeah, I have enough power to exploit, but I want to make reforms. I want to be a part of the country, moving the country better, um, and have a positive impact on everybody's life, not just my own." So there's some differences there that you have. Um, but to me, Trump is literally that asshole figure that is like, if you want assholes to run the world, vote for Trump. And that goes for any country in the world. If you want, because he's going to go out there and support other asshole despots in the world that oppress their people too. I mean, haven't you noticed how he tends to link up with either extremist leaders or despot leaders? Come on. When was the last time you think North Korea had an election? You think Russia really had free and fair elections? I mean, doubt it. Every every opponent gets thrown in jail in Russia. So yeah, any opponent to Vladimir Putin gets thrown in jail, bro. That's really what it is. If that doesn't bother you, then I don't even know why you're voting. Um, okay, some polls, some. Oh, really? Okay, hop back up, pumpkin. Here go the link. Hop back up. Let me see who's reporting here.
Similarities between here and there. We can call it up right now, as a matter of fact, and that's the Hamilton County governor's race, not surprisingly. So, yeah, you've got 50. This is the first time I'm seeing it, actually, but Mike Braun, the senator, leading the Democrat here by 15 points, just so we can compare that to the presidential race. So you got 15 there for Braun, and he's running about 4 points behind Trump's number statewide right now, which, again, given where the expectations are, we'll see where it shakes out in Indiana. But given where the expectations are, the Democrats would probably force separation from the Trump-Harris race if they're going to win in 4 points.
when he does. And for the alternative side, they saying they want to stick to the book. They will wait for states to call it in, as it's states' obligation to collect the votes and call the elections. It's not the federal government who does that. It's state by state. So no need to go ahead of the normal count. If the states call in and give the results, or the preliminary results, that's what the Dems say they will stick to. Republicans do not say that. They have said everything else but that. We know that. We have witnessed it. They have not been shy of saying they ain't going to answer no questions about what they're going to do if Trump loses. Will they accept the result? JD Vance could not answer that question. Trump could not answer that question. Trump campaign staff could not answer that question. No. So they have not committed to accepting a loss if the results come in that they lose from the states. The Trump team doesn't do things that way. They're asking people to fight, fight, fight. And as you know, the last time around, Giuliani even said, made a statement on the day on Jan 6th that it's something to the effect of, gladiators. We're gonna do some gladiator shit. I don't know. Don't quote me verbatim, but I'm not quoting him verbatim either. But it's something to that effect, where they were suggesting people do more than just follow the law, more than what they normally do on a voting day, which is wait for the states to report back, the election boards in each state. Yes, it's not the feds that count the votes, it's each state, it's the states that count them. And then they deliver them to Congress. So, and then Congress, looks at them, the Senate looks at them and verifies them, what have you. So, another difference is this time around, there's a Democratic president, and who by law is supposed to, do whatever he can to support the process. But Biden has more power now, thanks to the Supreme Court, than any other president has ever had in the history of the country, due to the Supreme Court siding with Trump, saying that he has immunity for presidential acts. And, although you can't, when you're running for office, you're not running as the president, you're running as a person, an individual. You can't have it both ways. So anything connected to campaigning would be a private individual. It would not be a president. A president does not campaign. A president sits. It is in the seat. When you're campaigning, you're doing it as a private citizen at that point. And there's some ambiguity that Trump was able to use in the Supreme Court, where they have really changed a whole lot. But I would expect that if there's any to protect the Constitution of the United States of America, also I would think it means protect people's votes. Protect all the points of the Constitution, right? I would think it means that, but we're going to find out what all of this means. This is unprecedented water, essentially. Sadly enough, there have been some rule changes, some attempts to change the rules. There have been statements made about not following the rules. And so we're going to see who does what, in effect. But yeah, let me see what else here is reporting. Here goes the link for anybody want to hop up. I'm going to do check out a few things and fall back. But here you go, folks. Falling for the okie doke for handling herself like a professional, and really showing that she's really willing to do the work, even if the work is hard work. Even if everybody doesn't support her, she's still going to go out there and be respectable. I think she clearly outwitted Donald Trump's campaign staff. Donald Trump, even from the moment, even from the debate point where she had a debate, she's the one who went out there and went across the stage to greet Trump, all the way across the stage to greet Trump. and look him in the eyes like a boss does. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just want to congratulate Kamala Harris and congratulate women for having for that kind of representation, strong representation from a woman, right? Because there is gender bias out there, and how you do things also world. Before you start talking about immigration, before you start talking about wars and conflicts, let's talk about, is that fair to American citizens that they live in the wealthiest neighborhood? And it is real what I'm saying about these the differences in how the tax dollars work for people in different democratic nations. Um, Personally, me, I feel like the US could do a lot better for their citizens, but I feel like due to racism, a lot of the poor whites vote against their own interests, which, if they really paid attention, are similar to their interests would be similar to other demographics in the country, blacks, Latinos, women. But for some reason, poor whites, a lot of them don't care about healthcare, don't care about their loved ones receiving health care, don't care about their loved ones getting access to technical schools, don't care about them getting access. Hey, Pumpkin, you back up? What's up?
Planning to vote today, but I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies.
Yeah.
I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference. And then the woman that really got to me was Peaches, who was a bartender, mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way mid-40s in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly, because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And David, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of the numbers today? I know you heard a lot about Georgia, too.
Right. I've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout. Georgia had just a shade over 5 million votes in 2020. It's going to be probably 5.1, maybe even getting close to 5.2 million in 2024. And remember, about 80% of that vote is already in there through early votes. Nationwide, about 85 million early votes. So we could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Thank you, David. And when we come back, the polls close in 3 more states, including the key battleground state of North Carolina, then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. You're watching CBS News Election 2024. America decides.
Why? You want me to just keep going? Is that
for government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? Does that make sense?
And a question. What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
All right, so as we can see, there is some early reporting going on, but what's expected to some Democratic, leaning outlets is that they expect. You can see here on the electoral map, this is reflected on who has reported in. So the far majority of states have not reported in. It's only 3 states that have reported in so far. So you might see some responses regarding who is up. Like here it says 1 rep is up. 0 for Dems so far. Uncalled is 33 in that state. Across the country, this is as far as the Senate. You see, so it's early, obviously. See here, Harris has 3, Trump has 19. That's because 3 states have called, right? So, and these are expected states. So we're still waiting for the majority, what, at 70, 80%, 90%, to still report in. So, and what the idea is that they expect Trump, as soon as Trump looks like he's close to getting the number he would like to get, even if it's not above the marker, he's going to announce, like here, for example, the moment he's up in where it looks like he's up, he's just going to call it for himself instead of wait for the rest of the states to respond. Or this is what is expected from Trump at the moment. But but we will see. We will see how that goes. And we're going to be around here for the day to see what the responses are like from people. But let's shoot back over and see what they got going on over here. What's up, Donnie? Exactly. What do y'all think? How's the audio now? Yeah, put a one in the chat if you can hear the music back again.
That it's because those who support overturning abortion rights don't show up for Trump at the numbers they need to for Trump to win.
It's fascinating because his former Vice President, Mike Pence, cited the abortion stance.
Hej med dig, og velkommen til My Way. Vi har skabt et koncept, der er et bedre alternativ til at købe nyt, uden at gå på kompromis.
Members of the Trump and Harris teams, how are they feeling? CBS News coverage of America decides election 24. We'll be right back.
All the CBS News election information at your fingertips as to interactive election map, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming news app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What
Yeah, had some audio issues there, folks. Thanks for keeping me up to date. And it's really cool that people let me know what's going on, because I can't always hear it when it goes out like that. So appreciate it. But you know what I'm going to do? Let me bring it back a little bit so y'all can hear what they did say here. This was interesting. Let's see.
Trump is at his Palm Beach, Florida resort, Mar-a-Lago. We could see record turnout with long lines from coast to coast today. Secretaries of State in those battlegrounds of Michigan and Georgia saying tonight they expect that their states will have their highest turnout ever. And so far, the process is mostly going smoothly with a few isolated problems, as is normal, including long lines and some technical glitches. There have also been bogus bomb threats at polling places in several battleground states, which the FBI says appear to have come from foreign actors. We have correspondents positioned in all the battleground states and here at our headquarters to bring you up-to-the-minute information and insights, including details from those first exit polls that came out just a short time ago. CBS's Nancy Cordes is going to lead us off with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Nora. We are at Howard University tonight, which is the vice president's alma mater, and will be serving as election night headquarters. The vice president has been enjoying dinner with been doing some speech prep, and I'm told that the mood among top officials on the campaign at this hour is good. It's calm, even as the rest of the nation nervously awaits the results.
Vice President Harris made one final campaign stop today to Democratic headquarters in D.C. to do some last-minute phone banking.
Hi, Carolyn. It's coming. Hi.
And to thank the staffers behind her bid. Last night, she held one in Philadelphia.
As we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy.
She made this closing pitch to a crowd of 30,000.
I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible.
Today, it's her supporters taking center stage at polling places across the country.
I voted for Kamala Harris. I think she's the right choice to continue our democracy.
She is more for the people.
I think the other guy's insane a little bit, and he makes me fearful.
It has been just 108 days since the VP took the reins of this campaign after President Biden, facing pressure from his party, dropped out. Since then, she has visited the 7 battleground states 51 times in a truncated bid to catch up to Trump in the polls.
I think she fits more what I'm looking for into a leader.
She would make history if she wins. This would make history for the world.
Harris herself hasn't talked much about the historic potential of her bid.
Honestly, I've just been so focused on the task in front of me.
But she did nod to it this morning in an interview with a black radio station in Atlanta.
To go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Harris added in that interview that the first office she ever ran for was freshman class representative here at Howard University, and she won. 42 years later, she is waiting to see if she will be the one to crack that highest, hardest glass ceiling. Nora?
And Nancy, let me ask you about those exit polls that just came out. They show that roughly 7 in 10 voters are dissatisfied or angry about the way things are going. That usually hurts the incumbent party. In this case, that's the Biden-Harris administration. So what is the one data point tonight that the Harris campaign is pointing to that makes them optimistic?
Well, Nora, they're very excited about the enthusiasm that they're seeing on college campuses today. They point to Lehigh University, for example, in battleground Pennsylvania, where the lines to vote were 4 and 5 hours long. Campaign surrogates actually had to go to Lehigh to encourage those students to stay in line, and young people tend to vote Democratic.
Nancy Cordes at Howard University. Thank you, Nancy. Let's turn now to Florida, where Donald Trump will watch results come in. He returned to the Sunshine State in the early hours of the morning after campaigning in 3 battleground states yesterday. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now from West Palm Beach. And good evening, Caitlin. What are they saying?
Good evening, Nora. Well, Trump is here tonight in Florida for his 3rd and final election as the Republican Party nominee. He's been part of the day holding tele-rallies across the battleground states, trying to get every last voter out to the polls. And he told reporters earlier today he has no regrets about how he ran his campaign.
Joined by wife Melania, former President Donald Trump made his final campaign stop, swinging by his campaign headquarters to thank his staff.
We just wanted to come over and pay our respects.
He then continued to raise unfounded concerns about the integrity of the election, railing against voting machines, despite the fact that over 95% of all votes will be cast on paper ballots.
You use a computer because it calculates quickly, and you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with it.
You don't know what the hell he's talking
Earlier
about.
in the day, after he voted in Palm Beach, he told
crazy.
reporters the process had been fair so far.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
But CBS News has learned
really?
that Trump loyalist Steve Bannon, released from prison just a week ago, is standing up a war room in Washington to help, quote, secure a victory for Trump. Trump, whose supporters stormed the Capitol after he lost the last election, said he was unconcerned about violence this time around.
Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people.
His supporters have witnessed a tumultuous Trump year, from a criminal trial to assassination attempts to a litany of false and sometimes offensive statements.
They're eating the dogs.
And crude insults of his opponents that rile up his base. That continued up to the very last rally last night, in this case against Nancy Pelosi.
She's an evil, sick, crazy bitch. Oh no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it.
And Trump will await election results tonight at his Mar-a-Lago resort with family and friends, including Elon Musk. He also says he doesn't have a speech prepared tonight, saying that he knows what he'll say if he wins, and he doesn't want to think about losing. Nora?
It was remarkable to see that rally shining the B word at his final political rally. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. We have reporters spread out across the battleground states tonight, including in Georgia, where the first polls close at the top of the hour. CBS's Nicole Killian is in Atlanta tonight, and Nicole, voting in the area, I understand, was disrupted by several non-credible bomb threats for just a very short time. What are we learning?
Yeah, that's right, Nora. Well, as polls get ready to close here in Georgia, there is a mix of excitement and cautious anticipation as we await the results. We're at a GOP watch party where state Republicans hope the former president flips the state.
The road to the White House runs through Georgia, and winning Georgia makes it very likely that he'll be the next president of the United States.
Even though turnout at the polls has been steady, there have been several issues today, including a series of bomb threats in various metro Atlanta counties. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told reporters these threats appear to be from Russia and were not deemed credible. Some polling locations are extending their hours due to the disruption and other delays. More than 1 million people are expected to cast votes today. That's in addition to a record 4 million who early voted. I spoke with one woman who lives abroad and flew all the way back home to Georgia to cast her ballot in person for Vice President Kamala Harris.
She looks like me. I'm a black woman. I have 4 children, so that's kind of important to me.
I know for a fact that Kamala is going for reproductive rights, and I have a lot of women in my life that are very important to me, so I just wanted to support them and make sure I got that vote out there.
Both Harris and Trump have made at least half a dozen visits to the Peach State, which has turned into a fierce battleground with 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Nora?
So many voters turning out today. Nicole Killian, thank you. Let's head now to CBS's Weijia Jiang. She's at a polling location in Philadelphia. All right, Weijia, we know Philadelphia is the big electoral prize tonight with 19 electoral votes. What are you hearing from officials there?
Well, Nora, it's great to be with you. Voters tell us they understood the assignment in this critical battleground state, and officials tell us that turnout has been high statewide, including right here in Philadelphia. Now, the Harris campaign needs big wins in Philly and Pittsburgh, which is why even today volunteers knocked on over 100,000 doors before 11 a.m. alone across the state. And the campaign claims they are seeing a high concentration of Puerto Rican registered voters in Philly. A comedian made a vile joke at a Trump rally last month. Tonight, the Trump campaign tells us they are tracking a robust turnout in rural areas where they have been courting low propensity voters, especially men who usually do not go to the polls. Voters across the state say they are feeling the pressure along with excitement.
I have immense anxiety about it. I actually lost sleep about it last night.
I mean, it's going to be a tight race, just like 2020 was, 2016. So, we do what we can. We go out and vote.
According to a CBS News analysis here in Pennsylvania, Harris has banked a lead with mail-in ballots up by roughly 500,000 votes. Nora?
Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia for
Mail-in
us tonight.
ballots
Thank
up
you.
a half
Let's
a
turn
million
now to
votes.
battleground
Mail-in
Michigan,
ballots
where the
up a half a
Secretary of
million
State
votes,
says
yo.
the
That's
turnout there is
crazy.
off the charts and that they might have the results by midnight. CBS's Jerika Duncan is talking to voters in Detroit. Good evening, Jerika.
Good evening to you, Nora. Good evening to everyone at home. The voters that we spoke to said that they were excited and relieved that they were able to finally cast their ballot today. In fact, I met a woman here, 41-year-old Jessica Jackson, at this polling location here in Detroit. She said that she was torn between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Ultimately, she cast her ballot for a third-party candidate. Take a listen.
I just had too many questions for, still regarding Republican, Democrat, and I always vote straight Democrat ticket, but I was so confused, I just went with the non-affiliation, Cornel West.
Wow.
In the Motor City, where 80% of the population here is made up of African Americans, Harris is projected to win this area. However, Trump is hoping to make gains with black voters and union workers as well. This afternoon, I spoke to the UAW president, Shawn Fain, who said Biden-Harris policies have actually helped union workers. You say Trump's policies aren't working for the labor class, the working class, but he's resonating with them. How do you explain that?
Look, Trump is a very good salesman. I say he's a con artist. I believe a lot of what Trump says resonates with people because he tells them what they want to hear.
Damn. Yo, facts.
We reached out to a spokesperson from the Trump campaign to ask them how they're feeling about Michigan, and they simply said, quote, "We feel great." And Nora, to your point, the Secretary of State told me today that based on the number of voters who cast their ballot before the polls even opened today, she expects that Michigan is on pace to break a record when it comes to voter turnout. Nora?
Wow, what an exciting day it has been and will be tonight. Jerika Duncan, thank you. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett, to get some analysis of a big night. All right, Major, so excited to talk to great sources in both parties. Alert first with what state we're going to look to first tonight to get some sense of how is this going to go?
We're all in this together, Nora. What do I mean by that? What we're curious about here, the campaign voters are curious about. Georgia and North Carolina. Why? Because they close early and they count. Why is this collection of two states so important to the Trump campaign? 8 visits by the former in the last week of this campaign to Georgia and North Carolina.
They're must-wins for them.
They are very high priority items for the Trump campaign for sure. 3 blue wall states, so-called. Michigan will report votes earlier than Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Not dramatically earlier, but we get a clear sense of the evening there. 5 visits by Kamala Harris to Michigan in the closing week of the campaign, a huge priority for that campaign. So Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan will begin to tell us the tale of the evening.
Is there anything in these exit polls that give us a sense about how this night may shape up?
Again, these are preliminary exit polls. We want to be careful not to overcharacterize them, but we do have some areas of emphasis for the two candidates and their supporters. Let's go first to Harris voters. Most important issue for Harris voters: democracy and the preservation thereof, 58%. Abortion and abortion rights, reproductive health care generally, 22%. Economy, 12%. On the Trump supporter side, most important issues for Trump supporters: economy, 49%. Immigration, 21%. Preservation of democracy, 13%.
All right, Major Garrett, so glad to be with you tonight. Thank you so much. And the nation's capital is the site of some extraordinary security measures for election night and beyond. Voters concerned about security, potential violence. We'll have more when we come back.
Yeah, Pumpkin, I see you back. Yo, anybody want to hop up? Feel free. I'm just checking out a few things here. Obviously, it's still early, and we're waiting for the results to come back, and that's going to take some time. But if I'm correct, about an hour ago, or the polls will be closing in North Carolina very soon. If not, they just are closing now. So, but it's going to be between 2 and 3 hours before the multitude of states stop, right? And then we will begin to get some, clearer understanding of how the voting is going. But an early indication will also come from what we hear from North Carolina, right? So let me see here. Somebody hopping up here? Let me see. Somebody in the back? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's Pumpkin. Okay. Yeah, Pumpkin. I hope your
I
audio is
was
working.
eating. I had to eat.
Let me see. Are you up?
Yeah, it's working. I hear you.
There you go.
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear me,
hear you.
Pumpkin?
Yeah,
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So how you doing? How's your day going?
it's good. It's good. Yeah. I don't know. I'm waiting. I'm ready for this to be over. I'm ready for it to be over.
You ready for this to be over?
I hope she.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I was just looking at something, and it's like he got 28 points. I said, oh, here goes the bullshit again, because he's leading now, but the big like Philadelphia's not in, and it's record numbers. Because my cousin lives there. She said everybody is out just voting, and the Puerto Ricans
Right.
are Philly's heavily, got a lot of big Puerto Rican population, and they've been going strong.
Right.
The building I live in, there's a lot
That's
of
what they say.
Puerto Ricans there. I think they're gonna do it. He messed up. He messed up. And Vance called Kamala. He called her trash. He just said she's trash.
Yeah, I
last
heard that.
night.
I heard that is some. You know what? But what I don't understand is,
Them people ain't
see,
got sense. They
here's,
got no
here's
sense.
here's my theory though. Here's my theory, Pumpkin. Here's my theory. When you accept that, the moment you start accepting verbal abuse, the physical abuse is coming right after that. So I will never understand people that will support or entertain for 1 second the verbal abuse. But there's a lot of people that do, that just carry on with the verbal. The verbal abuse is fine with them. They will still sit there and make excuses for it, I will never understand that. Oh, Pumpkin, you back? Okay. I will never
Yeah.
understand that. So
I got a
yeah,
Boost
but go ahead.
phone. I got a Boost phone. I can't afford my Apple phone right now, but I'm getting ready to get rid of this phone. That's because I keep going. Since you switched to, I take it you ain't gonna switch back to StreamYard. So,
Probably not, but who
this ain't
knows? I
working for me.
might. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
I might switch back to StreamYard. You never know. You never know. But
This right here ain't working for me. But anyway, we off topic. But they just nasty. They just got nasty attitudes. They don't care what they say. I hope this man don't win. Lord, I hope this man don't win, because they're gonna be fighting in the street.
right. Possibly. You never know. Let's see here what
America
they got to say.
decides. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, control of the White House and Congress at stake. Our coverage of election 2024 starts right now.
Are we ready to do this? We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
CBS News, America
Yeah, Joanne
decides.
says she voted for
Election
neither.
2024. Now reporting, Nora O'Donnell.
Yeah, Joanne, you said
Good
you
evening
vote-
and
you
welcome to
voted for
CBS
neither?
News Election Night headquarters in New York.
But are you
It
an
is
American citizen? Can you vote? And why'd you vote for neither? I mean, so what do you want from your tax dollars?
And while today
That's
is
what I would
Election
ask.
Day, people have been voting in record numbers for weeks. In fact, more than 85 million people voted early, and all reports today that turnout is strong, and we could see a record surpassing more than 160 million who voted in the last presidential election. We are going to share results with you as soon as we get them. And now the polls have closed in 6 states, so let's take a look. In Kentucky, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins the bluegrass state, where voters have picked a Republican for the last 6 elections. In Vermont, CBS News projects Vice President Harris wins the solidly blue state. Polls have closed in Indiana, one of the reddest states in the Midwest, and CBS News characterizes this race as likely Donald Trump. And let's take a look at Virginia. It's still early, but CBS News characterized this as lean Democrat. It has been 2 decades since a Republican clinched the Commonwealth. Let's take a look now at South Carolina. Polls also closed there. CBS News rates this race as lean Republican. The Palmetto State, a reliably Republican state for candidates there, and it goes to Donald Trump. The big number tonight, 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. And with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. A big part of our focus tonight is these 7 battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. That's where this election will likely be won or lost tonight, or what could be in the days ahead. The polls just closed
What's up,
in
Angie?
one of
You
them
there?
in Georgia.
Yes, I'm
And
here.
CBS
Peace and
News
blessings, everyone.
Okay.
this as a toss-up.
Yeah. What's up? And Pumpkin, you back too? Can you hear me?
7 battleground states. We're going to dig in as those numbers just come in.
Okay, Pumpkin there. She's there. So what's up, Angie? What's been going on? Did you vote? Or are you going to vote, or you're abstaining?
I am abstaining.
You're abstaining. Damn, I got 2 abstainers up here, man. Joanne was out there talking about she didn't vote for neither. I'm like, okay. Well, in any case, go ahead. So you're an abstainer, and what do you think about the election so far?
They always give like a close look, like it's close, it's going neck to neck or something like that. But I think I honestly think Kamala may win.
And that's, of course, where we'll find CBS News Chief Washington Major here and CBS News Executive Director, Elections and Surveys.
I really do.
Why you think that? Okay.
Honestly, I just feel like she will. I feel like they're gonna give it to her.
Oh, you mean she's selected? It's preordained.
Yeah, I think she's gonna win. Yeah, I think she's gonna win.
Is that what you think?
It's just gonna happen.
That's also a conspiracy theory too. That it's preordained that they selected her. But they didn't select Trump though. He just won.
Who won North Carolina?
Nobody.
I'm not sure. Who's on the TV in the background?
Nobody won yet.
Okay.
You got your TV in the background, Pumpkin? Maybe, I don't know, but it's gone now. But you won North Carolina or what?
No, because earlier,
Angie, you were saying no?
Not too long ago. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Not too long ago, I saw a post from Blueberry Boots, and Blueberry Boots was stating how in North Carolina, the KKK has made a statement that they were going to take their country back, you guys. And they were aiming or heavily targeting, Black women. Of course, they're going for Black people, but Black women. So everyone just be safe. I don't know how deep of the story is true, but I just ran across that post. Shout out to Blueberry Boots.
That's been proven to be what they call that oh, what's the word I want? You know what it is, Vic. You know what I'm saying. That was
Disinformation.
misinformation. Yeah, that was
Okay,
Misinformation.
misinformation.
misinformation. Yeah, they
Okay,
say
okay,
there's no truth to that.
okay,
Hmm.
okay, good.
Because I heard it too. I heard that too.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no truth
Well, they
to it.
said they was
Yeah.
targeting women. What
Black
was it though?
women.
Black
Yeah.
women, yeah. Somebody put out the Klan was gonna go after black women, and Tabitha said it, and then she came back and said that someone told her that that wasn't true. The FBI, nobody said that. It was misinformation. You know, they say Russia is doing all this stupidness, saying all this
Oh,
stuff
Yeah, they say
again.
it's ongoing right now. It's true.
Yeah,
That's what they say.
they saying
Yeah.
all of this in Russia. You know.
You know, that's why they say when you have disagreements with your own, brethren, that's why they say it's not smart to telegraph it out to others because others can take advantage of that. And now they can
yeah.
begin to do misinformation, which uses some of the information you gave them and then twist it with some, gives it a different spin. And so that's what they're able to do. So when you use this incendiary comments, cursing, calling women, using violent language, that gives foreign countries an opportunity to have an advantage, an opportunity to attack somehow. And,
Yep.
of course, that's what I think. That's why it's irregular to have this kind of talk that Trump does. But because it attracts more violence, ultimately it attracts trouble. But again, it's his freedom of speech. So if that's what people want to do with their freedom of speech, that's what they're going to get. But I don't think it's intelligent. It's actually sad in my view for the most powerful country on earth again. The country that's GDP is up, most powerful military, has the most powerful business people. Even if you don't think their military is the most powerful, even if you don't think the GDP, no, the US has the most powerful, that got more billionaires than anywhere else. And they're billionaires, I'm talking about the big ones. So why in that country where those people live, they can't find a better way to do things?
Right.
That just, yeah, it just saddens me. It saddens me. But I think it's going to be a learning experience for the U.S., regardless of what happens. If Kamala
Right.
wins, it's going to be a learning experience, and if Trump wins, it's going to be one. But yeah, but go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to be so long-winded. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I
And thanks for
honestly,
hopping up, my sister.
oh yes, I had to come up. I had to come up. I was trying to get the babies together and everything. It's the time change and the traffic. Oh goodness, y'all. But
Right.
I honestly
Yeah.
feel like they're going to I feel like Kamala's gonna win. And we're gonna have our first female president. So yeah, I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, why not? Got to give the ladies a chance to fuck up the world too, right? If you're gonna
Right. You
give
can't
Trump a
always
chance,
blame the men.
hey, you gave Trump a chance. Why not? There's no now since Trump got a chance, any and everybody should have a chance.
That's
Period.
right.
Any and everybody. I don't care who it is. What they are. Everybody. Because now it's like why not? Why can't? What is up with? I don't get it. And look at his again. Women. I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I don't know if women feel this way. But as an American woman, how does it feel to have Trump and he's up there talking about your rights and his wife ain't even American? I mean, she's American
Right.
citizen, but that's not the same as being American. I'm talking about culturally American.
Right.
His wife ain't culturally American. I'm talking about North, South, or Central America. His wife is not none of them. And to be an American is to indicate that your culture is from that part of the world, America. But this man's lady is not. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that should be that's the law or should be the law. No, I don't agree with that either. But look, if you're going to back somebody, right? Like, let's keep the story real. He's talking about immigration, right? Trump talking about immigration. Well, his wife's an immigrant. Let's talk about that.
Right.
So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I
why not?
agree.
He want to call the lady the B word, all kinds of stuff. Had people out there saying all kinds of nasty things, man. I don't know. Pumpkin, hold on. Pumpkin keeps popping in and out. Pumpkin, come on now.
Told me,
What's
yeah.
up? You there?
Somebody told me
Come on,
that.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, I'm here.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I'm here. Somebody told me that his mother is not even American today. I didn't know that his mother wasn't American.
Oh,
really?
wow.
Trump's
I didn't know
mother's
that
not
either.
even American. Yeah,
See
she
that?
ain't even American. Yeah, now that I think about it, the father went over there to Europe to some Scandinavian country and got the wife.
Oh,
Because she didn't have nothing over there. He got her because she was white. Like white, Snow White.
Oh.
Wow, that's deep, Pumpkin. I never
That's
heard
what
that.
I did.
Okay,
But
damn.
now that I think about it, I heard it today, and then I was thinking about it. His mother was not an American-born woman. She was a foreign woman. His father, I forget what, Austria or something. It's one of those countries, one of those real white Scandinavian countries. Yeah,
I'm
Google it.
gonna chat GDP that one. See what it says about his mom. I didn't know that. That's news
Yeah,
to me.
somebody brought that to my attention, and then I was thinking about it. His wife, his mother, that's why he went and got Melania.
You there, Pumpkin? Oh, she must have fell out. Yeah, yeah. Okay, she fell out again. Wow, I had no idea. Let me see. Oh, they're popping back in here. Here we go. Angie, you back? Pumpkin, you back?
Yes, it's the restream. The restream is doing this to us. Did you hear me?
Hold on. Let me see something. Okay, you in the back. Who's in the back? Somebody wrote in the back. Oh, that was you earlier. I can hear you, Angie. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you fine.
It's the restream. It keeps knocking us out.
Hold on. Oh,
I think
Andrea is
saying that
Angie,
Mark
and Pumpkin.
Robinson.
Okay.
I think Andrea is saying Mark Robinson lost North Carolina. He's not governor.
Right. I don't understand this comment. Joanne, what's up? What's up with you, Joanne? I mean, she say that I haven't seen anything that Kamala has done. I mean, nothing. Can anyone tell me something she did besides agree with Biden? Well, she's the vice president.
That's what she was supposed to do.
President? Does she want the vice president to disagree with the president? I don't get that. I didn't see Pence disagree with Trump. I've never seen that. When is that happening? To me, that seems like an expectation put on her and nobody else. But the thing about it is Kamala Harris has a long, extensive record even before becoming the vice president. And to not know anything about those things is to have not done research, because that's how extensive her record is. People need to research it themselves and be responsible themselves for being informed, especially about this, because if there's been nobody else more of a victim of misinformation, it's been Kamala Harris. Like, what they say is the opposite. They say, what has she done? Where have you looked? That's what I ask. Because if you've looked any of the normal places, you would know what she was done, and you could speak on it, because it's extensive and it's not all negative. There's loads of positive. As a matter of fact, even when it came down, Michael Imhotep did a good programming the last couple of days on this. Even the tropes that they were saying about her having something to do with locking up weed people in California is lies. It's all lies. She didn't do any of the things that they said that she did. In fact, She actually made it easier, changed the law, helped when she became a senator. But as a prosecutor, she's not guilty of any of those things that they said. They tried to give her responsibility for all of California convictions on weed, and she wasn't a prosecutor in all of California. She was a prosecutor in a specific district, not all of California. And then the other thing
Exactly.
they tried to make it seem like the weed convictions are like some petty ones. No, these are not weed convictions where somebody's just sitting around smoking a joint. This is something way higher. And people that pled down from other crimes to just weed. You see what I mean? But it's not petty weed convictions, and they tried to throw that on her and make it sound like, come on, there's loads of stuff that she's done. You just
But
have to be
but
willing to treat her like you would everybody else fairly. Treat her how you want to be treated tomorrow. How you treat her today is how you should treat yourself tomorrow. You see what I mean? Like, don't treat people differently from the way you want to be treated. Every person should know, especially people that have been discriminated against, should know that your record needs to be respected. And the moment you have a record and people start lying about it or ignoring it, now you're being discriminated against. And it doesn't matter who's doing it to you. So I'm not going to discriminate against another minority. I'm not going to discriminate against anybody because I don't like discrimination. So I'm going to acknowledge her record. Whether I vote for her or not, that's a different thing. But at least I start with the first thing is acknowledge her record. I'm voting for her because I acknowledge her record. I can speak on some of the things that she has done. And it's throughout her entire 30 years. Every position she's had, she ran against someone else she was elected to. So she was better at elections, even running for office. That's the first thing anybody should know that they know about Kamala Harris. She was not given a post. She was not assigned a post. She ran for every position she had in the last 30 years, basically. You see, so people need to at least start off giving her that basic respect. You don't have to agree with her, but understand she was not given those positions. She ran and beat somebody else, beat your best opponent. You see, so at least get that correct. In battle, you can still respect the forces you're opposing on some level. And if you don't respect them for their talent will creep up on you and get you too. So it behooves people to respect. Y'all back? Hello,
yeah,
ladies.
I'm back. Well,
Andrea, you in the
to the
back?
lady who was, yeah, I'm back. To the lady who was speaking, all you have to do is take a basic civics class. As vice president, what Kamala Harris did what she was supposed to do, which is she answered to the president. She did what he wasn't able to do, like keep appointments, make appointments, speak, go with him different places and stuff. People don't know basic civics. They should start teaching that again. I remember
And she sat over.
freshman history class. And black
Yeah,
men
and
put themselves in
every
prison. That lady ain't put nobody in prison.
yeah, and
Black men put their own self in prison
right.
with
And
that
if you
nonsense.
listen, if you in terms of what they blame Kamala Harris for, yeah, she ain't put black men in prison. Come on. Reagan did that. But look, here's the thing. Even just this thing about what were you touching on her? Yeah, what has she done? What does a vice president do? The vice president is the one that's residing over all the Senate hearings. So any law that's gone through the Senate, the vice president is residing over the hearings. Pretty much, right? Isn't that right, Pumpkin?
Yeah, yeah. She resides over the
Exactly.
Senate and all that.
On top of her advocating, she got an extra job of residing over it. So, I mean, come on, folks. So people just, have to treat others, at the very least, even if you don't agree, you should agree with being treated fairly. you should agree with that. But let's go back to let's see what they got going on here.
Corner pocket is 52%.
I'm gonna wait for Angie and Pumpkin to hop
So
back
there is
up.
1 percentage point more. Again, I'm being specific here. These numbers may change during the night. So it looks, though, like a little bit less, fewer, a little bit more women. Let's now go to North Carolina, where we don't have numbers yet. So
yeah, because those polls
yes.
close in 10 minutes. So stand by. So
Yes.
we are going to have some interesting data on that.
Inside the states, we will be able to say how the men and women are breaking down by candidate, which we can't do yet nationally.
Really interesting. John Dickerson, thank you for squeezing that in. CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King, is here as well. We've covered a lot of these elections.
Yes, we have.
And I know you were just in Pennsylvania. It was a great piece this morning where you talked to a lot of voters. What was the sense you got?
I was just in Pennsylvania, you're right. And listen, they know how crucial their vote is. They know their battleground state. They know that they're key to both campaigns. They're taking it very, very seriously. I want to follow up on what Cecilia said about Donald Trump sowing the seeds of if he doesn't win, that it's rigged. We met very loud and proud Trump supporters who said unequivocally, if he doesn't win, we know this is rigged and that we will be out in the streets. That was number one. Number two, I was struck by undecided because I said, when I met them, are you really undecided or are you just not declared? No, we're really undecided. And I met some people that said, I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%. So 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies.
Yeah.
I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference there. And then a woman that really got to me was Peaches, who was a bartender, mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way, mid-40s in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly, because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And Dave, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of?
I think she said she voted for Cornel West, third party candidate. But I like Cornel West, but yeah, I'm just saying, the comment about I don't know enough about Kamala, that I don't get that one. I don't buy that from anybody. I mean, of course, there are some people that don't know much, but I wouldn't blame anyone else but someone's own self for not knowing about Kamala Harris's record, because she has an extensive record and it is a strong record. It is a record to speak about. It is a record more, stronger than Trump by far. If you know anything about Trump, then there's way more stuff you need to know about Kamala Harris that she's done, that she's strong on. And it's just no excuse. It's election time. You need to know who all the players are. I know who Cornel West is. I know who Kamala Harris is, and I know who Donald Trump is, and that's what I speak on. And I gave them all the same opportunity to be known. I gave them all the respect in researching them independently myself, and I'm going to speak on that. I just don't agree with Trump, and although I agree on a lot of the things Cornel West say, I'm in this election for some reasons that only the Democratic Party can bring right now, today. You see what I mean? And one of those things is to make sure we don't get a bunch of right-wing policies, total right-wing policies up in our face. I hope people are concerned about that, because Project 2025 is a doozy. It is coming for some of the freedoms you have right now today. Do you want to lose those freedoms? So that's one of the reasons I'm voting for Kamala. But the other thing is that I know her platform, what she stands for. So I'm voting for that platform because I want housing, affordable housing. I want universal health care. I want elderly people to get elder care on Medicaid. Yes, I want with those tax dollars, with the same tax dollars I pay now. Yes, I want that for American families. I want their elderly to have the opportunity to be treated at home. You see what I mean? For the many people that want that and can't get it right now. Um, I also want student debt relief to be law. Okay. I want shit. If anything, I want to start paying kids to go to school. But if you don't get a strong party that's pro education, um, then you won't get anything. But right now, the only pro education party is the Democratic Party. I mean, because they're the only ones talking about it and advocating and doing something about student debt. So yeah, that's my thing. Yo, you back, Pumpkin?
Yeah, I'm
Let me see
back.
what else. Let's see what they're
Currently
saying
in
now.
Raleigh. Skylar, what are you seeing?
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Lindsay, good evening to you. Yeah, the people here in the Tar Heel state recognize that this will be a razor-thin race because of this battleground purple state as it relates to the presidency. We have spoken to both the Harris and Trump campaigns. The Trump campaign competent because of the early voter turnout and the number of Republicans that we saw cast their ballots during that period, which is an about face, really, given what we saw 4 years ago, given the number of Republicans that we saw back in 2020 that actually voted on election day. And so members of the Trump campaign say that they are confident about that. Same time, the Harris-Walz campaign says that they are also confident, and that is because they are making significant inroads in the urban areas throughout the state, what we know of, the Charlottes, the Triangle here, where we are in Raleigh and elsewhere. And then they also say that they have invested a significant ground game and significant dollars here in the Tar Heel state. Since April, really, we've seen more than 29 field offices put out all across the state, more than 350 staffers as well, been really trying to sort of coordinate and flip this state, which has not gone to a Democratic presidential candidate since 2008. So the work is certainly cut out for both campaigns, which is interesting given the fact that former President Trump has won this state the last 2 cycles. We should point out that over the weekend he held 4 rallies here in a 3-day stretch, indicating that there is some wobble, if you will, in terms of what we have been seeing here in North Carolina. But again, the campaign feels very bullish about what will happen.
Goes inside a crank.
Oh, I hate restring.
But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to where things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support, one of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you about Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%. Even with that majority, it has to get that 60% threshold. But that's your story, that big, big gap between Harris and the abortion referendum. Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because you asked for more data. We want to give you data. Anthony?
Okay, North Carolina, as you see, 14% in, so not a lot yet. But some of the tracking here already out of places like Raleigh-Durham, like around Charlotte, is going to be critical, because what's going to happen is Democrats have to run up large margins in these counties. Major, show the history here.
Sure,
this is what we're going to be. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, when you get to these areas, you're going to have to see, and she's getting it now, right? But it's very, very early. You're going to have to see Kamala Harris run up the score, run up the margins, because what's going to happen is that Donald Trump or at least our exit polls tell us and our projections tell us, is going to do very well in and around these rural areas. So that's how you break down North Carolina, but it still evens out to a toss-up.
Want to show the estimate?
Show the, wow, the estimates to that's just Mecklenburg. That's just Mecklenburg. But I do want to show you this too. Take a look at the ticket splitting in this, because this is important. So go to the ticket splitting, and here again we have a story in differences, because here's Harris's current number, right? But you also saw Josh Stein win at 58%. And so at that point, he versus the 49% that we're getting for Harris right now, those differences telling you that some Republicans have gone over.
There's a Trump-Stein vote in North Carolina.
There's a bit of a Trump-Stein vote right there. Yeah, of course, that was a controversial race and one everybody was paying attention to.
Gentlemen, this is excellent information. Can we go back to Georgia and just see? I want to see where the outstanding vote is there. Of course, we have heard there's record voting. Not we knew in the early vote, but also today. So just want to get a sense is where is the outstanding vote right now?
I'm glad you asked, because here on this map, what you see is the circles represent the amount of outstanding vote, and the color represents what's projected or the past from those areas, blue for Democrats or red for Republicans, right? So if I zoom in here on these key counties we talked about all night where Democrats have to do well, Cobb, Fulton, a lot still outstanding from there. That's why one of the reasons you can't project the race, right?
Hey folks, let me introduce you to Tariq Defcraft.
Okay, Pumpkin, you back? Let's see here. 2 seconds, yeah. Boom. What was he saying?
We started this evening talking about will be a historic gender gap. Will there be the first female president of the United States? The first election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and abortion on the ballot, reproductive rights in 10 states. Where does that stand at this hour?
Well, I want to zero in on Florida, which Anthony just highlighted for you, because that is the first place we are seeing the results of this referendum. 84% of that, 83% of that vote already in. It is lean no. Why? Because they haven't reached that supermajority threshold of 60%. Put that aside, what does that mean for the people of Florida? Well, the current law is that abortion is restricted after 6 weeks of pregnancy when a fetal heartbeat is often detected.
One of the most restrictive in the country.
One of the most restrictive in the country, particularly. You can get an abortion after 15 weeks if you can prove you were a victim of rape, of incest, or human trafficking. You got a hand in a police report, a court order, some proof that you were victimized. That's the only way you could get it after 6 weeks. The referendum asked, do voters want to change that and actually amend the Constitution to include the right to an abortion? And so far, we are at lean no, because they have not reached that supermajority. Now, Nora, this is so interesting, not just on the very practical, real-world implications of this for the women of the state. From the political level, we were talking about ticket splitting there between Major and Anthony. They were pointing that out. Vice President Harris has put at the center of her campaign the issue of women's reproductive health care. It doesn't necessarily, this would suggest, always break in her favor. And also what we saw here is for the very first time in this country, when reproductive health care has been put to the voters in a state, it hasn't expanded access. 7 times so far, we have seen referendums in states on this issue, even in ruby red states where it was a surprise, even in Ohio, even Kansas.
Meaning it's always been a sure win for the Democratic Party.
Or at least to expand access.
Yeah.
And so perhaps this suggests that ticket splitting. You do have Republican men and women voting here that aren't necessarily going to just then follow on
but forgive me, I don't know this. In those other measures when they were on the ballot in 2022, though, did they require a 60% threshold?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
This is different. This is a much higher benchmark to get to that 60% threshold, the supermajority. It's a good point.
I mean, it's all the details on this, and of course we're going to be checking in. We just don't have the data yet on Nevada and Arizona, those battleground states where there's also abortion measures.
Right. One final point on Florida. This is the state where Donald Trump is a resident. He cast a vote for this today, and he said he was going to vote no. So for the candidate who has, as Bert Costa pointed out, sort of changed publicly his position on what his view is on abortion, he went into the voting booth and he cast a vote. He said no, which would mean he has effectively then endorsed a 6-week restriction on access to abortion.
Interesting. Margaret Brennan, thank you. Exit poll data, I understand we've got some new information in.
We do. On this question of men and women voting, just to remind everyone, women since 1980 have tended to vote for the Democrat. Men have tended to vote for the Republican. Here's what the gender gap looks like in this election. We've got, overall, in terms of share of the vote, you've got 53% of the electorate is women, according to the emerging exit polls, 47% is men. Okay, how are they breaking up? Well, Kamala Harris has 55% of women to Donald Trump's 43% of women. So she's ahead by 12 points. But just for historical reference, in 2020, when the share was a little bit lower, 52% of the electorate, Joe Biden had a 15-point lead among women. So Joe Biden, according to the exit polls at this moment, as we've been talking about, they're tentative, had a better lead with women than Kamala Harris has at the moment. Let's just talk about men briefly, if we must. Donald Trump is up 53-44. So he's up by 9 points. 2020, Donald Trump won men
Yeah,
with 8
some of that
points.
voting,
So
though,
Donald
the
Trump
voting's
now,
still
8
coming
and
in,
9
though.
is
So,
relatively basically even in terms of
it
the
doesn't
exit polls.
sound,
So
it
we don't
sounds
want to
like that's
go
what
too
this
far
is
on a single
reflective
point.
of, that everybody hasn't voted yet, or they haven't counted the votes yet, and the states are still counting them and collecting the votes. Yo, where y'all at? Y'all keep popping out?
With men under 30.
Okay, yeah, but this is some interesting data, preliminary data, early data.
Shows Harris 49, Trump 47. That's essentially even. But if we go back in history to 2020, men under 30 voted for Joe Biden, 52% to Donald Trump's 41%. So historically, Biden got young men by 11 points.
So is this the so-called bro vote?
The bro,
the men under 30?
The bro vote is basically even, which is not great for Kamala Harris based on the traditional patterns of voting.
So I wonder, let's just take stock of where we are, because you have said that he's doing better among young men. He's the bro vote. She's underperforming with women, if these exit polls are correct. And in Georgia and North Carolina, she's also underperforming Joe Biden among independents.
That's right. Georgia and Pennsylvania, she's even among independents in North Carolina. So that's right. And she's and if you want to just look at women under 30, Harris, it's 63-35. So she's doing very well. Of course, Biden was 67-32. So his margin was bigger with women under 30 than hers was as well.
And you know what has been so fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on. And I can't help but think about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora,
there were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
I remember that speech. Yes. You were there. Yes.
It came late, exactly.
If you dive deeper into these gender numbers, there's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now. And she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning, what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different. But nationally, at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert Costa, I understand you have some new reporting.
Yes, some new reporting. Former President Donald Trump, of course, has not addressed the country yet as he watches these results, but he has spoken in recent minutes, according to my sources inside the room at Mar-a-Lago, to members of his private club. And he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say where Georgia is going, but they are feeling good. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Representative Brendan Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early. We're also just hearing that in Lehigh County, where we had talked about those
Very,
long
very
lines
early.
of young people at the university wanting to vote, they are going to extend there so that all the people in line can vote. We'll continue to follow what's happening on the ground in
Trump
these key
won't like that.
battleground states. When we come back, we're going to check in on the battle for the Senate. CBS News, America Decides Election 2024 returns in a moment.
All righty. Yeah, that is so early. It's still early. It's still too early to know, but it's looking good. Trump early, as they say. But I wouldn't put too much into that because early is early, and very early is very early. After all, they only got in the results from a couple of, this is not even the real results, but I don't know, the exit polling, as you would call it. So this is preliminary early exit polling while there's still polling going on in most of the country, voting is still going on. So yeah, but this is going to be interesting. People are excited. How many of you put some money? Anybody put some money down on the election? That would be interesting to know. Yeah, put your hand up if you put some money on the election and let me know who you voted for. I would have to say that I actually did myself, and you know who I put my money down on. So I expect to get some returns on that. But either way, it's not about the money. It's about just day-to-day life. And I hope that the U.S. moves through this with a fair election, just free and fair election. Overall, that's what I want, regardless of what the outcome is. But free and fair elections. I'm a believer in that. But yeah, but I also feel sorry for the U.S. if Trump becomes the president. Yeah, and Americans too. Yeah, so we will see how that goes. But again, that's how democracy works. In the U.S., they have the Electoral College, and that's like the smaller vote, an opportunity to still win, ironically enough. But yeah, the preliminary polling looks good for Trump. So that's not a small difference. That's a significant difference there, but we'll see how that goes as the counting continues. Let me try to see what else is going on. Who else is dropping some news today? That would be MSNBC, and who else? AP News. Yes. Let me check that out. Oh, let me drop the link again. Let me see the restream. Anybody want to hop up? Here we go. No, y'all didn't put any money down. Okay. Let's see here.
Control of Congress hangs in balance, I should say. And Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. So, Scott, let's talk about the Senate.
Yeah, Democrats are clinging to the narrowest of majorities they can afford to lose a net of just one seat, and they are on a political plane that has run seat for years, held by the governor, projected as the winner of that seat. So Democrats are now out of their margin for error. They're hoping to make some inroads, maybe in one of the Republican-held U.S. Senate seats. But take a look at one of the ones they aspire, Florida. CBS News projects Rick Scott, the one-time governor, is winning another term as a U.S. Senator from Florida. So where else do Democrats go? They'll look to Texas as a possibility. That would be another aspiration of theirs, far from a sure thing. And they have this murderer's row of seats to protect in the coming hours. Sherrod Brown, the three-term Democrat, trying to win a fourth term. In Pennsylvania, it's three-term Democrat Bob Casey, son of the former governor, trying to win a fourth term. And in Montana, another one of those three-term Democratic incumbents, John Tester, against the political newcomer, the military tissue here, Nora. All of those three-term Democratic incumbents have never been on the ballot, with Donald Trump on the ballot, too.
Really interesting, Scott. I'm touch base with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, headquarters at Howard University in Washington. Nancy, I know you've been talking to your sources inside the campaign. First, are they nervous?
Nora, the campaign officials I've been speaking to sound fine. Don't sound incredibly ecstatic and full of despair. And I think that that's a result of a couple of things. First of all, it's still early in the night. Lots of results still to come in. Second of all, this is, as expected, a very tight race. The Harris campaign itself was insisting for weeks that this was a margin of error race in all the battleground states, and it turns out they may be right. So it is a nail biter. As one White House official put it to me a short time ago, nauseously optimistic is the phrase of the day. Speaking of the White House, President Biden, remember him? He is there taking in the results with family, with top aides. No word on whether he might join the vice president here at Howard University if she does, in fact, speak later tonight. And just to give you a little flavor, Nora, how important young voters in particular are to this campaign. Not about those long lines on college campuses. Well, the campaign was prepared for that. And so today they dispatched Paul Rudd and other top entertainers to entertain those students in line, make sure they stayed in line.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And it's not only the Democrats that are
Okay, you
encouraging
there?
people to stay in line.
Yeah,
Donald
I'm
Trump
here.
just a short
I'm here.
time ago.
I'm around
Also
for long,
tweeting about
but
the county
I'm back.
Yeah. Go ahead. What you want to say?
No, I'm just looking. I'm not understanding this. But it's early, I guess.
Okay.
Big cheat Florida was called by another network, and the Trump campaign is blowing up everyone's phone up here on the press riser with what they see as optimistic numbers with independents, with Latinos, and with black voters. And all that adds up to the first bubbles of a certain champagne mood in the room here in West Palm Beach. It is still early. They are still prepared for anything, but they're definitely starting to smile, definitely starting to sway. They're feeling good here at Trump headquarters.
Tony DeCopo,
Does it really
when we
mean
come back, polls close in
is
15
she
more
really
states.
Is she?
Is she
No,
really
that's
losing?
early. No, because the majority of the states haven't, given their results yet. This is like just the preliminary, the first few states so far.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
It's funny, right?
Yeah, but he got 105.
I mean,
I don't know. Oh God,
But
this
they
man
did say
cannot
that
win. I
Trump was
cannot
going to
take
call it
it.
early.
But
What'd
he
you say?
did that before, and they gave it to him anyway. He did that the last time. He was ahead, and then Hillary caught up, and they gave it to him anyway. That they need to get rid of the what is it? The Electoral College. That needs to go because he did the
Right.
same thing the last time. He was ahead, then Hillary caught up, and the last votes, the guy didn't give it to Hillary, and gave it to him, and that's how he won. And I wonder if that's what they're
Yeah.
gonna do this time.
Well, it doesn't
'Cause
right now. It's still too early though, just rationally, because they have this. This is just a couple of states so far that have the results. So let's switch over here. Let me switch to AP Media because they have their map up. Um, can you see that?
ABC, New York.
Can you see it now? Pumpkin, you there? All right, let me
Yeah,
pull up,
yeah,
try
I'm
to
there.
get this
So
other map up.
California has to come too, right?
Yeah,
California
California
hasn't
hasn't
came
come.
in yet. New York hasn't come
No,
yet
most states
because New
haven't
York
yet.
doesn't close until 9. Yeah,
Yeah,
New York doesn't close till 9.
exactly.
California.
Yeah, we still got a couple more
Oh, this
hours.
is
Oh no, let's see here.
no. We got a lot more time. We got a lot more time.
Yep, exactly. We early up on it.
I got this.
And that's
Yeah,
but Trump feels
I
good.
got this big TV.
Trump feels
Huh? Oh, they
Trump feels
always
great
feel
early
good.
on. Early.
I think he knows they're gonna steal it. I think he knows they're gonna steal it for him. Please, God, I just
Oh,
can't
you think
believe this
so?
man might be president again. Jeez, my
I don't
stomach
think
hurts.
the result so far it's too early to know. Anybody can't know so early because the main states haven't brought back the results yet. So that would be
Okay, so
crazy. It's only two.
California,
It's
New
only two.
York, California, New York, and Pennsylvania. So we talking. I don't know how much California gives. How many? How
And
many?
these are still
Uh,
preliminary results. So this is preliminary. They're still counting them. You know,
oh God, we got to go through this again with that crazy ass man.
the white
'Cause you,
states haven't even started. They haven't even closed their election things yet. So yeah,
that's
that's
true.
true.
Yeah.
And Texas is still open, right? Or is it?
Oh please, Texas.
Is Texas still open?
I don't
Or are they
know,
closed?
cause Texas. I don't know, Andrea. You gotta ask Andrea that, cause I don't know,
Hmm. Let me see something here.
cause she's in
Uh,
Texas.
wow. I wonder where Angie went. She had a bounce. Or maybe it's the connection. Uh, okay. Oh, let me see who's that.
So that them red people is in Florida. Jesus, I just can't. I just can't see this man winning again. God help us. Somebody help us. Oh God.
Where I'm trying to find some let's see here. I'm trying to find some information here, results, but I guess the news media has the most up to date, these channels like AP News, they would have the most up to date information. So, oh, you see, it just changed now as more votes come in. It just changed on the screen. Did you see that, Pumpkin? It just went. Kamala Harris just got some votes in. Let me see. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit so y'all can see what I just saw. You see it right now? Pay attention to the top right. You see it just changed from 71 to 99. See, watch. See, it just did it again. So, there we go. So, okay, so this is working. It's up to date. They're going to show us the results live. So there we go. AP News via AP News. Wait,
Are we gonna
I
see?
better make some
Are we
coffee.
gonna see when they all close? What's that peach
Yeah,
color like? What does
yeah.
that mean? What's that? That's Texas. What does that
Peach
mean?
color it means the voting is still coming in. I think it's like it's a toss up. It's just projections, live projections. But two more states have just
Okay.
started bringing back results. I think I think the darker it gets, the of the results have come in. I think maybe. I don't know. But this is AP News actually. Oh, that's at the Harris rally. Okay, people are excited there. That was the bottom left. That's Kamala Harris's rally. It says actually.
Where the bottom one next to the red one?
Yeah, there you
The
go.
bottom left. The bottom left.
You back, Pumpkin?
Yeah, I'm back.
That's Harris's rally. That's a Kamala Harris rally, and I think the one at the right is the
So in other
Republican
words,
Donald Trump rally.
so in other words,
I mean,
there's
the one on
still
the right.
so in other words, there's still some hope.
Yes, of course, because there's only the early numbers, and it's only early numbers from only part of the country. So, it's still too early to make any
Okay.
presumptions on the number. It's the return got to be closer to like once it gets to the 180s, then everybody got to really watch. Once it gets to 170, yeah, around there, then everyone's got to pay attention from that point on. Yeah, so, but this is still early. Even the results that you see on the screen, they're not finished. So people should be cautious. But I guess the darker it is, the closer it means they are to their exit polling information, right? That's what this is, the exit polling. This is not the states reporting the votes yet. So where did Pumpkin go? Every time I look, okay, well, I guess you're gonna hop back in. Let me drop the link. Anybody can hop up, speak your mind. We've been waiting a long time for this, so yeah. So I'm just gonna let people hop up and say whatever they want to say. You know, as long as it's respectful, go for it. Let's see here. We should be closed. What you mean we should be closed? What you mean by that, Andrea? Let's see here. Joanne says, you're right, Pumpkin. In 2016, Hillary won the popular vote, but Trump won the electoral vote. You only need 270 electoral votes.
The popular vote is what should really count. Nobody don't want this jerk, this stupid ass to win again. And I hope if they do that this time, I hope the Democrats protest. They don't know how to fight. That's the one thing I don't like about the Democrats. They don't know how to fight. They don't know how to fight back. And what's that one on the top left? That gold color. What does that mean? If I go out again, I'm not going to come back in. I'm just going to listen.
It's just because she was explaining what the app was you wanted to know about. Okay, our polls are closed. Texas, okay. Oh my God. She's talking about Donald Trump. Okay. All right. So far it's still a close race. And yeah, that is what it is. It's early though. These are early. These are the projections from the Associated Press, right? Based on exit polling. And then there's still, you can see a lot of the states, about half still waiting to report in on some results, but still open the polls. So, and again, these are projections by the Associated Press, which means it's not actual state reporting the votes. It's Associated Press reporting the exit polling data that they get back, which is sample data, essentially. So, right. What's up, break room? Yeah, it's a tight election. It's tight election. Let's see here. We gonna see. We gonna see here. But right now, the Trump supporters are definitely very, very happy. Oh, y'all can't hear me? Let me check something out. Can you hear me now? Yeah, let me know, because Joanne said I can't hear. So, oh, here you go. Angie's back up too. Yo, Angie, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Let me see. Let me just check the stream real quick and see if the audio. Yeah, what's up? What's up? You got anything
Yeah,
on your
this
mind so far?
the restream keeps booting us out. Me and Miss Pumpkin.
Oh,
I think
really?
even
Oh my
Andrea when
God.
she was coming up. Yeah, it just
Okay.
keeps knocking us
Okay.
down.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. I got a few more days left to decide if I want to keep it or if I want to go back to StreamYard. Yeah, I think I might go back though. I might go back to StreamYard, but
With
StreamYard,
this going
they just
on.
they doubled their prices. So, hey, we're gonna see. But 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 as we here, we see what we can do. But check this. Look at this. What do you think? They said that this is what they expect so far. This is not special data, right? But I can see here that Maine in the top right corner, Maine here, it keeps changing from light blue to red to light red.
Wow.
So I'm curious. Yeah, I'm
Oh
curious of what
no.
that means.
You
See,
know, they do this. They
see,
surprise us every time with these what they think is gonna happen and then it ends up being something different.
you see that? You see it's blue right there?
Mm-hmm.
Maine, the top corner state, top to the right.
Yep.
And now watch. See, it just turned red. So, yeah. So this is
Yep.
I guess they doing the exit polling, and it changes. It's still not over. So we'll see. But yeah, you're right. It could be different. It changes. You know, and yeah. But we're gonna see. I hope. I really. Oh, she said she can hear. Okay, Joanne can hear now. Okay, not the news. I didn't. No, there's nothing playing on the news. Joanne, we waiting for the news to come in. Ugh. Okay, Pumpkin, Angie. Yeah, y'all back.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Oh my goodness, it's a struggle. I see. Um,
Yeah.
the Pumpkin's just out again. But yeah. What can I say? There's not much I can do about it right now. But yeah. What this is just what it is. I guess we got about what 2 more hours left. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. And maybe even 3 hours, closer to 3 hours, right?
Right. But if they make another flip like they did last election, then Trump's gonna go through his conspiracy theories again.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. I mean, well, they already said it that he's going to do all of that. They expect a repeat from Trump. So, they expect him to go every single thing, every issue, everything that he did last time, he's going to do and more if possible. So that
Well, at
means
least he's
you could
not in the
expect
White House
riot.
to prolong leaving.
Right, that's true. He's not. It's not. He's not in the White House while he's doing that. And again, this is early polling. This is early exit polling. So people should expect some that a whole lot of differences can come from that. Because again, it's not the official states. They're not. They're not.
Right.
It's not their return. It's not what they counted in votes. It's what the news media is projecting from the people they see leave, from asking people, "Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for?" They're out there doing that, you know. But it's changing. It's live. It's changing. Oh my goodness. But it's about to get heated, y'all. Get your popcorn. I'm about to make me some popcorn. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put some music on it. I'm gonna drop the link. Even though it might kick you out, still try to hop up if you can, to say your piece. I promise I'm gonna let everybody say what they gotta say, respectfully. Respectfully. Let's see here. Yeah, yeah, Sugar Joanne, how are you? That's break room. All right, let me put some music on, and then we're gonna see how this election goes. Come on, Kamala. Come on now. I put some money on you, damn it. Come on. Let me see my return. Come on now. Yo, can y'all hear me? Check one, two. Check one, two. Let me know if you're in the chat. Y'all hear me in the chat? Check one, two. Y'all hear me in the chat? Check one, two. Okay, can you hear the audio from the video? It should be some faint music in the background. That's the actual AP background, and I'm waiting on announcements to come. If you want to hop up on and the chat and keep on it. So it's states have before there's exit polling. But right now we're just dealing with exit polling. We're not dealing with the state's actual accounting for the votes. So yeah, but yeah, in the background, you know, because they got 4 different streams, so I think they have the audio turned down. But it should be some. It should have some audio from one of the streams. I think that's the Harris rally, where they have some faint music in the background. But yeah, I'm just gonna check real quick to see what the other networks are saying. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. Angie, you back?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, I saw
Okay.
you get back in the back. So, welcome back. Welcome back. It hasn't been any big changes. I think Associated Press has called 2 states so far for Donald Trump. And oh, hold on. Hmm. It's getting interesting.
What's happening?
Yeah, it's getting very, very interesting. We will see. But hold on, let me get back because there's some other reporting going on over here on CNN. No, it's the same. It's the same basically. I mean, we got hours. We got hours. I don't know what we're gonna do while we're here waiting, but I want to be here for that moment. So, and I don't have to work until some hours from. Let me. I got 18 hours
Ooh, that's a
until I got to
long
be at
time.
work. So I'm good.
Well, until you got
And
to be
see,
to work.
I'm gonna wait it out. Yep, exactly. So I'm gonna wait it out, and just see how it goes. But yeah. What do you think? Any new thoughts? Anything pop up in your head since you was last up here?
No, nothing new. They usually do this, and it looks one way, and then before you know it, the winner is always the opposite. So,
Oh,
well, not
really?
always,
Yeah,
but
I get you. That's
yeah.
true. It's kind of like
So we can see all of these
by the nature
reds,
of
and
how they
then
report,
yeah,
and then it changes. Now they turn to blue, and I
hmm
guarantee you that's exactly what Donald Trump gonna say too. At first they were
yep,
red, all beautiful red. Then they turn blue.
like he did the last time.
Hmm. That is what he said. You actually quoted Donald Trump.
He's gonna come up with a whole bunch of things, fake tickets, or they lied about the number and all type
Yep.
of things.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna say it. I saw it too, man. At first it was all red, beautiful red. But if I said it, nobody gonna believe me though. But they're gonna believe him.
Said we all went to sleep. We all went to sleep, and then when we woke up, it was all of a sudden all blue.
Hmm. Yeah, it was all blue. That's impossible. All blue in Texas. But come on, people. Yeah, I'm here. I put money on Kamala. I'm gonna tell you. And you know why I did that? Because
Wow.
if I put money on anything in my life, I may as well put some money on this one.
Mhm. This will
I
be
said, let me
the
do it.
first female president of the United States.
I think so. I think so. I'm still waiting for the blue states to respond. Yeah, but it's coming.
Now, I mean, I think it's coming, but question: what if it doesn't?
Yeah. What if it doesn't? And if it's even closer, if it's even close, it's the same thing, right?
Right.
So I think what if it doesn't? Um well, I tell you what, I don't think it's
Hmm.
gonna be a positive look for the country. I mean, I don't think
No.
Trump is gonna get I think he's gonna come into new problems that he didn't imagine. You know, the last time he was in office and it's like he came into problems. But
Mm-hmm.
and I think the idea is that he wins again, and now that he knows what the old problems are, that there won't be any more different problems the next time around. And I think this is the part where people are gonna find out, you know,
Right.
because as it was already stated, some of the generals, they expressed opposition to Trump, and even one of
Mm-hmm.
them, Trump said should be up on charges, for communicating with the Chinese to let them know that to not take Trump's words as a literal threat.
Oh,
And Trump was
wow.
like, no, you can't say that to them. You can't say that to them. But I mean, you could be sure that the Chinese military, they're not going to just take any action without communicating. And it's like with the military, the U.S. military, regardless of who said what. And also, the U.S. military is not going to just do something towards the Chinese. Just, there's checks and balances the whole way. That's
Right.
the whole point of being separation of powers. But Trump is like, he thinks that the executive is the head of the military. Yeah, that's true. But even within that system, there's checks and balances. Like the military is sworn to the Constitution.
That's true.
So how
That's
are you going
true.
to change that? And Trump
Right.
is looking for a military that's bound to what he says. So, and if you give an order that goes against the Constitution, then what can you do? So
Right.
we'll see. But it is a good question. I don't know. I wish somebody else was up here to answer that question. What do you think is going to happen? If not,
I
if Kamala's
think
not the president, what's going to happen?
um now see if Kamala is, I think that some people would be upset, but I think if Trump ends up being the president, I think it's gonna be a lot of craziness going on. A lot. A lot. Or somebody said Trump's gonna get impeached. I can see that because they definitely tried. They tried his last go round. So I mean, I can just see a lot of craziness going on as far as the people. It's gonna be either an uproar or a bunch of chaotic Joy just mistreating and mishandling. We all remember how everything started going around with the new nickname for white women, Karen, and a lot of videos of different fights and arguments about people
They're going to
telling
be
people to go
emboldened.
back
Yep.
to Africa.
Karen,
So
Karen is with
I
Trump,
can just
right?
right, yes.
Karen is with Trump.
So I can just envision that, it's going to get pretty crazy again.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But hey, we still have to find out, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
Let me
true.
see if I can. Let me see who else is doing some reporting. I think
Okay.
I don't think media is going to call it so. I think they all going to be conservative, except Fox for Trump early. Fox Media calls this one for Trump. Let me see here. Are they live? They definitely, or so maybe no, but all right, are they live right now? Analysis. Let me see.
I just hope whatever the outcome is, that us as united citizens can find the best way to, coexist. That's all.
Coexist?
Yes. I just hope for coexisting. Like we don't have to agree, you guys, but we all still have to be here together. So let's coexist.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I don't, and it's funny because I don't hear, you know, I don't really hear Trump saying, calling for people to coexist. Who knows? It depends on the situation. I did hear him recently say, he made a comment recently where he changed, I think this was the last 24 hours, where he said finally, if the election is fair, he will accept the results.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
he said, but what if it's not fair? Then he said, but what if it's not fair? Right.
He's going to do a lot
Which
of
is like,
things
okay.
before he decides whether it's fair or not.
Mm-hmm. He's going to have his lawyers look all at it.
Yeah, he going to run through lawyers too.
Well, that would have to be somebody. It sounds like somebody who
Oh,
support Trump says that, the Democrats created
about
the
another
virus. The
virus?
Democrats created the virus. It's like, come on, Trump was the president himself. How come he couldn't? If so it's the Dems now. It ain't the government. But when it's Biden in power, it's the government that created it. But when Trump is in power, it's not the government that created the virus. It's the Dems. It's to get him out. I mean, come on,
They
I'm
said it
just
might
saying, if
be
it
another
was,
virus if Trump wins. Oh
that's
goodness.
what, but that's what these people gonna say. If look, people think a lot of wild stuff. There's going to be some people that's going to say that if Trump wins, there's going to be another virus because they might think that the virus was there. Somebody made the virus to stop Trump, but Trump was the president. So when Biden is in office, he's responsible for everything. They always give him when a Dem is in power, but when a Republican is in power, then they say it's the Dems. Like now it's the Dems, but when the Dems are in power, it's the government. You see what I mean?
Well,
So in
all
other
I know
words,
is that a pandemic that makes us scared of oxygen, knowing that we all live in this globe together. We got to start questioning, what are we going to believe more? You know, doesn't make
right,
sense
would the
to me.
Dems start the pandemic all over Earth? The Democratic Party, did they start the pandemic all in every country? I mean, how is it a conspiracy when it hit every country? You have to have a lot of
I mean,
people cooperating to lie.
they were quite
Other-
united when it came to that. They were very united when it came to the virus. To this day, we still have people wear masking. So, and it just never made sense to me at all. Like, what? What are we doing? You know, but that's just my thought. I agree. What's the
Well,
word?
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, because you got to have a lot of people cooperating across the earth to conspire like that. So, but what you look is you see people who agree in every country with the masking and people that don't. You see different um, um, data come back. Like Sweden didn't mask up. Denmark masked up. What
Right.
were the results? The results were different for both countries, but in either case, you don't have a situation where both exist, where one exists only. Even in the
Right.
U.S., the idea about the masking was not that the virus doesn't um, spread to everybody. That's not the idea. The idea is that you prolong it long enough to have a vaccine that can take place in people's bodies and then spread a new virus that's less lethal, right?
Right.
So And that's the same theory as the anti-vaxxers theory anyway, because the anti-vaxxers say, hey, you're going to get sick. Some people are going to survive. They will survive after they develop immunities. Therefore, they will spread the new virus, which is less lethal. It's the same
Right.
thing. It's just, do you do it in a controlled form or an uncontrolled format?
Right.
And some countries say, let's do it in an uncontrolled format. That's what Sweden said. Denmark, the neighbor, said, no, we don't want to do it in an uncontrolled. We're not going to force everybody to do it, but we're going to, like, recommend that everybody does. And
Right.
everybody did pretty much, you see, but nobody was forced, in the US. They don't want, there's a difference in the policy there, like in the political conversation. Some people say they're forced. They might be in some states. I think that's only a state level thing though, right?
I
Like,
mean, it probably was, but you got to think like some of it was definitely forced here because you people were losing their jobs because they didn't want to take the vax. You know, um, it
right.
became a requirement to wear a mask wherever you went outside of your house. It became a requirement where people couldn't even gather in certain amounts of grouping numbers, so it definitely was a force for us.
Yeah, it's funny to see how different countries do that, like how they chose to deal with it. I think it's really weird because here where I'm at, nobody was forced to take the vaccine, but more people took the vaccine here than in a lot of nations. More people masked
Right.
up here than in a lot of nations masked up, but none of them was forced to. So, but
Wow.
in the US, they're not. That's not what people are saying. You have more people that didn't want to mask up, actually, and you also have more enforcement.
Yep. Yep.
So
It was
I
extreme.
mean,
You couldn't go in the store without a mask. You couldn't do anything without a mask.
yeah, it's wild, man. And here, I,
And
I
what
mean,
does that
I wouldn't.
mean though?
Yeah, what does it mean? I didn't want to. I took a mask on. I wore a mask because of my job. In the health industry,
Mhm.
you have to, right? But
Right.
outside of that, after work, I didn't have to, right? But
Right.
but I still chose to wear one when I got on public transportation or
Right.
got around other people, because not because of me, but it's because I want to go to work tomorrow. I want
Right.
to have the rest of my week be normal. So I don't want to get sick by someone else who has poor habits. I don't want to
Right.
risk it. So I chose to mask up myself. Like,
Right.
yeah,
Did anybody get charged in that situation?
charged with not over here. You mean with not masking up?
No, what whoever created, they were saying it was in a science lab, and whoever created or mutated the virus to that
No,
extent.
because they say it was. They say they don't. I think it's an accident, or they don't know exactly. They suspect. They
Oh
suspect.
wow.
You know,
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't. I mean, yeah, it's a good question. Who was responsible? Who takes the fall? Who takes the blame? I mean, I put it to you like this:
Uh-huh.
people can have conspiracies about that, right? For
Right.
me, I don't know, because on one hand, it could be an accident. On the other hand, if you know what the story is that they're already working on a vaccine. They're already expecting this. It's not, COVID was like a variation of a simula of SARS, right? So they were already working on a vaccine to stop the next variant when
Wow.
the accident occurred. That's what they say. So, for me, I don't know, but as an American citizen, I know for sure that all countries they have biological programs, you
Yeah.
know, biological weapons programs. Not all countries, but all first world countries. Russia, United
Right.
States, China, all of them do, and others. So you can't just point the finger at one,
Yep.
you know, because different groups this is a norm being practiced. Now, for me, I would think the problem would be if only one country could do their own experiments, right? Experiments, but the but every country, not every country, many countries do their own experiments, and they do that to make sure that nobody else can get the advantage over them.
Right.
So I don't think you'll ever stop this kind of biological weapons experiments from going on because they're doing them to in their argument to save lives.
Well, they do that every year with the influenza variant. They predict what would be the cause of the flu each year. Or what would be the cause of the flu, as far as extensivity or whatever the word is. And then they'll make a
Immunity?
variant based upon mhm,
You
based
said
upon their
immunities?
prediction. Hmm?
You said based upon their what?
Based upon their expectations basically about what they predict would be the main cause of the flu um outbreak, or majority of the flu outbreak for the year. That's basically what they'll place within the influenza um in the vaccine every year. So it's never the same each year. It's a
Oh
different
no.
kind of flu shot every year.
Yeah, yeah, it's updated, upgraded, you know,
Right.
because yeah, I mean, yeah. And so the only question is like, do you want government doing that or not? And, you know, most people say they want their government um, working on things like this because if you have them, then when you need them, it's available. But then other
I
people say,
mean,
"Well, then why are you forcing it on me? Don't force me to do it," you know. But check this
right.
out. Joanne raised a good point too. Also, what you were saying, she says, "I lost mine because I refused the vaccine. Healthcare. I didn't have a problem with the mask stuff. She lost her
Right.
healthcare because she refused the vaccine." And check this out. But
Uh-huh.
here, where I'm at, everybody already has healthcare from the beginning. It
Right.
doesn't matter if you had the vaccine or not. You already had healthcare before the pandemic,
She's talking about her
universal health.
job. She's
Right.
talking about her job. Yeah.
Oh, she lost
She
her
lost.
job. Right.
Yeah.
No, she said healthcare.
In the healthcare field.
Oh, she lost her job in the healthcare field. Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
here everybody had to, you know, had to follow the government thing, and the government outline is that in the healthcare industry, you had to be vaccinated, and you have to but this was the first vaccinations. They didn't continue it later. Like the third one is like obligation, but I think the first ones we all had to take them.
Well,
First and
see,
second.
I never took it. I never took the COVID shot, and I still won't.
Mm,
At that
mm.
time, I was working at home, luckily, so I didn't have to. Um, but yeah, a lot of people lost their jobs because think about it, it's a practice, and with such a large um accidental situation such as that, how can you force someone, into, doing taking that vaccine, You have to trust yourself first, and I don't think that they gave everybody the opportunity to necessarily make their own decision in that situation, and it wasn't fair.
Mm, mm, right. Yeah, I hear you. Let me see.
Because
Can I change
now
this to
I'm
that?
back
Yeah.
in the medical field practice, and it's not a requirement now, and I've never taken it.
Yeah, because it's not a requirement now. That's interesting. But I think even the field, right? The the idea of herding is that, to take the vaccine, that's a contribution to herding, right?
Yep.
So what that means is that the weaker virus that is created through the herding, through the vaccine, is the one that will
Yep.
become the predominant one. It will take over the other ones and wipe out the more lethal ones. So,
Right.
but then that's the health administration's way of herding. But then, from what I hear, like the non-vaxxers, they're just saying let the herding happen naturally.
Yes.
Yeah.
We adapt as people. We adapt. You
Or
know what was so
or the
strange to
non-vaxxers
me?
say you take it and I won't take it, but you take it, you know, and that's
Well,
still
see,
hurting though.
it was a lot of questioning when it came to me, because you know instead of it being such a high risk factor in the airports first, it was problematic in the nursing homes. And to me, that led me to
Oh, right.
question
Yeah, yeah,
certain
yeah.
things,
True.
because I'm like, well, if it came
Okay.
from a different country, it's more than likely to hit the airports. But instead of it hitting anywhere else, it was the nursing home. That was so confusing to me. That didn't make sense. Like, how did it get to the nursing home?
Oh, so what did that mean though? It got okay. So what did that mean? What did you think comes from that? Like it didn't come from the airport, or it didn't hit the airports as hard, but it hit the nursing homes. But what's your theory about that?
Well, it's not that it didn't hit hard, it's that it hit the nursing home first. And to me,
Okay,
that was
hold on. Let's
kind
see what
of,
this is. Hold on.
I can't hear it.
Probably on mute. He probably hit the mute button.
Or with the volume.
Yeah. Can you hear me? You know what? In your answer to what you were talking about, it hit the nursing homes. Um, a lot of immigrants working, like Haitian immigrants.
Oh.
A lot of Haitian immigrants and Jamaican immigrants work in nursing homes.
Okay. See, I needed those. Those were gaps.
It hit the nursing home. Yeah, so that's what it was. Like a lot of them came over, and I think they had it. Not saying they bought it here or nothing like that, but that that's why it was in the nursing home.
Okay. See, those were gaps of information to me that I guess I missed a couple of things, because I was just like, how did it hit the nursing home first?
That's what it was. Like a lot of them came over, and I think they had it. Not saying they bought it here or nothing like that, but that's that's why it was in the nursing home.
Okay. Gaps of information to me that I guess I missed a couple of things because I was just like, how did it hit the nursing home first? That's what it was. Like a lot of it came open up. They had it, not saying they caught it here or something. But that's why it was the nursing home. Okay. Gaps. How did it hit the nursing home first? That's what it was. Like a lot of it came open. They had, not saying they caught it here or something. But that's why it was the nursing home. Okay. Gaps. How did it hit the Is it playing well on your end, B? Is this restream doing good for you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. So we're getting a lot of discoveries going with the virus, and then we have the voting going on. I know everybody, you guys just don't hold your breath too hard, you guys. It's gonna happen. We're gonna see what's gonna happen, and then we can predict, what we might need to look out for, what we need to be careful for, you know.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get straight. Sorry. I'm the live
No, you're
feedback in 2 seconds.
What a time to be alive. I hope everyone's safe out there. Not too much chaos going on at the polls. I hope everyone is just, putting their votes in and making it home safe. Well, I guess voting might be done now. It's 10 o'clock on my end, so voting might be done now. I hope everyone made it home safe. You back, V? Let's see what's going on in the chat. For some reason, I can't see all of the comments. It's upside down, I think. Oh, what's the word said? She thinks it's going to be a bunch of protesting. Yeah, I can definitely see a lot of that going on. I think I think that it may be calmer if Kamala was to win, but I think if Trump wins, it's most definitely going to be a lot of chaotic things happening out here and I mean, I could just predict it, um that it's going to get very extreme. I hope not. I hope that it's going to be okay, but you know, it was a lot that went on, throughout that time when he first came in office. So, um, you know, I can just about predict that some of those things may go on again. You back, V? Can you hear me? Is it me that's out, or is it you that's out? I remember when all of the protesting was going on, And I think the other night we even touched on, Floyd and what happened with him and the loss of Floyd. Um, um, and how everyone the Black Lives Matter movement even, came about because of, so many things that was going on, and, the protesting in the street, and we couldn't even go to work, because of the coronavirus. So, it was a lot of people protesting from different states and traveling to go protest. And I think in Atlanta, Georgia, I mean, it was so many things going on. And I only hope the best, after you know after the election is over, and whomever happens to be, elected as president. I hope that we all could, continue to coexist, and, you know, have the least problems, complications. V, can you hear me? You want to know why I think it's a lot of complications going on, not just with the restream, but I think it's because there's so many people that's tuned in. It's just causing everything to probably jump everywhere. So, unless that's Trump's way of, stopping the votes from finishing. Well, if you hear anything in my background, I think somebody has a truck outside. They're doing something out there. So don't mind my
Can you hear me?
background.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I'm still here.
Yay,
I'm trying to
V!
bring up it's the internet, man. I had to do something with my internet for some reason. It was just responding really slowly, and even right now I'm not sure if it's totally working, but let me try to get this thing back up here. Uh AP
Yes, it's
press.
working now. I
Okay.
like I was saying before, so many people that are tuned in, the internet is probably going a little crazy.
It's tweaking out, right? The internet. I think it is. Maybe it's
Yes, it's
because
been
it's a lot of people on the net today.
tuned in.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, it could be like into some of these places like StreamYard or can you see this pop up on the screen? Tell me it's popping up.
I
You
only see us.
know what? I keep itself. So hold on. Stop this. I'm gonna do this. Log into my other computer here. That's what I was turning on. 2 seconds here.
I wonder how fast did they report the news of the new president back in the days when, they didn't necessarily have the internet and television and television, but still, like because of technology, everything is so much faster. I wonder, how fast did it really take? You know, it's a good question. They probably had extra, read all about it in the newspapers. That's how a lot of people might have found out. Or the radio stations.
All right, can y'all hear me now? Is that better?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
I can hear you.
So maybe this computer is going to act better. I hope so. I'm pretty sure it will. But there we go. Now it's
Yes.
back to the screen, right? Finally.
Yes.
There we go. Yes, I don't know what's going on with the other one, but maybe it's just the internet is not working the same on it. But what's up? So now we all here again, and so what did they say so far? They got okay. There's been a change in the numbers.
Really?
Yeah, at the top of the national polling, it's okay. I can't see what it is. Right, hold on. Let me get my glasses. 2 seconds. Okay, I think it says 198 for Trump, one, or is it 212 for Harris?
Ooh.
Is it 112 or 212? It's so hard to see. Maybe that's 112 or 212.
I think that might be a 112.
Okay. And that means, and they both need at least 270 to win. So, but this is again, this is exit polling. This is not the states reporting. It's the news media exit polling.
Oh,
So
they both have 200 and something. I think that's 212. And then he has 2 something as well.
hold on. But what is that? Don't they have to get above 270 to win? So that can't be two something. Because I think it says 198 for Trump and 112 for Harris. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Now I can see. It's 112 for Harris and 198 for Trump. Exactly. Because
Okay.
you only need 270 to win. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So it couldn't be 298. He would be the winner already. But again, this is exit polling, current
Oh,
exit polling. And that won't stop changing instantly. Like, even though they have results, the results can change from the ones that have reported already. And then, of course, the ones that are white on the screen haven't reported anything. There's no polling from it yet. So exit. But yeah, so it's just what the media believes it can see so far.
right.
But this, I mean, let's be honest. For poor folk, it's some bullshit, right? Because they ain't got time for all of this, right? I mean, really,
Right,
when you,
because somebody can walk out and say I voted for Trump, but really voted for Kamala.
that's true. Yes, you can. But I think they even got clever though, because I think they really try to figure out who's telling the truth and who's not. So you never know. I mean, but you're right though. You're right. But I even think some of the polling, exit polling, that the media does is pretty accurate. You know, it's just I think at this in number one, it's not what the state is reporting. It's not the official tally. It's only from
Right.
asking people. So it doesn't count. It doesn't count. At the end of the day, it don't count. It's just what somebody said, like you said. It's not the actual vote. You know.
Right.
So hopefully, well,
So when do those numbers start to come in about an hour or so?
yeah,
Oh
basically,
wow.
I think so. Because you think most of there's a 3 hour difference from the East Coast and the West Coast. So
Mm.
um, the 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 reporting that they're getting back is after the fact. So also, so so right now, I guess it means the polls are still open in California. What is it?
Mm.
It's 10 p.m. in the U.S. So the Eastern Coast they close. The Midwest they're closing, and California will close after that, or the Western
Okay.
the West Coast states will come in. They'll be the last to come in with their preliminary or to start their preliminary uh,
Right.
exit polling. So
Okay.
yeah, you know. But so far, AP News has said that it is the same as what they expected so far. They don't see any difference because if you know about the Electoral College, some states carry more points, right? And then
Right.
also, yeah, exactly. So yeah, so far it looks like it's going along the lines of I guess what people are waiting for is Pennsylvania to come in, right? Pennsylvania will tell people a lot.
Okay.
If Because if Harris wins Pennsylvania, she's already projected to win the other states in that belt. So
Oh,
if she wins all of those plus Pennsylvania, then I think she's in there. And you can see here they show Arizona, they show New Mexico and Nevada. Or what is that they're showing right there? That's Nevada,
mm,
Phoenix, Arizona, and Nevada. No, not Nevada. Who else is there?
let me see.
Who's above Phoenix or who's above Arizona? Is they projected that to be blue. So that's interesting because that's in the Midwest.
Right.
So let me see here. Let me try to pull up the electoral map side. Let me see. Do some work. Electoral map.
Shout out to Break Room. Happy birthday, Queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, break room. Oh, whoa! Wait a second. Okay, it takes 270 electoral votes to win the election. Click states. Yeah. Okay. So this is. Let me go over here so y'all can see what the projection was before today. Uh,
Okay.
oops. Close this. It was looking like this. You see that?
Yes.
And right. And so this is what the thoughts were, right? Now, and the ones in the gold are the toss up. But what we
Okay.
see, but now if you look at this map, that would have been Utah, right? Above Arizona, right? Now look
Right.
at this map. Now if we go back to the live results to Utah, for example, let's say share this stuff instead. Now you see where Utah is? It's still red. And it was actually the opposite. Utah, no, yeah, that's Nevada. I'm sorry. Hold on. No, that's Utah that's red. And who's next to Utah? Oh, that's Colorado. Yeah, they're projected to be blue. New Mexico is projected to be blue also, but right now it's in the red. Um, they said Maine would be blue in the end this time around, but what does it look
Right.
like now? Right now it's blue. It's holding blue right now. Um, New York, Vermont, also blue. They're also blue right now. Yeah, those are the dark blue states in the Northeast. Now, Pennsylvania is the one you see that's red.
Okay.
It's projected to be a toss up, so it could be either way. But right now, it's leaning red from the exit polling, and yeah. Let's see here. Illinois is projected to be blue. That's right under Wyoming, and Wyoming to the top here. If you see to the top, uh,
Right.
in the Midwest top, that's blue. Above that is Wyoming, and that's projected to be a toss-up. So Michigan right now was projected to be a toss-up, but it's also looking blue right now. So you
Yeah.
see, there's big difference between what is happening right now and what they projected just leading up to today, just yesterday.
Right.
You know, so yeah. So if that helps people out, yeah, that helps give people an understanding of how it works. But it is complicated to follow, though. It's not so simple. Um, but the complexity inside of the complexity is a lot of opportunity. A
That's
lot
true.
of yeah. So that's the thing about it. It may be complex, but it's all about the system to provide the results, like to provide the outcome on the ground. I mean, it's the way that people vote, and it's the I think it's good. That's why they say it's one of the strongest, more safe elections that happen in the world because there's a lot of monitoring. There's a lot of on the ground monitoring. So in that way, it's so comprehensive. Oh, here we go. Let's see what they say.
Counting video as it comes into us from Denver, Colorado. And we're coming to you now with an AP race call from that state. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner of Colorado, as well as the District of Columbia. So as you can see, those places are now filling in blue on our live voting map. And a note on the District of Columbia. It has participated in presidential races since 1964, and D.C. has been won by a Democrat every single time. As we look ahead to the top of the next hour, polls will be closing across the state of California, with its major haul of electoral votes at 54. As Farnoosh Shamiri, our congressional correspondent, was telling us earlier, California is one of those places with some of the races that could help determine control of the U.S. House of Representatives. We'll be coming to you throughout this evening with more AP race calls and election night updates when we come back. For now, we will leave you with pictures coming in from Pennsylvania, that pivotal battleground state where vote counting is ongoing. Back with you in a moment.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Jeg har lavet en skulptur af en strus. Strusen er jo kendt.
It is. It is. You know, I think ultimately when I look at this kind of stuff, on one hand they got a lot of tricks, but on the other hand, if you're active, then you see there's also a lot of security measures there.
Yeah.
So you can pretty much know more than any other country that that the voting of the people is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Voting of the people is really happening. It's hard to kick people out without somebody noticing what you did or showing what you did. So, you know, it's a strong democracy in that sense. But what the democracy believes in, how it feels like it should take care of its people, that's where Americans seem to disagree.
Right.
Right? What's best for its people?
Yeah. There's a lot of disagreements when it comes to stuff like that.
And why? You know what? Demon effects. All right. but they seem to be charged at. Let me go over to the Harris place. Let me see what she's saying. It seems like they're very charged. Let me see.
Yeah.
Versal in Pennsylvania. I want to say thank you to a couple different people who just gifted subscriptions. So much is going on, and I really appreciate everybody's support. Welcome to Eric Nelson, Sarah Warren, and Stacey Brackenberry over on the Pacman website. Really appreciate everybody signing up.
Do people want me to release? You know, I was going to hold some coupon codes, one for if Trump wins and one for if Harris wins. They're like record 75% off coupon codes. Should I just dump them now because we don't know what's going to happen? Should I mean, and people can use them if they want. So here's the deal.
Yeah, that's enough of David. Let me see who else is there. Who else is reporting? I think the Midas is also reporting. Let me see. They might have something better.
Because he's not constantly going on a meltdown on True Social or Twitter. But at the same time, Vance is still pretty scary because he's slick, he's smart, he wants to undermine our institutions in the same way. But honestly, if Trump passed away, do you guys think Vance still has that same authoritarian instinct that Donald Trump does? Because when J.D. Vance is attacking the media, when he gets his crowd to boo the media, it seems very half-hearted. I know that J.D. Vance is more dangerous, but I don't think J.D. Vance has the same disdain for the media.
All right, that's the Midas touch. So let's see. They're in the same place that we in, or in actually. So, all right.
Over here tuning in.
Yeah, everybody's in the same place. 112 to 204.
So what is Trump speaking to his people?
No, look, hold on. Let me see. You see the one to the right on the bottom of the screen? That's Trump's rally. And the one to the bottom on the left, that's Harris's rally.
Right.
Right. And so I don't think either candidate is speaking.
Okay, sorry guys. Sorry, I was trying to send a text to this group chat.
Actually, you know what? They said Trump was speaking earlier, which they said is also not normal. It's unusual, right? Right now, during the election day to hear from the candidate like so early. But you raised the question, is Trump speaking? He's not speaking right now. Okay. He's not speaking right now, but let's go see. He did speak earlier somewhere. Let me see. Trump. Let me Google that on this one. Or throw that in YouTube and see if he made a speech. We could check that out too. Trump speaks. Okay. After casting ballot, I thought he voted early. Okay, let me go to this one. Yeah, we're going to see now. Can y'all see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, here it comes.
10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. Would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
Watching the results and so forth.
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know.
And look, check this out. He just said that this was 10 hours ago. Did you hear that, Angie? Look,
I heard.
He's talking about it like this is 2 hours ago. Look, the polling, the exit polling is just coming in from the places. And this guy said this 10 hours ago.
Have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger...
This is, look at the bottom of the screen. It says 10 hours ago, NBC.
Wow.
So he's saying this 10 hours ago. That's so, it's like, and people are like, okay, what is he talking about? Because there's no exit, there's no media. The journalists are usually supposed to go to the polls and do monitoring and see, They, not only that, but the Democrats have people there monitoring on the ground, and the Republicans do too at each election place. They have representatives, right? And the media does. So, and that's where they get their exit polling from. So, but that has to happen first. But Trump said this 10 hours ago.
Wow. Does he even know what he's talking about?
It's like he's bright and early in the morning. It says, look, right after casting a vote.
Right.
So from Palm Beach, this was 11:49 a.m.
Wow.
So what time is it now? Oh, it's late. But this was early though. Yo, dude. People.
You predicted too soon.
Don't you know people still got to get off from work?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like
most people haven't even hit lunch break yet.
Exactly. Everybody's not coming from their mansion to vote with nothing else to do, But and then some people got to show more ID, so it's going to take more time. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back to the other way because this guy is lunching. But okay, right now they got well, there's been a little bit of changing going on. Let's see here. What did they say here? They must have added DC to the DC added that one electoral vote for Kamala from 112 to 113.
Okay.
One more for Kamala from the projected polling, the exit polling.
What they project.
Yes, essentially. They don't know for sure. They don't know. People could lie. People's spirits.
I wonder, are they stamping those forms so that they'll know that they've already been counted?
The ones that you're looking at now? You mean the ballots?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they do. I mean, they have their regulations in each state, their own regulations. Each state decides its own regulations. Okay. Pretty much. The federal government has some say, but then the states, they have a lot of leeway also in terms of some of the details.
I wonder what qualifies you to account, or do you just volunteer?
I think I'm not sure. It's state by state. It's state by state run.
Okay.
So each state has its own electoral board. You know, so however they vote on it, it's legislated. It's a law. It's laws that are voted on. So I don't know. It depends on what state you're talking about, basically, right? Um,
Right.
but I mean, I'm guessing again that because there's so many people interested, always in, so much rides on the elections that it's something that everyone watches.
Right.
You know, everyone watches the elections. You know, everyone has a stake in it being done correctly. So therefore, it's one of the most watched events and monitored events that happens in, you know,
Right.
so yeah, it's the one thing there's a lot of money put into ensuring. So it's a lot of safety nets involved. I think, well, but let me see. We could find something about that. I think each state, I could look that up for people. Let me see here, chat. I will pull that up since I'm up here. No. Okay. Yeah, it's governed by each state separately, and
Okay.
it's done in slightly different ways, right? And it's about the laws, like I was saying, their own. What do they call it? Governing bodies. What is it? They have what does each state have? They have their own Congress and Senate and things like that, right? What do they call it?
They have their own governing bodies
Yeah,
like
state legislator.
mayors and senators and
Exactly. So they're the ones who decide in each state, and it gets voted on. Um, Same day registration. Some states have it, like California, Colorado, and Maine, allow voters to register on election day, enabling more last minute participation. So that's something to think about also.
right.
And then automatic registration. Many states have implemented automatic registration where eligible citizens are registered when they interact with certain state agencies like the DMV, unless they opt out. Pre-registration in some states, individuals as young as 16 or 17 can pre-register to vote, which activities once they turn 18. Okay, and then the voting methods: in-person voting, early voting, and vote by mail. And that's also individual states decide that. It's all
Yep.
state legislators. So none
Yep.
of that is the federal government.
Okay. Because the early voting and the vote by mail, that wasn't always into play.
You know
That
what it
just
is? The federal, a good rule to understand is like the federal government does not decide who the president is. The federal government does not count votes.
okay.
They're not responsible for that. It's
Right.
the states that do that. And how they do it is all up to them. So, the president can't make the president again.
Right.
The states count their votes and they deliver their votes,
Right.
on the federal level. So
Right.
that's an interesting thing too, to note, because that means, a lot of people think that the federal government has some power in changing what goes on in the states. Well, where does that happen at?
Right.
Who decides what voting machines each state? Who decides which states use which voting machines and which types? That's state and local levels. Exactly. Again, already what's happening is the states are deciding this, what methods they use.
Right.
State election authority, state legislators, which is where they vote at, and the certification requirements. Most states require that voting machines meet certification standards set by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, EAC, a federal body. States might also have additional or stricter requirements to address security or usability. That's the part where they have to refer to the federal government, certification requirements. Outside of that, it's all local. Yeah. But just so people know, that's a good question you asked. It is voting day. So also I didn't really know myself. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is.
What's the countdown? Okay, we got, so in 1 hour, we should have a lot of information coming in this last hour. Yep, because it's almost 5. Yep, exactly. Yep. What time is it where you're at?
It's 10:54.
10:54 p.m. Right.
Yeah.
And that means in the West Coast, it's about 7:54 p.m. Yep.
Yeah.
Something like that. And
So basically, once the actual votes are counted, then the true colors will start to appear for the states.
right. Yeah. The true color. Yeah, the true color is the dark color.
Right.
And
So Texas is already voted, like their number is already in.
as far as the exit polling projection, yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah,
it can always turn blue because they can project wrong.
exactly. It can be the opposite. It could be, but when it's dark, it shows you that there's almost the margin for error has been reached pretty much, according to them, according to their expectations. But yeah, it can change because, again, it's not the states. The states, this is not this is the exit polling. This is not the voting, the official states tally.
Right.
So, but some of the state tallies are going to be in. So some of them are going to be in, but we're going to see. This is a good question. What I noticed is that Maine they're still counting votes.
Yep.
You see, because any place where there's something light, it's like they're either still voting
Or they're still counting.
or they're still exit polling to look at. So that's what I would be thinking. So there's still activities going on. There's voting activity happening. Let me see here. Let's go over to.
I wouldn't even have to go to the polls to even ask, who people are voting for. Some people, if you just ride around the neighborhoods, you'll see who people are voting for. They'll have Trump or Kamala, and I'll be like, that looks like a vote to me.
True. Yeah, a lot of people will show, and that's what they use in the exit polling too. I think they look at they try to see if you're genuine or not.
Yeah.
I don't think they just because in the exit polling they have to ask people.
Right.
People don't have to answer though. But let me see here. Where is the? All right, let me go back to CBS.
Registered voters, we have returns of more than 1.1 million that have been posted. Now, the early vote, particularly this first batch, these were ballots that were returned well in advance. Those tend to lean Democratic, and that's what these are showing. We expect several of the races to tighten up as more and more of the votes come in, particularly the day of voting, which tends to lean Republican.
Chris, there's also an abortion ballot measure voters are deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin. We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state constitution. They feel very, very optimistic based on these first returns that this is going to pass here in Arizona. Interestingly, though, we talked to Congressman David Schweikert's team. He's a very pro-life Republican. There's been a lot of talk about whether that would make him more vulnerable. His team believes this allows Republicans to
I think the volume went out for a second. I don't know if the volume went out for everyone else or is it me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear the audio now?
Now I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It went out. It wasn't just you. Sorry about that. I actually just stepped away from the computer 2 seconds. Let me see. Yeah, but as they say, what is the lady just said in an hour? 2 more election places are closing, are closing down. That's in California.
Major for indulging me, Madam Maurice Dubois, at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278.
That volume again. But from the looks of things, their assumption is that it's for Kamala as well.
A number
Oh,
of
I was on mute. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Major Garrett and Anthony
Well,
Salvanto at the data desk. And
it's
so
projected to
why
be
is
a
Georgia
close
now-
race. So right now, all of the exit polling, of course, this isn't the actual tabulation, but the preliminary exit polling, it doesn't show that it's a tight race yet because they're still collecting the data.
That's
Obviously.
true.
But what they expected earlier is what they were just reviewing, and that did give Kamala a slight edge. So before election day, they already gave a slight advantage to Kamala Harris.
Right.
But again, all of this is in the margin of error too. Can you hear this?
No.
Oh wow, did it go out?
on that estimate is in this
about
blue
now?
bar.
I
There
can hear
is
it.
still some overlap here. So we can't be certain, but our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in
That volume keeps going out. It'd be so extreme how their predictions can be so close too.
Oh, could you hear the audio that was playing there? What they were
No.
just, oh, you couldn't hear it.
Mm-mm. It just kept going out.
Ah, okay. Let me fix that. But you can hear me. I don't know why it does that. You
I
know
can hear the audio now, but
Oh,
I
but
think
it keeps going out.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You could hear it then. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it keeps going out. Yeah, I gotta find out what that deal is. But I think it's just Restream. It doesn't run as good as StreamYard.
StreamYard, yeah.
It's annoying.
It's been given a lot of difficulties tonight.
Yep, it has. Totally. So might have to change it, I think.
Just two
I
little
mean,
pieces.
I think like just like StreamYard, it has some improvements, but by the time it makes those improvements, it's gonna go up on its prices too.
So it's even.
Right.
Among union
I
households in
think so.
Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So
This is the working class vote.
this is the
Wisconsin
working class
vote
vote.
for
This is the
president
connections
union
and understandings
households.
with Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors.
Can you hear that? What they're saying?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory, and I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
It does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are.
Polls
we
we have not
Yet has already done that over.
back
to
to
the
the
early
early hours So we're to gonna show those seven at least the guys are asking for direction.
None of them have been called. From Georgia heading out to Nevada,
So all these states, you're still telling me we don't have calls there.
All of that is purple there. They're neither red nor blue on the other map. So that's what everyone is still waiting on.
Right. And as we keep saying, these are the spots that the margins are anticipated to be so close. And so we're thinking it's going to take longer and longer and go
The vote
into the
will
night.
take a good while.
When we think about the other races that are happening tonight, not just the presidential contest, but those down ballot races in the House and Senate that we're also following here at the AP, I know that there have been a few moments of history that have been happening tonight. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, we could get a history if Kamala Harris does win the presidency. Of course, she would be the first Black woman elected to the White House. She was already the second Black woman elected to the Senate, only the second. Today alone, 2 more have been elected. You have Angela also.
I don't like how he said black woman. She would be the first woman.
History 2 for 1. Sarah
True.
McBride has been
She
elected
would
to
be
the
the
House.
first
She
woman.
becomes the
He
first
made a
openly
mistake there.
transgender member
Right.
of the U.S. Congress. So some more diversity coming into the ranks on Capitol Hill.
Let me see something.
54. Polls are also closed in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington state. So at this hour, that means that all polls have closed in the continental United States. Joining me to break all of this down is Sagar Magani. Hello.
Hello, Meg.
So California is one of these major electoral vote halls that we've been talking about. Now it's been awarded to Kamala Harris. Is this a surprise?
Not a surprise.
You keep telling me that these are not surprises.
I wish I had something other than that to tell you. But for starters, she's from California.
True.
California is always heavily Democrat. 54 electoral votes is quite a lot to add to that total now, 214 to 179. For so long, there's been a huge disparity between there, especially after Donald Trump won Ohio and he won Texas with their big halls. The halls we have not yet gotten, we have to go back to the early hours of the show, those 7 battleground states.
Right.
None of them have been called, from Georgia heading out to Nevada.
So all these states, you're still telling me we don't have calls there.
All of that is purple there. They're neither red nor blue on the other map. So that's what everyone is still waiting on.
Right. And as we keep saying, these are the spots that the margins are anticipated to be so close. And so we're thinking it's going to take longer and longer and go
The vote
into the
will
night.
take a good while.
When we think about the other races that are happening tonight, not just the presidential contest, but those down ballot races in the House and Senate that we're also following here at the AP, I know that there have been a few moments of history that have been happening tonight. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, we could get a history if Kamala Harris does win the presidency. Of course, she would be the first Black woman elected to the White House. She was already the second Black woman elected to the Senate.
Okay.
Only the second.
So I hear what he's saying. He's saying the White House. Right. What does that mean? I don't get how he said that.
Yeah, he was wrong.
We could get a history if Kamala Harris does win the presidency. Of course, she would be the first Black woman elected to the White House. She was already the
She'd be the first woman. Yeah, he made a mistake.
second Black woman elected to the Senate. Only the second. Today alone.
So let me bring it back up to speed now where it is live. Let's see here. So right now it's 179 to 214, which is projected, obviously. You need 270 to win, to be the president or above.
Right.
And so now, yeah. And right now, from what they have in, from what's been counted, Donald Trump is in the lead. So,
But she can still beat him with those other states. The one that's still, I think, is that 1 or 2 that's still white. And then we have the light red and the light blues.
yeah, the light red and the light blues are still being counted.
Yeah.
So any one of those are the light ones are still toss-ups. So and right now, so and a lot of those reds on the top, they projected to be Harris places. So except Pennsylvania. But let me go back to that map again and look. Yep. Yeah, exactly. All that blue up there to the right, right corner of the map, all of that is supposed to be blue. And then there is, right? And then there is Missouri, which is a toss-up. Wisconsin is a toss-up. And let me see, where is that? Missouri, right? Is red right now, and so is Wisconsin. It's light red. I'm sorry, and so is Wisconsin. So those were projected to be blue. Why they were projected that way, I'm not sure, but it could just be like they haven't counted all the votes. So
Yeah.
that's what it is so far.
They only ask people who, were voting a certain way.
Yeah,
That's it.
exactly. They ask people. So when they come out, these are not the actual votes, but some of the places might be finished counting the votes, the real votes, earlier than others, though, because everyone wants to get a result out so they can,
Yeah.
get the job done. So, I mean, people are doing it as fast as they can, but it's definitely going. As they said, they already reported here that it's going to be a long uh, counting process. So people really won't know for probably another day.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I'm going to keep going, but you can, if it's, you've been up for a minute, so you feel free to stay up if you want, sister. It's up to you. But I'm going to stay here because I want to see what happens.
Well, I'm probably eventually soon. I'm probably going to go back into the chat and probably drift off to sleep. But
Exactly.
I did want to come up and, hang out with you. I wish StreamYard Restream was just doing so much better.
And
It
it's
would have,
not. Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was an okay thing to do, but now I'm like, damn, that doesn't even work right.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna
But
see.
it's okay. it was trying to get into it, but we still made tonight great.
Exactly, and it's all information. I mean, and it's necessary. So you got to document what we can document, and we will see. But I appreciate you. Stay on up. You could just chill for a minute, and then if you get too tired, you just hop down. I'm going to remain here, but let me try to see what other news is still. Is there any other news going on right now? Let me see here.
I won't drop down, but I'll mute just in
Okay.
case I drift off by accident.
Okay. I got you. Let me see
Okay.
here. It's working. Okay.
Keep getting smaller and smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but it's simply not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote. And we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you join me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote, historical patterns, and exit poll data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley Dillon has now sent out a memo. She's the campaign manager for the Vice President Harris, and says they still believe that the blue wall is the ultimate way to win. It's close in Pennsylvania. It may take a couple days to get the vote there. Michigan, it looked fairly good last time we looked. Wisconsin did not look that great.
Look good, no. But we were talking, and I heard you on the other room, because you guys are on the other side of the wall, about Arizona. So let's go to Arizona.
Because this was my thing. Because Wisconsin is 11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the total is currently. This is our estimate. We have it at 50.3 to 49.7. How does that compare to 2020? You remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
For the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County.
The volume keeps going out.
Oh, they said every single last win. Could you hear that, Angie?
No, the volume went out.
Oh, the volume.
What happened?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they said they said it could take some days because
the vice president.
because it's a tight race. So that means they're going to have to be doing a lot of vote counting the votes.
Oh wow.
You know, they got to count every last vote, and essentially that's what they said. Now, why did this come up here? Yeah, that's what they said. That was some CBS reporting. But let me go back to this one.
From the Associated Press, this is an election 2024.
Can you hear that?
Live from
Yeah, I
Washington.
can hear it.
Here is
Okay.
Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner of the state of North Carolina. This is the first of our battleground race calls that we're bringing to you this evening. Joining me to break this down is Sagar Magani. Sagar, we've been saying all night we were waiting for these battleground calls to come in. This is the first one. What are we seeing in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina traditionally does a fairly quick job counting its votes. So the first of those 7 states and those 16 electoral votes now going into the Trump map. He has spent a lot of time there. He was just there in the days leading up to the election, there after the hurricanes, reassuring people. This is the 3rd straight time he has now won North Carolina, 2016, 2020. Both of those are by slim margins, 1.3% in his win over Joe Biden 4 years ago. The margin at this point doesn't matter. Those 16 electoral votes go into his column. He can now mark one of those battleground states off. We're still waiting on all the other ones, from Georgia to Pennsylvania to Arizona. 6 still to go. They, again, we've said this time and again, but it's just the way it is. They will determine what happens, who gets to 270 first.
Absolutely. We have the first one of those battleground calls. We will be on the lookout for more. Thank you so much. And thank you all. Again, we will be bringing you more AP race calls as they come into us. Back soon.
So basically, their predictions is that Trump won.
That could be one of the scenarios. That's what they're saying. Yeah. Oh, you mean in terms of that one state? Yeah, that one state. That's what they're saying. He won that one state, North Carolina. He won North Carolina. So that that's one of the key states that they're looking to see who wins it, because there's maybe 4 states that are like that in the election. So that's one of them. Pennsylvania is another one. You see, so you never know. But right now, it looks strong for Trump. That's for sure, according to the exit polling, you know.
Right. So when do the real numbers start to come in?
The real numbers going to start coming in too. They're going to start coming in because it just takes, you know, the first thing that comes in is this kind of polling, but then they're going to verify it through the actual real counting once that's done too.
But
you know,
we won't know for certain.
They have to count every vote before they make an official announcement.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't just say.
So we won't know for certain until all the votes are counted.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is polling. What's going on here? This is media stuff. So so far, yeah, exactly. But that's their job. Media's job is to do things. Also, is to go out there and talk to people that went to the polls and ask them, "Who did you vote for? Who did you vote for?" But how many people did they ask?
Right, that's a good question.
How good is the polling? How good is it? Like you were saying earlier, who knows? Yeah, but we going.
It all determines, you know, how did they have people at every poll, and how many people did they consider asking before they stopped asking? Yeah, it takes a lot into play.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Yeah, well, we're watching the Associated Press,
And that's a pretty reliable news source.
Right.
Yeah. So we're gonna see. But let me see, is there anything else up here?
It's total 5 paths for her at this point.
Novel, a gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hver morgen, hver madpakke, hver mandag.
And it turns out that this is one of those strange situations where and you're looking at the popular vote right now, he manages to secure the popular vote, but not get the Electoral College. I mean, we've seen that very few times. Maybe this raises the question again, because both parties would have been hurt by that phenomenon. Maybe eventually there's a conversation in the United States about, is this really the right way?
There's been a conversation.
You know, it's all, I know, good luck and change things, but you know, there's no incentive to change a system if it always worked in your favor, right? But in the event it doesn't, he gets the popular vote, but not the Electoral College, and the path to that is very, very narrow. I don't know, maybe it comes a discussion, but who starts that? Apparently. Begin.
I'm going back in time in my head here in terms of winning the popular vote. Bush on re-election, and then what? You have to go back before Clinton, I think, for a Republican to win the popular
HW in
vote.
88. Yeah.
Like that's.
But in the 20th century, it was a very different set of elections, right? You had people winning genuine landslides.
Huge
You're
landslide.
talking like 435 Electoral College votes, and I think since in this century at least, I think it's only Obama that had that big jump in 2008. It's been impossibly close and tight ever since. Maybe Americans are reorganizing
It's
themselves.
because the electorate is diversified. I mean, that's actually what's been happening, is that we have been seeing a massive demographic shift in the United States, which is what so many people are reacting to, for better or for worse, right, on the polarized different sides. But the demographic shift has obviously created the conditions where the electorate is not
simply just majority white and majority conservative, right? Because let's remember that Bill Clinton was a pretty conservative, moderate kind of guy, right? So even if you were a Democrat, you were still of a similar, and even Joe Biden, for that matter, was also a moderate, right? That's not what the electorate looks like anymore. And so that's what we see a big change in.
Okay, so that was then. This is now momentum is the conversation right now. It is centered in West Palm Beach, Florida. Chris Reyes is back with us from Trump headquarters. Chris?
Hey, Adrian. So we're in Palm Beach County Convention Center where Trump is holding a massive watch party, and this crowd is about as big as it has been all night, and they are all trained to those screens, which has a few different U.S. channels showing results. And I know that we're using a different methodology, but this crowd is reacting in real time to what they're seeing on the screens. And there was a big, loud cheer when there was a projection that Donald Trump was leading in North Carolina. That's one of the big swing states, and this crowd went wild for that. The other thing that we saw in this crowd is that there was a hush when they played this video of Donald Trump that was quite cinematic with some pretty cinematic music. It's a video I haven't seen before, and it had a very, very presidential tone. It showed Donald Trump in his younger years and really ended with that moment that is now iconic, particularly with the Trump crowd when he was shot in Pennsylvania and he stood up with his fist in the air saying, "Fight, fight, fight." And the crowd really loved that. And we've seen in this crowd that even though they're not a dancing crowd and even though there's no DJ here, we've seen a lot of smiling faces. We've seen a lot of picture taking, and that has been consistent throughout the night. Imagine, we got here at about 6 p.m. Eastern time, and throughout the night, as they've been watching the results come in through these big screens, they haven't had much reason to be anxious or to be nervous. And I know that term cautiously optimistic is being thrown around, and a Trump surrogate actually walked by me, and I asked her, how are you feeling about these results for Trump? And she also said, cautiously optimistic, but Adrian, she had a smile on her face and a little bit of a twinkle in her eye.
Oh, I suspect there are quite a few of those smiles on faces and twinkles in eyes. We will see more of them as the night goes on, no doubt. Just not sure at which watch party. Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach, thank you. So it is just about 11:35 Eastern. We're starting to get more results. Certainly, just a few more left to go. But we're going to take a quick break. Come back, please, and we'll have more coverage on America Votes.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
We are back to bring you some new AP race call updates. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris the winner in 2 states, Oregon and New Mexico. We also have several U.S. Senate calls. The AP has declared Democrat Adam Schiff the winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of California. AP has also declared Republican Bernie Moreno winner of the U.S. Senate race in Ohio. So, as a reminder, back to the presidential race, the live voting map is here next to me. The update on the electoral vote totals, 230 for Republican Donald Trump, 192 for Democrat Kamala Harris. Back with me, as always, is Sagar Meghani. So, Sagar, just to go back to our last update, we have North Carolina, that one battleground that's been called for Republican Donald Trump, still the 6 battlegrounds outstanding. These other 2 calls that we just had for Kamala Harris, more of the expected blue states that we were thinking.
More of the same from earlier. North Carolina, of course, not unexpected for the Republican nominee to win in North Carolina. You had Barack Obama in 2008. You had Jimmy Carter in 1976. That's really about it for 2 generations of Democrats, but still 16 electoral votes, the first of the battlegrounds that Donald Trump can now claim, looking ahead to those other 6.
What about these Senate calls where we've had winners declared in California and Ohio? Where do these races kind of put us in all that?
This is what Democrats feared. They saw Sherrod Brown, the 3-term senator, as one of the most endangered of them. Keep in mind, a 51-49 Democratic lead in the Senate going into today. That is now, at this moment, 51-49 for the Republicans after you had Jim Justice win a seat in West Virginia. Angela Alsobrooks won in Maryland, but there are still a few more outstanding. John Tester in Montana, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, 2 Democrats trying to hold on to their seats. The Democrats' best hope right now, can Colin Aldred strip Ted Cruz of his GOP seat in Texas and make this a split chamber once again?
Definitely. Thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll have more AP race calls coming your way and election night updates. For now, we will leave you with these live pictures of vote counting as it takes place out in Colorado. Back with you soon.
The Atlantic from also served as speechwriter for former President George W. Bush, does of course have Canadian roots. Very important here to CBC with your mom Barbara from. We reached you, David. You're in DC today, and I'm curious, what's going through your head right now? What are the big surprises for you, if there are any?
I did think that this would be a stronger night for Kamala Harris than it's so far showing up to be. But I'm thinking more about the slightly more distant future, what it would mean if Donald Trump does return to the presidency. There are a lot of things we heard people talking about what they'd like the president to do. There are many things that Donald Trump, any president, can't do by himself. But here are some things that Donald Trump can do by himself that are very pertinent to Canada. The first is the president has been delegated by Congress enormous authority over trade. He can impose tariffs. He can cancel the U.S.-Mexico-Canada free trade agreement or mess it up in ways to hold Canada and Mexico to ransom, that unless they exclude third-party trade, they can't trade with the United States. We may be on the verge of an era of global trade wars because, of course, if the United States imposes tariffs on others, others will retaliate and do the same to the United States, and we all spiral downward away from trade. The second thing the president can do is cut off Ukraine. And Donald Trump has made it very clear that in this war in Europe, he is very much on Russia's side. Russia supports him. He supports them. He dislikes and distrusts Ukraine. He can stop the flow of weaponry and aid to Ukraine and cost Ukraine the war. He can also send a signal to American allies everywhere that they're on their own. The United States is withdrawing from protecting them. He said that not just to Ukraine, which is not quite officially a U.S. ally, but he's made a similar point to Taiwan. He doesn't think Taiwan can be defended from China. He's not interested. He's mad at Taiwan for exporting to the United States. And his vice president has made similar noises about Israel, not interested in defending Israel against its enemies.
So, David, you paint what some people would call as a very difficult, potentially catastrophic impression of what would happen. It does make me wonder, though, if he is leading in the popular vote, something's working. Certainly with him, with Americans, something is resonating. Is it authenticity? Is it he is who he is, that he talks like Americans talk and he connects with them? What is working?
It's kind of an illusion that we can come up with some kind of aggregation of the decisions of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people. Why did they all do this? But what we know is at many points in American history, it's been a very close run thing. It was a close run thing that the Union would prevail in 1861. It was a close run thing that the United States would come to the aid of Britain and France and the democratic world in 1940-41. Because those close run things broke in the right way, I think there may have been a kind of, my generation of person tended to assume Americans will always do the right thing when the chips are down. And maybe after so many times of doing the right thing in difficult circumstances, maybe the odds were just due for the Americans to do the wrong thing in the right circumstances, not to join the Allies in 1940, not to win the Civil War, but for the wrong side to lose for once. Maybe it was their turn.
Okay. David, from Good to talk to you. Thank you, David.
Bye-bye.
Now, American networks have made a projection, which means CBC News is now ready to make a call. And that is that Donald Trump will win North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes, pushing him closer to winning the 2024 election. Donald Trump won this state by slim margins in both 2016 and 2020. This will be a moment in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters, where Chris Reyes will hear some absolute joy, I would presume. Chris? Okay, well, perhaps it doesn't.
Result, there was some. Can you hear me?
Certainly can. Go for it, Chris.
Okay, so yeah, the crowd went wild for North Carolina going to Donald Trump, and they've been cheering pretty loudly as the screens have been showing projections that it was looking pretty good for him in that swing state. Another thing that happened, Adrian, is CNN is broadcasting right next to us, and it's being projected on the screen. And when this crowd saw themselves on that big screen, I mean, that is the loudest cheer of the night that we've heard, and they started chanting, USA, USA, USA. So, I mean, there is no sense at all that there are nerves in this crowd. This is a very happy crowd, very enthusiastic, and they're getting louder by the minute as we get closer to what time it is. It's 11 o'clock. And, you know, as we've been talking about, Donald Trump is watching the results come in from Mar-a-Lago, which is about a 10-minute drive from here, so an easy scoot. And they're just now really waiting for their candidate to take that podium. And it's right behind me with a backdrop of American flags. And a lot of this crowd, they've been coming in from the different parties that are happening in this town. There was a party at the hotel where we were doing our other live hits. So we know that RFK Jr. is holding a party there. So expect more of those people to start to pour in as they're getting the results that they want in this election.
All right, Chris Reyes in West Palm Beach, Florida. So while we talk about North Carolina, let's go to North Carolina. Katie Nicholson is in Charlotte. Katie.
Well, certainly the wind out of the sails of the party here. And I want to bring in the Deputy Executive Director of the Mecklenburg Democratic Party. We have been with them all night. There was a lot expected from the Democrats here. Andrew Richards, just tell me what you're feeling like right now.
Yeah, I think it was a disappointing night for us here in Mecklenburg County. We really had high hopes for North Carolina. The Harris campaign really had high hopes that this was a place where we were going to be able to play offense, and it didn't work out that way. It's going to take us a while to figure out why. But it seems clear, that we've seen a rightward shift in suburban areas across the country, and Mecklenburg County is no exception.
I mean, this race is still ongoing tonight. What are you hearing from around the country, from your compatriots?
Yes, yeah, I think there's still a path to victory for the vice president. We'll still see a white path to the White House. Obviously, it doesn't run through North Carolina anymore, but that path is certainly narrowing.
Where do you think this particular campaign lost traction, do you think?
It's hard to say exactly, and this is something that we're going to be looking at over the coming months and trying to figure out as we come together as a party. But I think that early on, it was, very hard for the vice president to establish herself to become, because she started so late, she started so much later than, past, presidential candidates. It's the shortest presidential campaign in American history, or in modern American history. I think that was, that might have been a weakness that, and I think a lot of people have hoped, that would have been a strength of her campaign, but it doesn't really seem to have worked out that way, unfortunately.
Andrew, thank you very much for your time. And so there you go, Adrian, North Carolina and its 16 Electoral College votes gone to Donald Trump. He needed to win it. And another stepping stone in his possible path to 270.
Absolutely. And another brick in a wall, as it were. Katie Nicholson in Charlotte, North Carolina. So Ian, help us out here. What are these campaigns still looking for right now?
Well, there are different paths to victory for Donald Trump, as we've been mentioning, but let's take a look at one possible path now that he has won North Carolina. So take a look at our board. He is at 227 electoral votes. We expect him to win in Nebraska, the two statewide electoral votes there. Nebraska also splits, and we expect him to win in the 1st district and the 2nd district. So that adds now 4. Maine, 2nd district, Maine and Nebraska are 2 states that split their electoral college
I'm
votes.
still here.
Depending on how late we go tonight, I can take you through that. We expect Trump to win Alaska, so that's 3. Okay, so that's +8, 227. Now, if he maintains his lead in Georgia, so Georgia hasn't been decided yet, but let's make it dark red there on the map. That's +24. Pennsylvania, if he maintains his lead there, that's +19. Electoral vote rich Pennsylvania, and that gives him more than 270. Well, I guess it gives him 270 exactly, and that gives him the White House. Like I said, I hate doing math live on the air, but it does give him 270. So let's see how he's doing in the states of Georgia and Pennsylvania. Georgia has been kind of stuck at 91% for a while. So we're going to look into that, try to figure out why the vote has slowed down, or at least the vote counting. But that is still a pretty big lead. And like I said earlier tonight, looking at Pennsylvania, for Kamala Harris to outperform Donald Trump in that remaining 9% to win the state, that would be a tall order. And speaking of tall orders, let's look now at Pennsylvania and see what is happening in that state. And again, relatively big lead, but again, we're seeing the vote kind of stuck where it's been for a while, 81%. Kamala Harris would have to do really well, much better in the last 19% of that vote than she has in the first 81% in order to win. So Adrian, there is a path that would lead to victory for Donald Trump.
Has anyone checked in on Nevada? Like, are they okay? Because there's nothing.
Yeah, I think they're
okay.
Okay. But as far as I know, we haven't seen results from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
As soon as we see them, I am going to shout out.
Oh, I know. You're not going anywhere. All right. So clearly, some momentum for Donald Trump here. Another good time to go back to David Cochran, the host of Power and Politics in Washington at a Trump party. I see you loosening your tie. You've been chatting with a lot of people there, David.
Yeah, Adrian, we're here at the Dirty Water, where there's a lot of happy Trumpers, including Sam Brown, who's 19 years old. He's from Virginia. This is his first time voting in a presidential election. Sam, right as the American networks and the Canadian networks called North Carolina, your arms are in the air, you were jumping up and down. What's your sense of where this race is right now at this time of the night?
I'm feeling pretty good about Trump's chances. I know they just called North Carolina for him. He's still ahead in Pennsylvania.
Armin, are you there? Yes, I'm here. I'm curious. I want to hear your thoughts. Why does Sherrod end up overperforming? In case he doesn't. You don't have to have an answer. I was just curious if you had any ideas.
My guess, my vibes theory that I'm just thinking of right now is that Ohio is not a competitive state presidentially, whereas Pennsylvania was, right? And so when you're a voter in Ohio, you're not seeing the same ads about Trump and Biden and Harris that tie each incumbent to the top of the ticket the same way you would in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, New York Times called it for Bernie Moreno.
Yep.
Ooh, and Montana.
But look at the blue wall. Is the blue wall gonna hold? That would be terrible. I mean, can you believe? Would you have thought that yesterday at this time? Would you have thought that Donald Trump would be doing so well? I mean, in terms of the projection. I mean, I would not have expected it myself at all. I mean, I'm sure anybody that listens to me knows that for sure. Yo, break room, can you hear me? I think you can. Yo, let me double check this. 2 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, what's up with the panel? Bev, you there? Angie, you there? Angie's not disappointed because she didn't vote for either one. Oh, I don't want to see this, but I'm man enough to watch. But hopefully, I mean, all I can say, and I've been saying this for a long time, is that I mean, I still have my health care, universal health care, because I live outside of the U.S., although I'm an American citizen. Actually, I've been saying this for a minute. I feel sorry if Americans choose Donald Trump instead of themselves. You know, in my view, it makes no sense for the most powerful country on earth, citizens, to not have universal health care, to not have free school, free technical school, free education. You know, instead you have student debt. So, you know, Trump, he'll be the president, but I'm gonna still have my health care. You know, let's see here. He's doing a little too well, in my opinion. Oh, break room, shit. In your humble opinion, say that again. In your humble opinion, me too. In my humble opinion, also. Oh my goodness, this is just too much. Yeah, man. Yeah, check on us. I might have a heart attack over here, break room. You need to check on me. You know, don't nobody want to see me fall out here for the first time, yo. But again, this is still, you know, right now, this is the polling, the exit polling. So there's still more
Don't
information
recognize
to
it.
come.
Interactive Brokers founder Thomas Petter.
Oops. Let's see here. Yeah, so there's still a lot of votes still to be counted. Yeah, you don't think they're ready for a female president? I mean, not from the people that voted so far. Yeah, not so far, I guess. But then again, you know, I was ready for a female president. That's why I voted for her. That's one of the reasons why I was happy to vote for her. It's not why I voted for her, but I was happy to, on top of those reasons. And you know, but some Americans aren't, because some Americans ain't vote for her. You know, they wasn't ready for a female president. You know, the ones that didn't vote for her. But here's the thing: it's like, who would want Trump? It doesn't matter if he wins or not. Just the fact that he got this close is really telling. It's really telling. You know, it's giving something about the USA. It's giving, you know, whoa, this is too much. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Angie is asleep. But or Pumpkin also. But I'm gonna be right here, y'all. I'm going to go on mute a little bit, but I'm going to be right here. I want to know what the updates are. I don't care. I'm in this one to the end. We're going to see. I got to see a couple more of these states go, Kamala. And then we're going to see how folks feel. Oh, this is something else. Hold on, let me see here. I think I can turn this audio down. Yes, y'all. Let me see here. What do I got? Oh, I know what. Let me try something. I wonder what the backstory is on the link. It seems like a lot of well, of course, the vote counting is state by state, right? And so each state has its own ways and means, pretty much, that are certified by the government, by the federal government, right? But they choose their own ways and means, right, outside of the certification. So, I mean, but so it's just, I'm just curious, like, what is the difference? Is it in the exit polling and how it's done, or how the information is brought back? I'm curious about that, or how the tallying is being done from state to state. But it is true, states they can do it their own way. So yeah, I don't know. To me, it just seems a little. I mean, the reason why I'm saying this is because, look, if you look into the red states, right, the states in the South, they're already all red, but you look to the North and they're not all red. So that means they're still counting. So they get a clear person in the lead or not. Right now, they don't have a clear person in the lead, so they're not reporting it, or what? I don't know. But let's see here. The electoral vote picks the president, and the good old boys are not ready for female. Oh, yeah. I mean, right, but is this even the electoral? Is that what's happening right now? Or is this the official tally? Or is this the media tally that they're doing right now? Because I think if we're going to go by the real tallying, the end of it won't be done for like another day in most of these states. I believe the real counting. I think this is the exit polling. But why would let me try to find out. Maybe I'm off on that. 2 seconds. Let me see here. Okay. It could be affected. How to vote, how long it takes the vote to come in, can be affected in different ways. In-person ballots. In-person votes are usually counted quickly, with results often available on election night. This is what we're seeing right now. Exit polling. States from exit polling from in-person ballots. States with fewer races or smaller populations may report nearly complete results on the same day. Okay, that's in the case if they all do in-person ballots. Mail-in and absentee ballots. The time required to process these ballots varies by state. Some states like Florida and Arizona begin processing mail-in ballots before Election Day, allowing for faster reporting. Others like Pennsylvania start processing only on Election Day, which can delay results. Okay? Provisional ballots. Provisional ballots are used when there are questions about the voter's eligibility and must be verified. Okay? And automatic recounts. If a race is particularly close, some states may require an automatic recount. Okay, so otherwise, most states try to deliver results on the same day. So, yeah, folks, we're going to find out something. That's for damn sure. We're going to find out something right now. Let me see here. Today, in the next couple of hours, we're going to know somebody's going to call themselves the president. Now, let me see. Let me look at some other data here. 2 seconds. Pull this up. Yes. I want to see who else is reporting on this. What other reporting is going on? Come on. Okay. Now let me see here. This is Trump's sister. Let's see what they're talking about. This Trump's or cousin. Is it his sister? Mary Trump? What? Is the audio not on here? Why isn't her audio not on? I don't hear that. That's weird. Okay, there's no audio here. All right, so let me bring it back to the other one. Can y'all hear me? If you can hear me, put a 1 in the, or if you can't hear me, put a 1 in the chat. If you can hear me,
join, CTEs, group by, etc. Even get date. Also, unlike index views, it doesn't affect insert speed to underlying tables. I use it for.
He wasn't pardoned, but his citizenship was restored by a vote of Congress.
Sorry about that.
And Gerald Ford signed that.
Yep.
So it was bad enough.
It's all bad.
Yeah.
So can I actually say a thing, because I do mean it? At the end of the day, what is that? There's a beautiful song, which we cannot play, by Stephen Sondheim.
No, we cannot.
Called Children in Art. And Melissa Errico, wonderful singer who I knew from college, and she Broadway performer. When they had that tribute to Stephen Sondheim during COVID, she said,
Okay. That was taking a minute. Let me see who else. Okay, there's Fox News. Let's go see what Fox is saying. Here we go.
wait these votes to continue being counted right now. Let's go statewide. It looks like we still have 21% of the vote that we're waiting on to come in. Decision Desk has this race rated 23% to 77%. I'm more concerned with just getting all the votes counted and then figuring it out from there. Remember, this race went to Joe Biden in 2020 by 0.6 of a point. So it really will come down to all the votes being counted in the end. Let's head over to Michigan and see the lay of the land in that state. A little bit better as far as the win probability is concerned. We're looking 54 to 46 in Kamala's favor right now, with about half of the votes reporting Donald Trump is leading 50 to 48.1, so about 1.9% lead, with a lot of the votes remaining in Democratic strongholds of Detroit. So we still have 600,000 votes remaining in Wayne County, and it's worth noting that Wayne County is going for Kamala 74 to 22. But I do want to compare that to the 2020 numbers. She is exceeding her mark that she needs to be exceeding. So that is good for right now, but it's worth noting that we're only looking at 28% reporting. So a lot still to be counted in the state of Michigan. I'm sorry, that's Wayne County. That's Wayne County. Let's look statewide and see what has to be counted. We're about halfway there. So a lot still to be counted here.
See, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Why it's taking a longer time for the results to come in for some of the northern states. But it's interesting. It's interesting.
And finally, let's head over to Pennsylvania, see what the state of that race is right now. 84% reporting, Donald Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at some of these population centers so that we can get an indication of how Kamala Harris is doing relative to Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. If we look in Philadelphia, for example, a lot of ballots still left to be counted. I believe we have a number of mail ballots still remaining. Let me confirm. So the results right now in Pennsylvania will be more red than we expect the final results to be, because large counties like county, that these numbers will continue to go up as mail ballots continue to be counted. To give an idea of how big the red mirage can be, in 2020, the Pennsylvania results by 3 a.m. Eastern on election night were 7 percentage points more Republican than the final result. So the extent to which the red mirage is real in Pennsylvania until these ballots are counted in the Democratic population centers like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, we don't know what it's going to look like. So in 2020, it was 7% more Republican than the final result was. So do not be discouraged when you're looking at results that are more Republican right now. It won't matter what the numbers look like right now. What matters is what it's going to look like at the very end when all of the votes are counted. I should also note that in 2022, in the Senate, by 3 a.m., there was also a red mirage that was 1 point more Republican than the final margin. So what we see in Pennsylvania over and over, mostly because Republicans refuse to change the law there, which would allow the election workers to start counting mail ballots earlier, like they did in Michigan. What we're likely to see in Pennsylvania is that the numbers will be more red than the final numbers. And so if we're looking, for example, at this statewide number where Donald Trump is winning, this is the red mirage that we've been hearing about. And so these numbers will continue to get bluer and bluer, redder and redder up until about 3 a.m. And then we should likely see the numbers become more and more and more and more blue as the rest of the mail ballots are counted from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and so on.
Yeah,
you
he
can
said, "Don't be
see
discouraged."
right here that there is still 150,000 votes remaining in Philadelphia. There are still 40,000 votes remaining in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. There are still 50,000 votes remaining in Dauphin County.
No, he's just saying that in a lot of these states, like one of the states had 60% still waiting to be counted. Other states is 20%. Like in Pennsylvania, I think they had 82%, so they have almost 20% left to count, and these are in big populated cities. So I don't know.
Do not despair.
Maybe he's definitely rooting for Kamala, though. That's no question.
Know that this is going to be a long slog with these blue wall states, and so all eyes are going to be on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how things are looking in Arizona. Pretty close right now in Arizona. Half of the votes are counted, and Donald Trump is leading by just about half a point here. So that's where it stands in Arizona as of right now. Let's see, compared to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Let's go to Maricopa County. Right now, it looks like Kamala Harris is slowly, narrowly exceeding her threshold from Joe Biden's threshold in 2020, and Donald Trump is slightly exceeding his as well. That's because there isn't a third-party candidate taking from both of these in the way that Joe Jorgensen did in 2020. Let's go over to Flagstaff and see how it's looking. Kamala Harris exceeding Joe Biden's margin and Donald Trump falling below his margin in 2020. So a little bit of good news from Arizona.
Yo, Brian has up-to-date data.
Also, it's worth noting in terms of path to victory. Let's do a little bit of electoral math right now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. He talking my language. This is
So
what
if
we
we
want to
say,
know.
whoops.
He got the details.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you, Brian. Yeah, keep hope alive. Yo, Joanne. Joanne, funny as hell. Oh, wow, you have such a flair for fashion. I know the hookup will be fierce. Yeah. She going with her dress down to the party, to the jazz club. All right. Keep hope alive. Yo. Hey,
Okay, I think
that's
I
what they
have
say,
this
right?
correct right now. So if this race is showing, I think I have this correct
Let's
right
give
now.
dude a raise.
So let's say, for example, if Kamala, where she seems to be meeting her marks in Arizona, so if she's able to win Arizona, that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Wisconsin, for example. Those 11 electoral votes should compensate for Wisconsin's electoral votes. If she's able to win Arizona and Nevada, then that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Michigan. She'd still need to win Wisconsin, but she wouldn't need to win Michigan. So there are two states on the board in the West, Arizona and Nevada, whose results we won't know for maybe a week. But those states could compensate either together for Michigan or Arizona alone could compensate for Wisconsin. But at this point, it is absolutely necessary that Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania at this point, so long as Georgia stays in Donald Trump's column. I should note Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. AP has not, New York Times has not, and NBC News has not. But right now I'm just going by the numbers that I have with Decision Desk HQ, and so as far as we're going to operate here, it'll be that that Georgia was called for Donald Trump. Let's head back to some of the Senate maps and see how those races are looking. Okay, it looks like the U.S. Senate was called for, let's see, I think there might be a little bit of a glitch here. Let's see, try that again. So Decision Desk HQ has called the U.S. Senate race for Deb Fischer, where she was running against Dan Osborne, who mounted an independent bid against the sitting Republican incumbent. So that is some bad news for those of us who wanted to see a workers' rights champion here in the U.S. Senate. So not great news out of Nebraska, where we've been closely watching that race. Some other news out of the U.S. Senate is that Lucas Kuntz has lost his race in Missouri to Josh Hawley, a hard-fought race here in Missouri. Looks like we had a little bit of a glitch there.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, come on.
And a hefty margin there, but Missouri is not an easy state for Democrats to compete in.
This is very discouraging.
We have had the race called in New Mexico. And of course, we are waiting on Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona. At this point, we do know that Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. With Deb Fischer's win in Nebraska, that means Republicans officially have control of the U.S. Senate with 51 seats. So even if Democrats win out here, they will not gain control of the Senate. It is very likely that Montana will also be Republican. We're waiting for those votes to come in. About 500,000 votes left to be counted, but right now with 16% reporting, it's looking like John Tester is going to lose his seat to Tim Sheehy, the Republican from Montana. So we'll keep an eye on that race, but right now, best guess is that Republicans will likely control 52 seats compared to 48 for Democrats. That's what I would guess right now based on what I'm seeing.
I wonder where he's getting his data from. What did he say? Anyway, let me double check and see what else is happening here.
Going back to the presidential race. This is the map as it stands right now. Again, I do want to note that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called Georgia for Donald Trump. They all have that race as too close to call. Decision Desk HQ has called the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. I do not anticipate that we will have results from Pennsylvania this evening. I actually think it'll take a few days. Depending on how close it is, they may need to count provisional ballots as well. So just flagging for you that we may not have final results this evening. Here's what I do have to note in Pennsylvania. So let's see. Within a few hours, what we want to see is Kamala Harris within 3 points of Donald Trump. That means she can be trailing by 3 points by 4 a.m. Eastern. So what time is it right now? It's just half past midnight. So about 3 hours from now, if we're looking at Pennsylvania, and right now we can see that she's trailing by about 3 points. A little less, 2.7 points. If within the next few hours she is still trailing within 3 points, then she has the chance to win Pennsylvania. So, like I said, there is often a really heavy red mirage before the votes are fully counted from Pennsylvania. As I mentioned before, 7%. There was a 7% difference in 2020 from the vote by 3 a.m. on election night versus what the actual results were. In 2022, the vote at 3 a.m. on election night was 1% redder than what it actually was. So if Kamala keeps it within 3 percentage points by 3 or 4 a.m., so within 3 hours from now, then there is still a chance to win Pennsylvania, and she is in good shape. So something to keep an eye out for.
Mark Robinson, you will not be my governor. Hell no. Hell to the no. And also, he's not my governor either, so thank God for that. but you down there in North Carolina with him.
A quick note for anybody that wants to continue supporting this channel and watching live stream, this live stream or the election coverage as it continues to go on, please make sure to hit the subscribe button. As you know, I don't do any paid ads or sponsorships. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. Simply subscribing is the best way to support my work. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button.
I'm subscribed. Let me see. Okay, any more reporting? I guess we're going to be waiting for some states for a few more hours, apparently 2 more hours before we will know. Yeah, so if you see me chime out for a second, don't worry, I'm here. Something happened. Maybe I fell out. I'm just here in the living room. We're going to see. We're going to find out who calls it, but I can already see that, you know, I wonder what, well, let's guess. Let's play a guessing game. Do y'all think Trump will, in the next hour, do you think he will call it for himself? When do you think the right-wing media will call the election for Trump? Well, let's say Fox. Do you think Fox will call the election for him? Who will be the first to call the election? Will it be right-wing media? Will it be left-wing media? Yeah. Let me know what you think about that. Let's see here. Okay, Associated Press is still on pause. All right, let's see who else is here.
Just looking through Twitter right now to see if there's any new news that I can speak about.
Look, Fox got different numbers up for Trump. Look at this. They got different numbers up. What is this? This is weird. How is this possible? Y'all see this? This is Fox's numbers. How their numbers are different than Brian's? Brian's numbers are more conservative.
Okay, not seeing anything right now. So at this point, all eyes are back on the votes that are going to be counted here. So we are going to just keep watching Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Again, what we're looking out for in Pennsylvania is for Kamala Harris to keep her deficit within 3 points of Donald Trump.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on Fox. But as you can see right now, Fox, they had their numbers were more, they were more in favor of Kamala than Brian's were. That's interesting. Let me show y'all what I mean one more time.
We have about 144,000 in Philly, 38,000 in Delaware County.
You see what I mean?
63,000 in Chester.
You see?
123 in Montgomery. All of these Democratic population centers. Lehigh County. About 10,000 votes still remaining.
Okay.
Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is located, another 50,000 votes remaining. Cambria County, 57,000 votes remaining, and Pittsburgh, 40,000 votes remaining. Also, let's see, Lackawanna County, 44,000 votes remaining, so not much there. So a lot of votes still have to be counted in total in Pennsylvania. We expect, fully expect Donald Trump to be ahead right now, and that red mirage will continue until a few hours from now. And then we'll start seeing again those ballots continue to get counted in Philly, and
then
basically
hear Trump say stop counting.
Try to go to chip away.
Yeah, how many of y'all do you think? How many of y'all think that Trump's gonna come out and be like, "Hey, stop counting, stop the counting, don't count one more vote, don't count, I won." What do y'all think? You think he's going to do that?
Let's take a look at Arizona and see how the vote count is going there. 86% reporting. It looks like there are still 1 million ballots left to be counted. I do not anticipate Let's see. This is strange. Let me do this again. Here we go. I do not anticipate that we will get results from Arizona this evening. If we look at Maricopa County, Kamala Harris is leading. Let's look at how that compares to the past in 2020. She has a slight lead over Joe Biden's lead in 2020, where he had 50.3% of the votes. Now Kamala Harris has 50.7%. Donald Trump himself, though, is also exceeding his 2020 total by the same exact margin. So all of that comes from third-party candidates who took a percent of the vote more than Chase Oliver is doing right now. Head over to Flagstaff. Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin by about 2 points, and Trump is below his margin by about a point. So good news in those two counties. Let's look at Tucson. Trump is falling below his margin. Kamala Harris is exceeding Donald Trump's margin.
I just had a real silly thought, but even if Trump is elected, what if Dems should just behave like Republicans did and be like, shit, he ain't my president. He ain't my president. Kamala Harris, my president. I don't know what you're talking about. She the one that won the result. She won the vote. It was her that won the vote. Nah, man, it's the system. How they did it was they had a coup d'etat against Biden. And, they didn't want us to see the woman in the office, so they didn't,
Joe Biden hit.
Why can't the Democrats do that?
Exceeding his margins. But this is a small county here, and only about 800 votes are remaining. Now we go over to Greenlee County, another small county. We're only talking about a couple thousand votes here, but Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's margins. So some good news here out of Arizona. Let's head up to Gila County. Again, we're just talking about a few thousand votes here. Donald Trump is able to bring his margin about a point higher. Kamala Harris is losing about a point of her margins. Navajo County, with 59% reporting, Donald Trump is far exceeding his margins in this county. So Kamala Harris has to bolster her numbers here. There's only 59% reporting, so a lot of votes still to be counted, but she needs much higher numbers here in Navajo County.
Even as recently as last week, hopefully our soon-to-be Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, was here campaigning with us as well. So it's a big opportunity for us down here.
I talked to you the other day, days of running together. I guess Friday I was in Mobile, Alabama. It was about, meeting the voters where they are, talking about those critical issues, healthcare and others. And obviously, if Democrats are able to regain the House, that is hugely important when it comes to addressing the needs of your district.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, healthcare access in this, or healthcare issues in this district are beyond just healthcare insurance. We're talking about literal access. I mean, we're in a district of 13 counties. We've had 4 hospitals closed across counties just in the last year since we've been in this race. We don't have pediatricians in half of this district. We have several other hospitals that are teetering on the edge of collapse. We're in a state that has the shortest life expectancy for all intents and purposes of any state in the United States, yet we've still refused to expand Medicaid. So we got to do everything that we can to get to Washington, D.C., to drive the resources down here to help with those healthcare outcomes here in the state of Alabama.
And as I said, I always say all the time, every vote matters. Guys, go to my iPad. 95% of the vote in. You're at 156,622. Your Republican opponent, Caroline Dobson, 130,568. That's slightly less than 26,000 votes. So as we keep saying, every vote absolutely matters.
Yeah, absolutely it does, man. Absolutely it does. And Alabama has a long history of voting rights history and being at the the top of the totem pole when it comes to understanding the need to get out and vote. But collectively, look, we got to do better. We have to get more engaged. We have to get the younger generation more excited. And we have to do everything that we can to continue to ramp those numbers up because we need it. And as we're seeing across the country, I think with some of the preliminary results coming in right now, we don't have enough of us getting out there and making our voices heard. So we got to do it, and I'm committed to doing it in the best way to motivate people.
Now, that was interesting, but this is also interesting. AP is, they call it differently. They call it 210 for Kamala Harris and 230 for 230 for Trump. So according to AP, it's closer also than what Brian had in earlier. So this is interesting. Just a little note there. Okay. I don't know if y'all can see that, but that says right now Kamala Harris 210, Trump 230. So they're showing Kamala is making some gains within the last 20 minutes. Go Kamala. Go Kamala. I'm sorry, I said Kamala. Go Kamala. Go Kamala. Run. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Run, girl. Yeah, that's true what you're saying right there. 210 for Kamala Harris and 230 for Trump. So in the last 20 minutes, it appears Kamala has made some gains. But this is according to AP. Everybody's not reporting that. Brian is reporting differently. Let me go here back to Brian here. Let's see here.
Okay, 84% reporting. Let's see where the votes are remaining right now. It looks like Madison has its votes in. 99% reporting in Dane County. Let's see how that matched up to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Kamala Harris fell just short. So she doesn't seem to be hitting the numbers that she needs in Dane County. Let's go up to Green Bay. Donald Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 3.5 points in Green Bay. Kamala Harris is falling behind by about 3 points in Green Bay. So not hitting the numbers that she needs in Green Bay. Let's see where the other remaining votes are largely found, and that is here. Let's take a look at the historical comparison. So Trump again exceeding his vote share in this county, where we have about 25% of the votes still remaining. We have about 27,000 votes here. Kamala is falling a little less than a point behind Joe Biden's margin. And finally, we have Winnebago County, where Trump is about half of the votes counted. Trump is leading considerably by about 6.5 points. Kamala Harris is falling behind Joe Biden's margin by about 6 points. So a lot of votes left to be counted here, but remains to be seen whether she can hit these margins that we need to hit out of Wisconsin. This is what these numbers, the final numbers, look like. Joe Biden ran about 2 points ahead of Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump is running about 2 points ahead of his 2020 numbers right now. But again, we have about 500,000 votes still left to be counted in the state of Wisconsin. Taking a look at Michigan, 63% of the vote has been counted right now. Let's see how it's looking in Detroit. Only 34% of the vote has been counted in Detroit. So we still have more than 500,000 votes remaining. And those numbers, I think, those margins will get driven up. But right now, as it stands in Wayne County, she's not hitting the same margins as Joe Biden did in 2020. She can afford a little bit of wiggle room because this was a state that Biden won by over 2 points, but not too much. And so we'll get a better idea of where she stands once Wayne County is reporting a little bit more votes. Head over to Kent County as well. Kamala Harris is actually exceeding Joe Biden's margins in Kent County, and Trump is falling behind his margin by about 0.5 point. So a little bit of good news out in Kent County. Washtenaw County, Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers here by about a little over 5 points, and Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 4.5 points. So not hitting what we need to hit in this suburb county of Detroit. Let's go to Oakland County. Same deal with about 94% reporting. We've got about 2.5 points below Joe Biden's numbers, and Trump is running about 1.5 points ahead of his numbers. But a lot of votes remain in Michigan.
Being here. Thank you for being promise.
What's up with this? Doing this again? Hold on. Let me see something. Stop there. 2 seconds. Sorry about this, y'all.
Can you guys hear me? I'm on my computer now. I was just trying to see if it works better for me on my computer. Um, do you think Kamala has a chance of pulling it out? I'll call you right back. I'll call you right back. Fox is always saying something. Can you guys hear me? I am. Okay. Because I was doing it on my phone, but I'm doing it on my computer.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just getting the audio set up again. 2 seconds.
Yeah. Cannot believe this shit.
Also where the votes are remaining, and that is trending no. So let's see where else they're remaining. We have a lot of ballots left to be counted in Pennington. Let's see how those are trending. Those are trending. We have no answers, so we don't have any reporting results from Pennington County. Okay, so as we await South Dakota, we can head over to Missouri. Leading 53-46, only 53% of the votes have been counted so far. I do want to report that the New York Times has called the state of Georgia matching what we've seen from Decision Desk HQ. So right now, if we go to the presidential, We saw that Georgia is red. That now matches what we're seeing in the Georgia for Trump. So matching what Decision Desk HQ has called. So now there should not be any disparity. We are looking at, I believe,
Wow, she's not gonna win. She's not
listed
winning.
as very likely Democratic, and NBC also was it tilting in Harris's favor, but they have not called it thus far. Same with the AP. AP has not called that race thus far. So a little bit of a disparity here between Decision Desk HQ and a few of the other networks. But right now, what we're looking at is 213 to 248.
Wow. She ain't gonna win this one. Damn shame.
Of the WOW counties, the other being Waukesha. And so these three counties, let's see, it doesn't look like we have anything in Waukesha remaining. Those results show 99% reporting. Let's compare that to previous years. It looks like Donald Trump has not matched his margin from 2020, and Kamala Harris has exceeded Joe Biden's margin in 2020. So good news out of Waukesha. We go up north one county to Washington. Trump has exceeded his margin so far with 70% reporting by about 2 points. And Kamala Harris is trailing Biden's margin by about 2 points. So Trump hitting his numbers that he needs to hit in Washington. And finally, the last one, Ozaukee County. I hope I said that correctly. That is about the same, about 0.2 of a point difference, but there's still 78% of the votes remaining. Now let's go right into Milwaukee County and see how that looks. 63% of the vote reporting Kamala Harris is not hitting her number that she needs to hit, which is that 69% number that Joe Biden was able to hit in 2020. We are trailing by about 3.5 points from Biden's number, and Trump is exceeding his margin by 2.5 points here. So a big swing in Milwaukee County for Donald Trump thus far. Let's see where else the votes are remaining. We're looking at Green Bay and the counties surrounding it. So if we look right now at Brown County, this is a Trump county. 56% to 42%. Let's see the historical comparison to see if they're hitting their numbers. It is a pretty big swing. This is a almost 3.5 point differential for Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 3 points. So not what she needs to be doing in Brown County, which is Green Bay. Let's go south a little bit. Trump is far exceeding his numbers that he hit in 2020. About a 6 point difference in his favor, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 5 points here. So a pretty big difference there, but not the biggest county in the world. We're not talking about a ton of votes. There are 20,000 votes remaining in this county versus 162,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. That is Marinette County right here. So let's take a look at the live results in Marinette County. Trump at 70%. Let's see what he hit. So he is exceeding his 2020 numbers in Marinette County as well. Kamala Harris is trailing behind her 2020 numbers. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. We're looking at Marathon County, a very small county, and Portage County just below. So let's see what we're looking at here. Historical comparisons. And Portage County, Donald Trump is meeting his numbers, exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. Marathon County, Trump is exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. And finally, I believe we have one county left where we are keeping an eye on vote totals remaining, and that is Douglas County, small county up in northern Wisconsin here. Let's take a look at the live results there. And Trump is far exceeding his numbers. Small rural county, so it's not going to have a huge impact, but the fact is that Kamala needs to be matching Joe Biden's margin, and she is not matching that margin right now. But we will keep an eye on the results out of Wisconsin right now. Again, statewide, still over 400,000 votes left to be counted.
Maybe she'll win.
Yeah, it's depressing watching him. Yeah, but again, they keep saying it's early. He was just going through some counties, so he wasn't talking about the whole state. But he's just letting people know where it is now in terms of the counting. There is still obviously a lot of counting to go, but so far, if I flip over to AP, they still have it at 210. The overall thing at 210 to 230. That's how they see it so far. You can't see the map so largely here, but if you put your glasses on, you can. So 210 and 230, and they're still waiting. I guess they will say otherwise once they see enough votes counted. So a few states have a lot of votes left to count, particularly some of those battleground states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, right? And what's the other one up here to the north? I forget. And then they have Georgia. They're still waiting for Georgia.
Wait a minute. You're saying
we still have this path to victory. So
You're
I want to
saying
remind everybody, don't despair. We've been here.
Go ahead.
You're saying she has 210.
Yeah, that's where they have it at. But now it's changing. He has it at. They have it different at AP. AP calls it at 210 to 230. They don't have Trump at 248 yet. So, but they don't expect the numbers to change much until after 3 o'clock USA time, Eastern Standard Time, where you're at. What time is it where you're at now? It's 1 o'clock.
Let's see where we're at right now.
Pumpkin.
Right now she is.
All right, I guess Pumpkin is out again.
Because I'm seeing. No, I'm not
Pumpkin.
out. I'm on my laptop.
Pumpkin. What time is it where you're at?
It's 1:02 a.m.
Okay, they said around 3 o'clock you should expect to see the numbers changing in Harris's favor. That's what they say they expect.
1:02.
Yeah. So in 2 hours?
No, I'm
two
still
hours?
here.
Yeah,
I'm
in
still
2
here.
hours.
Breaking alert.
Okay.
1:02.
2 seconds.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Battleground state of Georgia for Republican Donald Trump. That adds another 16 electoral votes to the Republicans' total. It's also the second of the 7 battleground states that AP has called tonight for Trump.
Oh.
The other 5 remain outstanding at this hour and are too early to call. As you can see on the live voting map next to me, that brings Donald Trump's electoral vote total to 246 and Kamala Harris to 210. Back with me, as he is all night, is Sagar Magani. Okay, Sagar, we've got our second of these battleground calls. What are you telegraphing in this? What do we see?
Well, when you look at that number, 246 for Donald Trump, that puts him 24 electoral votes away from being declared the winner of this race. When you look at Pennsylvania with 19 and some of these other battlegrounds that you mentioned, he is easing toward that. The Harris campaign had said just before we called this race that there are too many races too close to call. All the votes have to be counted.
Which is it? 210.
Would up these
To
speeches.
246.
Victory
Or
rallies
210 to
slash
230.
event tonight at Howard University.
It depends on who you're asking.
So,
Pumpkin. That's the point. That's what I've been saying.
People
You know, these are the news
money
agencies
Yeah, we saw that in
calling
our
it
live picture.
based on their data.
People just
walking
leaving,
away
yeah.
from there once they were told that the vice
It's not the
president would not be
states
appearing. So,
calling it.
a dour mood.
Oh,
among them,
okay.
a whole lot of happy people at Mar-a-Lago.
Because they have to count all the votes before they can do that. But this is
Right,
based
we will
on
keep
estimates.
our eyes on our images coming in from all of his supporters that gathered. Thank you for that. We will bring you more AP race calls and election night updates as this evening goes on. Thank you and stay tuned.
Wow. Okay, let's go back to Brian. See what he's talking about.
And Arizona, and that would be enough to get to 273. Or you can lose Michigan and win Nevada and Wisconsin. So there are a little bit of paths here. If we lose Michigan,
Oh gosh, this is crazy. He stopped talking.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Yeah,
Yeah, I
he's
think
just there. Yeah. He's still there. We're just waiting.
Yeah.
Like me, I'm waiting too. But it won't be long. Under 2 hours, we're gonna know pretty much what we need to
it
know.
looks like we have a little bit of results
But
from
it could be
Nevada
closer.
right now. I believe about 53% reporting. The majority of this is from Clark County. I believe these are mail ballots. That might be wrong.
This is nerve wracking.
To report in
Yep.
Clark are probably going to be blue, and then that's going to shrink as we get election day votes. But what's strange is I'm not seeing any votes from
Which they
the
do
rest
not
of the
see
state.
themselves and or place
Nobody
themselves
else
in.
is reporting.
Hold on one second. Let me do this.
This might just be like the first batch from Clark County. So about almost 200,000 ballots remain in Las Vegas. go back to the presidential map here. Donald Trump extends his lead to 3.4%. We want to keep that number below 3% to be in good shape in PA.
I'm looking at the chat. Oh my God. Come on, Kamala. Push, come on. Yeah. People got to come out for Kamala, you know? I'm about to take me some coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I understand. Shit. I'm about to make me a cup myself. I just had one not too long ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's close. It's a close race, and it's not. It's always better when you're in the lead in the beginning, right? It feels better. But who knows? Let's see. We got to watch it. We won't know if we don't watch. So at least we saw it together. Yep. Way too much red. But these are projections. This is just media projection.
Like we have some results from Nevada's abortion rights amendment. So let's check. It doesn't look like we have those final results here that are being reported by DDHQ yet. But I am seeing that I am seeing from MSNBC that Nevada has passed an amendment that protects access to abortion. It doesn't look like we have those results right now. It says 0% reporting, which is a little bit strange because when we look at the presidential race in Nevada, we at least have 68%.
AP
so I'm not
News,
sure why we're not getting these numbers.
their projection is still 247
rights,
Trump, 210
initiative.
Harris.
But as soon as we have those, I'll bring them to you. But again, MSNBC reporting that Nevada has passed an amendment protecting access to abortion. Decision Desk reports that Donald Trump has won Alaska. So not a huge surprise there. This is a state that Trump has carried before. So this puts us at 213 to 251. And slowly we are getting to the point where once Minnesota and Maine get wrapped up, then it'll all be up to the swing states here. Again, the only absolute necessity right now, as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, is Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for anybody watching right now, if you'd like to support this stream and stay on top of this as we continue to get election results in, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost anything to do so, but that's the best way to support my work. Going back to Pennsylvania, still at 91% reporting. Let's head over to Michigan and see if we have any update there. 71% reporting, still very close. The win probability is 45 to 55. I would imagine it's anybody's game in Michigan. And of course, Wisconsin, 90% reporting. We've gone through these numbers. Kamala is not hitting the numbers she needs in Wisconsin. But with Wisconsin's with Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, she could still win Arizona, and that can compensate for Wisconsin if she isn't successful there. So there are a couple of paths to victories, but right now the guaranteed one is going to be winning Pennsylvania. That is a necessity in this environment right now.
Yeah, it's still not. It's still a lot of. He said it's still 2 paths, right? But the easiest one is if she wins Pennsylvania. Simple, right? But yeah, in any case, it's very close because, I mean, of course, this is just media projection, right? They haven't all called it yet the same way, but this is one that releases their results early, right? Which are not always good, by the way. But it is what they project will be the results of the counts, right? And as long as there's a certain amount left to where that could change the end result, then damn, what was I going to say? As long as there's a certain amount left, yeah, then they can't call it. Then they will rather wait, of course, obviously, because the person who you announce is supposed to be the person who has the most votes. Simple. So you got to wait. And but I think the only way you can really know the outcome is when this actual board of elections from the state gives the number, gives the up or down, and gives the exact number. Until then, it's just the media. Or it could be the crooked media also. The crooked media, you know what I'm saying? Like Trump is always talking about the crooked media, right? Isn't that he was treated so unfairly? So, but in the end, who was treated unfairly? Who was treated fairly and who was treated
Okay, so
unfairly?
at this point, we are still waiting for results to come in the blue wall state.
You see, Fox has called it for Trump. So we were right. Fox would be the first place to call, right? That's interesting. Fox
Okay.
called that, but they don't know yet because there's still enough votes to swing the other way.
HQ projects that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that will give him enough votes to
260.
become the next president. So that's where we're at right now. As far as the results that we have, it looks like Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the
So
United
he's going to
States.
say, stop voting right now. Stop counting votes. Stop counting
It is
votes.
from both Fox.
This is where it was the
and
last
CBS
time where
HQ.
Trump said, stop counting the votes. When he was the president, right at this point, he said, stop counting the votes. And then they kept counting and he lost.
Democrats have also won the Senate. And it all remains to be seen how things are looking in the House. Let's take a quick look at the House right now, which will serve as a bulwark against a second Trump term. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has it about tied, Republicans leading slightly. So it is possible, where it stands right now, that Republicans could come into office with unified control of government.
Yeah. So forth. So that's what's Fox News' projection. If he wins Pennsylvania.
Obviously, I know a lot of people worked really hard to make sure that this didn't happen. And we will continue to work really hard to make sure that we do whatever we can to defend democracy.
I'm here watching the other network waiting for them to chime in now, but
healthcare as much as we can. There's a big community of people who have come together and who've made it their life's mission to make sure that this to do what we can to protect a lot of what is being torn down by Republicans right now. So I don't really have a lot of, obviously I'll have to collect my thoughts here and figure out a much more articulate way to say this. But as it looks right now, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. What's that? One thing I can say is the folks watching, you're not alone. There are tens of millions of Americans who are with you, and you'll have a huge community, and we will continue to work and fight to protect what we can insofar as we can. Hopefully, again, we have some work.
it's not done yet. He's just he's saying that Decision HQ, right? Decision Desk HQ called it for Pennsylvania, and he's saying that means pretty much that Trump will win the presidency, but it's not true. I don't know why he's saying that. That's not the case. But that's because the problem is that there's still more votes, a lot more votes to count. That there's enough votes where both could left to count, where both could lose some and the other could still win it. So, it's kind of early for Decision HQ to call it, but they have their own ways and means. These different
wait,
news.
Brian is saying HQ?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's talking about them calling it for Pennsylvania. And right now he's talking about the House now, though. But before, he was talking about Pennsylvania. Nobody else has called it, though. I go more with Associated Press because they're more just about the press. You know, they're pretty unbiased, but you know, different news media can lean different ways. Of course, Trump called it for. Fox called it for Trump too in Pennsylvania. They were the first, right? And then I think he said AP Decision Desk, or no, I'm sorry, Decision Desk HQ. Let me see. Right, because that's where he's getting his data from, Decision Desk HQ.
I think the reason that they haven't officially called the race is because we are waiting to see what happens in these other states. But let's just do this forecast right now and assume that Trump takes Pennsylvania. That puts him at 268. So I guess the reason that they haven't called it is because we're still waiting to see what happens if Kamala Harris takes all of these, but I'm not sure that that's.
This is nerve wracking.
Let's say Democrats take 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 270. So I guess we're waiting right now. Is that correct? I can't even tell if that's correct. No, I think that's. I don't think that's. And right now, Decision Desk HQ, I'm reading right now, has called Donald Trump the winner of the election. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ has made that call. So that's where we're at right now. As I was saying before,
yeah, so you heard that, right?
You can see here, Pennsylvania is officially in Trump's column.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, I don't really know what
to go to sleep.
Look, obviously, this is a pretty terrible result. I know that some folks are saying that the AP has not called it. We can wait for the AP to call it.
3,
But
4, 5, 6.
Decision Desk HQ also called Georgia first, probably an hour before the rest of the networks called Georgia. Obviously, it's not looking good, but again, I'm happy to.
Yeah, AP News still has it at 214, 247.
Called Pennsylvania for Trump, and Decision Desk HQ.
They give Maine, you know, right now, AP News is giving Maine to Kamala Harris. So, and that's the difference. HQ called it. They're not calling it for Kamala. It hasn't come through yet, but they don't believe Kamala's going to get it. So, basically, they're saying, you know, they believed it's going to be. I guess they wanted to call it first. Some agencies are like that. You know, Trump wanted to. I mean, Fox News wanted to call it first too. So, but damn, folks, this is not looking good anymore, and it's looking bad. And that means all the people that were voting for Trump, they're going to get their will
again,
if
yes,
he's elected.
We could wait until more networks call it. But as I was saying before, I think it's worth reiterating here that over 60 million people came out and voted to protect democracy, voted to protect women's reproductive rights, voted to protect kids who are going to school from being, mowed down by weapons of war, voted to protect healthcare and pre-existing conditions.
It's sad, actually. I feel sorry, really, for the people with medical expenses,
A lot of people in
and
this country
elderly people, the elder care,
these swings before.
you know, so sad.
And there was,
You know, and it's sad because it's sad because the people who voted for him are the ones who need him the most.
In the way that Fox.
Yeah, and you know, it is sad because, you know, again, it's like I'm an American citizen, but I have where I live, healthcare is universal. I live outside of the U.S., so the same. Everybody uses the same. I mean, we have private hospital too, but the public service will send you to the private one if the public one can't figure out your problem. So it's really universal healthcare, but a lot of people also there's elder care here too. You get taken care of in your home. It's cheaper. I mean, the data shows it's cheaper to take care of people at home. Yet, for some reason, you know, people want to do it differently. You know, they don't want it to be a part of public health care in the US. People want to pay for school in the US. They want to pay, they want it to be a private industry, the school system, and because they vote for that. You know, that's what people
what they're
vote
gonna
for.
do is they. I think what.
You were saying something?
No, I was saying I think what they're gonna do is let Trump in and get him, take him right out and put Vance in, because Vance is a little smarter than Trump.
Oh well,
So,
I mean, if Trump gets in, it's going to basically it's going to end up being Vance because
yes,
you know Trump is not in good
exactly.
health. But people voted for Trump as if he wasn't, you know, as if he wasn't good health, as if, you know, and then there's, I mean, I believe the people that vote for him, they're voting for what they believe his policy is going to be. And his policy is something about immigration, right? Primarily brown countries, primarily to split up NATO. There's a lot of Americans that think if they become isolationists, that it's going to benefit them, their corporations, but it's not going to benefit. It's only going to drive prices up because the United States doesn't make a lot. It depends on other people to buy their products too. And if when you start dealing with tariffs, that means people won't buy American products also. So it's just like I don't even know why Trump talk about tariffs, but they did say the first thing they're going to get to doing is cutting back on Medicare. That's what the House Speaker of the House said, and you know, so that's a Republican, by the way, Speaker of the House. So I mean, you know, and this is what Americans vote for. And one of the reasons why I don't live in the U.S. is that reason, even though I'm an American citizen. It's just because I want my tax dollars to serve me better, you know, really, and my family better, you know. Oh, Trump is giving a speech. Let me go over there real quick. Oops. Let's see here. I should have known. Where the hell is he at? Trump? Is he here? All right.
Revenge stuff, and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America.
So he won.
That we're going to hear something along those lines.
Not yet. I mean, that you have to count the votes, obviously, but he's going to give an announcement anyway.
Who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election
Wouldn't be Trump if he didn't.
Stations clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
So listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election more than any other election. I have one of them. And if you know, passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that could happen here
Biden. Biden was elected. We had every reason to believe.
Oh, hold on.
Sort of moderate.
They're there watching.
Yes, he's always followed through.
They're there watching somebody else live. Good grief. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, this must be Commercial Alley now. Let me see. Is it coming up now? Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so NBC still has it at 194. Yeah. So, different agencies share different information at different, when they feel ready to make their projection. So,
whether it's a media again that is completely untethered to reality, that's bolstered by literal billionaires, including the richest person in the entire world. We saw bomb threats come in from Russia, which was perfectly content to meddle in our election by calling in threats to voting locations across the country in majority minority precincts, overwhelmingly black precincts in Georgia. So we have a lot of issues that we're going to be contending with, and they will probably get worse before they get better. But a lot of it is going to rely on people continuing to saddle up and fighting and doing whatever we can do. A lot of you live in blue states where they voted overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights, for example. A lot of us live in blue states where they will be bastions of resistance against what Donald Trump will try to do. So, but just know there is a massive community, even though it feels alone and despairing right now. Again, I wish I had something more helpful and articulate to say. I don't think that I do, but it is a disappointing result. It's difficult, and I'm not looking forward to what it's going to bring in the next couple.
It's still not over though. So we got to wait till the votes come in.
There are a lot of us that are perfectly willing and able to fight back wherever we can. So we go. These things are not, won or lost.
This is crazy.
I think as long as we're able to come to terms with that, the fact that we'll always be fighting this fight makes it a little bit easier to stomach. We've endured.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
I think this one will be.
I'm gonna leave out for a minute. I got something to do. I'll be back.
Again,
Okay. I'm going to wait for see if I can catch the official announcement.
That's what I'll be back.
Okay.
The reality is we have no choice. We have to do it again. And so we'll just fight where we can. We'll put up our fights where we can and take it day by day. And there's going to be a lot of people, the Mark Eliases of the world, Jamie Raskins of the world, who are going to be, fighting for good. And that's it. We just go to sleep and we wake up tomorrow and we do what we can.
I'm just checking out some different networks here. Let me see. I'm going to go to, when I find one doing something, I'm going to go to it. Let's see here. So there's nothing live on CNN? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, this is live. Let's see what they got. All right. Yeah, this is what the delays are about, the voting, the vote counting. So, and they've been running this one all day. Now, let me see something here. Yeah, okay. Maricopa County. All right. And as you can see, these voting centers are televised. They're recorded anyway. There's a lot of people that have suspicion about that. But the reality is that they're recorded anyway. There's cameras. There's no sneaking around, and there's nothing going on that wouldn't be caught by the local officials, because look at how it's processed. It's processed right in front of your face. The U.S. election system in this way is like, yeah, it works. But, I mean, the things about voter suppression, like threatening voters, that kind of stuff, that's not good. That suppresses the vote in a different way. That means, or changing the voting ballots, burning the ballots, or, this kind of harassment, voter harassment. Yeah, even just verbal things, intimidation verbally, but Trump is giving a speech? Nah, I don't think Trump's giving a speech because I'm watching it over here live on the other. I'm not previewing it, but well, okay, hold on. Let me go to it then. Wait a second. Maybe he did start speaking. I went and checked for it earlier when you said that, and I didn't see it. He wasn't speaking. Now let's see here. That's there. See, this is not Trump speaking. They're watching TV.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Brian Moreno in Ohio.
Oh, they're watching Fox News, y'all. So let's see here. So Trump's not speaking right now.
This is a matter of perspective. That the lessons that our pundits take away from these results, that they will pronounce with certainty. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in. You have to remember that. Jackie Rose in 2008. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about the Senate, the first election of the future, really. And I think we're moving towards a post-racial. That wasn't the cause. Yes, that lasted a day. And then, of course, in 2012, Obama won again. And the lesson was the GOP needs to send a powerful signal to Hispanic voters that the party respects them. That was the lesson they learned after that victory. And they were certain of it. And send a powerful signal to the Hispanic community, the GOP did.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for him to come. They're just waiting for him. He's in Mar-a-Lago. So, and they're waiting for him to show up. So Mar-a-Lago's like 10 minutes away from where they are, from where they're gathering at his, Florida headquarters, I guess. But, of course you would never, I don't know why Trump announced it before. He was trying to announce victory while he was the president because he thought he had some authority as the president to tell states to stop counting votes. So that's why he did that before he was the president. But this time he's not the president. So he's probably waiting for a news agency to announce him as the victor first. Then he's going to immediately come out. No matter if you count it or what, or no matter what anybody else says, then he's going to make a statement. But people actually thought Trump was going to speak like right now, like during this period. They're expecting him to speak right now because this is the exact same period he spoke last time when he was president. When he saw the late votes coming in, he got angry because then all of a sudden, all those places turned blue. You see, so that's what's happening right now. Officially, a lot of states have not reported him because they still have way too many ballots left to count. So anyone could still be the winner, essentially. It's just that
That's the more articulate version.
this one company, what are they called? They're called HQ or headquarters, something headquarters. They have another way of doing their projections. So, but this is all based on their own projections. This is not based on the state totally. So, there will be other things that have to be counted that won't be counted today.
He's right.
we'll wake up tomorrow and we'll fight, and we'll wake up the next day and we'll fight. And we've seen this before, and we got out of it. And we live in a time of a cyclical hellscape where apparently we're going to be engrossed in this stuff again. But in the same way that we fought after 2016, we will wake up every day.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all exactly what's going to happen.
Look,
the U.S. is going to lose prominence on the international stage. That's what's going to happen when Donald Trump becomes the president, if he does. The other thing that's going to happen is Medicare and things like that. You're going to start losing. So that's what they promised. The Republican Congress promised. So, and they will have control over the Senate. And if they win the presidency, they have and the Supreme Court, they can do anything they want in that short period of time with all four of those things covered. The states and the Congress, the Senate, states, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. So they can essentially do anything they want with that, and you won't have any pushback because the Republicans had the majority in the Supreme Court. They have the majority. They will have the majority in the Senate pretty much today. That's what's projected. They're under one seat, and right now there's like 11 seats that they're still waiting to hear, but the Democrats would have to win all 11. You see?
There are still races happening.
Yeah,
we'll
folks.
Stay on top of.
But this is what voting does, and this is what not voting does too. Because I don't want to hear that there was like, I don't want to hear somebody that didn't vote, to say, oh, see, I told you she could never win. Well, if you didn't vote for her, you don't know if she could or she couldn't.
Nevada and Arizona.
But one thing I did say to people is like, again, I don't live, I'm a U.S. citizen, but I don't live in the U.S., but I do vote. And luckily, the place where I live, kids get paid to go to school. We don't pay to go to school here. They get paid. Here where I'm at, we have universal health care. The private hospitals and the public hospitals are covered by both. If the public hospital can't fix your issue on time, then you have the right to go to the private one also. So, but this is not what Americans are voting for. Americans are voting on large for kick out immigrants and change NATO, because Trump thinks that will give the U.S. a better advantage in not spending money on wars. He doesn't think that's going to harm trade, the protection of American businesses overseas. He doesn't think that is what NATO is about. So people are getting very close to possibly finding out what that's like. And we're here to see it. We're here to talk about it. We're here to witness it. It will be televised, unfortunately, it will be televised, but that's how it is. So, but I do want to congratulate the women in any case for really standing up for yourselves, even though you can see how many women didn't, because, you would expect even more, sure, more women did, but it didn't make up the difference across the board, as you can see. So maybe more need to, but Trump hasn't promised Black people much of anything. So Black people shouldn't complain when he doesn't have anything, right? There's no complaining there because he never promised anything in the first place. Let's see if he promises something that helps everybody, including Black people, like the Democrats say they have initiatives that help everybody. Although when they say it, they mean it, because it's illegal to do it otherwise. Pretty much that's what the Supreme Court has said. So the only thing you can do is do something that helps everybody, unless you can go through Congress, Senate, the White House, and then the Supreme Court being cool with all the decisions you make, then you can do whatever you want. And of course, it looks like the Republicans are very close to getting that. Yeah, in terms of what it looks like right now. Of course, it's not over. There's way too many votes left to count. But there is a 5 million difference, or less than 5 million, maybe 4. Oh, okay, it's changing. Maybe 4,500,000 difference in votes. That changed actually a little bit, but yeah, folks, should it be that close? Should it be that close? You know? So but this is what it looks like. And from what I can see, the US looks way more right wing than the EU. And the EU has come under criticism for its right-wing parties, has come under staunch criticism, even criticism of the US, by the US. You know, reminding governments that, you know, if you want to be a part of this union, that you should tamper down some of these hateful tones. But it appears that the same country that usually is a mediator is going to turn out to be, or possibly could turn out to be, one of the main ones shooting for like the right-wing fascist movements, you know, which is really, really, really strange. And of course, European nations are going to point back to the US and say, see, you thought we were bad, you know, well, look at how extreme this is. And then other people are also going to chime in on it. So, you know, there you have it. But let's see what else is being said. I'm searching around for something else, but so far, I promise y'all, nobody else has made an announcement. Let's see here. I'm watching Trump. At the same time, in the background, I'm watching AP, Associated Press. They're at 214 for Kamala Harris, 247 for Trump. So they're still waiting to call some of they're waiting for the, you know, for it to be no doubt.
One note for everybody watching right now is just to like, be nice to yourself, take care of yourself, make sure you get sleep, make sure you eat. Do not let, don't let him win more in the sense that that you'll deprive yourself of what you need to take care of yourself. It's okay to turn your TV.
Man, he out of his mind right now. It ain't that. I ain't depriving myself.
Stew in this stuff.
But for the rest of you, take his advice.
It is especially important right now to make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Again, eat, sleep, hydrate. Everyone's a lot more useful if they've taken care of themselves than if they're not, to the effort more broadly.
Let me see here. Who else can I find? Let's see. That would be.
Does anybody have any? If you have any questions, I can answer some questions that you have in the chat.
ABC.
Maybe some questions.
Okay, 7:55. All right. Let's see here.
Articulate here in these last few minutes while I'm on the stream. Contradicting himself inside the same sentence, embraced early voting in a way that Republicans took advantage of. And we were told by the Democrats, look, don't worry about it. We've got our own ground game. We're gonna overcome that. That does not appear to be the case tonight in the major battlegrounds where we have voted.
I'm going to bring this to Terry because, first of all, this time Donald Trump embraced early voting, right? And the fact that the Democrats were then on defense come election day to try to run up the total, to run up the score in these urban areas. Have the Democrats, and one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but certainly for the Democrats, will be you can't just count on the urban areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it? A little bit longer.
that Democrats thought demography is destiny and they were the natural party of government because America is becoming more diverse. There'll be a lower share of white voters. And it turns out that's completely wrong. You have to talk to people, meet their needs, and answer their questions. And that includes rural voters as well. And that includes, voters that for whatever reason have bought into what Donald Trump stands for, which is the end of the ruling establishment, not just in government, but in all kinds of institutions, including the media. People like that.
Yeah. And some of it might be that, the institutions, but some of it's just, are you better off than
ordinary
And you
power
know this
to
is going to be
investigate.
terror
And at the end of the day,
on
in terms
brown
of
people
DOJ,
because they can't tell one of you apart from the other.
president, because of
So
that Supreme Court
these
ruling,
things about
the Supreme
police
Court basically said
harassment,
it's okay for the
you know,
president to weigh in
that's going
at
to
DOJ
spike.
about whatever
We
he
already know
chooses.
that.
And
That's
all
going to
these
spike. That's
different
going to be the
guidelines
first
that the
thing that's
Justice
going to
Department
spike.
has set up in terms
Just
of
what you
the
feel
president
on the
should not weigh in
ground.
on criminal cases
But
and all
I
those
hope
things.
Trump
That is
issues
likely
some
to
COVID
potentially be
checks.
null and
Since
void.
he says the economy is doing worse than ever, I hope he issues everybody some checks. Since that's what people like, those checks. You know, basically, and they want somebody to do something about the immigration. So let's see what they do. But I think when you're dealing with the most powerful president, why would he only do two things? You know, why would it only be immigration?
The judge will be influenced by the circumstances.
The economy, I don't see how you make a great economy better unless you give people some checks.
Any new numbers?
The economy was already greater than it was when he was in office. And if the complaint is that we got relief checks or we should get more of our money back, I hope Trump does that for those people. He should be able to do that relatively fast with control over the Supreme Court, the White House, the Senate, as he will have this time,
Really
and possibly Congress.
To say nothing of the three states
So
that we're talking about.
there won't be any excuses this time around, right?
Was a rightward shift,
Nope.
a MAGA shift, and that happened in red states and blue states and red areas and blue areas and purple areas, all the same. And so
Turnouts in cities seems to have been down.
not turn out in the same numbers. I'm so curious.
That's what they said.
Do we have a handle at the end of the night from exit polling the gender gap?
Turnouts in
nationally? There's
cities
been so much
must
talk
have
going into this
been
election
down.
day that if Kamala Harris was
Okay.
going to be elected, it was going to be through the power of women voters, and you saw Donald Trump.
So we're going to see how many people voted.
Today.
That's the good thing. It's all tabulated. You get to see who voted for who. And then you get to look back and say, hey, did you make the right vote?
And I wonder where we landed tonight.
It looks like, and John, I just want to verify that. Was it 54% for females? 54% of females went for Kamala Harris. And 44% went for Trump. And we don't have the graphics in that moment.
10-point gender gap. And then what was it for men? Do we know?
And for men,
Sorry to put you on the spot with your producer, John, but he's
54 went for Trump, and 44%
so
went
10 and 10
for Harris. Yes.
And Gary Langer, just real quick for you, Gary Langer is our pollster here at ABC News. Going into election night, what did the final ABC News poll, if you can pull this up on your head, I'm sure you can better than we can at 2 in the morning. What was the gender gap in the final poll? Very similar to that. This gender gap is dead normal. It's almost exactly the average gender gap we've seen in exit polls since 1996. And women are more apt by about 10 points to be Democrats than men, and therefore to vote that way. So it's a typical gender gap. What's interesting, though, is that Harris's number among women was a few points, 3 or so points, off of Joe Biden.
So she did worse among women than Joe Biden? I mean, that's an astounding.
Those are the final exit poll numbers, or are we going to have final numbers? Oh, they'll be tweaking it well into the morning. Yeah, well into the morning.
You hear that?
But if
So among women,
In 2020, with a female
Kamala
voter.
Harris did worse than Biden so far, even though all the votes aren't in, of course.
Which is, this is the first presidential election since we've been doing exit polls, 1976, where Republicans outnumbered Democrats.
And again, this is exit polling.
Right, Gary?
This is not the state's votes. This is not what the state has said. This is what the media exit polling says.
Here's the call of the night. We can project now that Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground prize of the night, will go to former President Donald Trump. ABC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We had said for many weeks leading up to this election that this was a must-win state for both Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. ABC is now projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board. That essentially gets him the presidency, although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get together.
No, that's ABC has called it, but that's not Associated Press.
265 electoral votes for Donald Trump, and I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions, but this is how things work in politics. If everything falls into place
for the some of the remaining places. Alaska with the 3 electoral votes, it would be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska, where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them, and one of the congressional districts in Maine. This is what we're looking at. That would be 270 electoral votes. So again, being very careful here. We have him at 265, but you don't.
So
have
that
to
number
be,
up on the board is the hypothetical.
That is a
It's what's
hypothetical.
expected to go his way, the final dominoes here. But Mark Burstein, our producer, just tell me again what Nebraska 1 goes to Trump. There we go. We're now projecting that 1 electoral vote from Nebraska will go to Donald Trump. That's the one that you thought would go his way.
Yes.
Again, this is still the hypothetical number we have up there. So the chips are falling into place in so many words here.
That's exactly right. I mean, Alaska is a very Republican state. It's going to vote for Donald Trump almost certainly, and that
It gets into 269.
That would be that's correct. 269, which would be a tie in the Electoral College under the rules. It would be broken by the House of Representatives. Almost certainly, the House of Representatives will be controlled by enough Republican delegations to give Donald Trump the presidency. But that other district in Maine would be the majority maker. And look, we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona.
And he leads in Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's correct. Right now, based on the numbers, 266,000 votes in Michigan, although there's still a lot of Detroit left, and 120,000 or so votes in Wisconsin. Nevada is still coming in. Trump is up there right now by about 99,000 votes and up 19. So he's up in every other state that we have on the board tonight.
So we're waiting to hear from the former president here. Obviously, we've just projected, ABC News projecting Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of the night among those key 7 battleground states, goes to Donald Trump. Really not a path here on the board for Kamala Harris at this point. It's just the final chips for Donald Trump.
But if you believe in
I'm so
conspiracy
curious, though, while we
theories
wait for the former
and
president
you were
we wait
Trump,
for the final map
wouldn't
to
you
come
want
in.
them to stop the
States
voting
like
now?
New Hampshire, we haven't called
Like,
it.
what
Minnesota,
if
where Governor
the
Walz
voting
is
keeps
from,
going and
can you
all
just
of a
look up
sudden it
bring us
goes
up
the
to
other
speed on
way?
where they stand?
Sure. I mean,
Then
look,
what?
with 80%
Because
of the
right now
voting,
people seem
Harris is up
happy with the vote in
86,000
Trump's
votes.
camp.
It's gonna
Look,
be a
they're
lot
happy
tighter
with
than
it
it's
right
been in the
now. You
past. New
see?
Hampshire looks like
There's
it
no
probably
rioting.
lands
There's
in the
no
same
anything
place
like that.
at the
They're
end of
waiting
it.
for the
But look,
votes. They
when we
seem
talk
to
about
like
the
the
shift everywhere,
results so far,
that's the
although it's
popular
not
vote.
quite enough.
5.2 million
What if it
votes
switches
for
the other
Kamala
direction? Will
Harris.
they still
He's
like
in
the
a
vote?
very strong position to break 50% for the first time. He didn't really get that close, and our polling didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it.
And just a little perspective here, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so.
Yeah, we can go right to the
7,
historicals,
8
and you can see exactly where the numbers were. It was a 7 million vote edge. He only had 47% of the vote. 4 years earlier, he only had 46% of the vote, lost by about almost 3 million votes. This is a different night. This is a different electorate. This is one that has fallen fallen in Trump's direction in a very considerable way. Red states, blue states, and everything in between.
So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college. We've had a lot of discussions in this country, particularly with recent elections where popular goes one way, electoral goes another. That's certainly not the storyline, at least not at
Does not
this
appear
hour.
likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular, a lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten. But right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he will win not only the electoral college, but also the popular vote.
And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the former president.
I mean, absolutely. And let's not forget, Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote in 2004. But Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a, and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So,
well,
Trump
for what
is
it's
going
worth,
to
y'all,
claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim it.
I'm just gonna go over to AP News. AP News is not reporting the news the same. AP News hasn't called Pennsylvania yet. And again, like I was saying, it's because in their mind, there's still substantial numbers out there that would stop them from making that call. And news agencies are free to do that on their own, you know, whether you'll be seen as credible after it's up to how accurate you are with your predictions, and your activity. But, but you see, ABC has called Pennsylvania for Trump. Yeah, and we'll see. We'll continue to see what happens. But let me just let this play up here. I'm waiting for AP, not because of they support Harris or Trump, but because they're pretty much very, very unbiased in how they do stuff. So let me see here. It looks like Trump might be coming out soon to say he won, because I see the cameraman going up on stage. This is interesting. They are expecting Trump to everyone was expecting Trump to make an announcement early. So, and again, for people that don't know, the last election, when it got to this hour, Trump, he asked for them to stop counting votes because he didn't want the he didn't want the vote count to change. He didn't want the advantage to change. He didn't want, he wanted the counting to stop when it looked like it was in favor of him. But as Break Room said, okay, the 15 states, they've stopped counting. 15 states closed up for count right. So now people are waiting for the rest to finish the counting. And a lot of that looks like it's blue states. But wait a second. It's been a little change here. Hold on. Okay, no. They have it. AP still has it at 214 for Kamala Harris and 248 for Trump. So they haven't given Pennsylvania to Trump yet. Right. And let me see if it looks different somewhere else. Yeah. But you'll see how it goes. But it looks like right now, it looks like Republicans will have the majority in the House, in the Senate, and in the White House. They will have all three spots. Now, I don't know when the last time a party has done that. I don't know when the last time a party had done that. That would have been like they basically did everything that they wanted to accomplish. And they would have, and then they had the Supreme Court too. So to me, it looks like people are in for a ride here. They're really going to get a chance to see what Republican power, MAGA power, is all about in the U.S. Essentially. But let me go back over to ABC. Let's see here.
Presidential candidate that has gotten the highest percentage of the Latino vote was George W. Bush in 2004, with just about, above 40%. But, Martha was right that this time around, the economy is a top issue for Latinos, and that's what they're voting for, putting a roof over their heads and feeding their children, and they trust Trump on the economy. And as far as immigration is concerned, it used to be that an issue that drew Latinos to Democrats with the promise of an immigration reform that never materialized. The views have now shifted, and they prefer a more hardline approach at the border, especially in states like Arizona. They don't want to be associated with the chaos at the border and those that Trump calls criminals. Just a few weeks ago, David, there was a New York Times poll that showed that 2/3 of Latino voters felt that when Trump was disparaging immigrants, calling them criminals, saying that they poisoned the blood of our country, he was not talking about them. He was talking about other immigrants. So, it is surprising. It's also surprising that a sizable number of Latinos said that they support mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it would not only hurt the economy, but it's going to lead to a separation of families.
Maria Elena Salinas, thank you. Your context is always so helpful. We're waiting to hear the former president here. Eric Trump, his son, has just sent out on social media this image of the former president, presumably holding the speech that he will give tonight. We had reported earlier that he hadn't prepared a speech for this evening, but if the time came and he needed one, he said he would put one together quickly. Eager to hear that here tonight with the rest of you. And John Santucci's reporting the entire Trump family is there at the convention center, his children, including Ivanka and Barron, and his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also there. We saw her voting with the former president.
Yeah, David, it's remarkable actually, because this is the first time that since the Republican National Convention that the entire Trump family has been under the same roof. And think about, David, the Trump 1.0 White House, if you will. We know that Ivanka and Jared were right there by Donald Trump's side. Jared Kushner's office, right off from the Oval Office. Ivanka Trump, right above the Oval Office. The Kushners have said that they are not going back to Washington. They have not been involved in this campaign. So should Donald Trump be declared the winner, do not expect Jared and Ivanka to go to the White House. It does beg the question, David, and I've asked many sources over the last couple of weeks, would any member of the Trump family go? And as we've been reporting, David, one of the members that has been very active in this campaign is Donald Trump Jr. I spoke to him earlier tonight. He said that his family feels incredibly vindicated by the results so far. And one of the things he said to me is that he felt that so far he had an impact on this race. And as we know, David, we reported on the air with you, it was Don Jr. that really was the driving force behind J.D. Vance being on the ticket with his father. Tonight, Don Jr. telling me my guy is going with my father potentially to the White House, David. We'll see if any member of the family
Any word, John, on who worked with the former president on his remarks for tonight and what the tone will be here?
It's evolved, David. When I say that, because as results were pouring in, sources were telling me, he's going to go right up to the line from declaring victory. I can now agree with my colleague, John Carl, hearing the same thing. It does indeed feel like Donald Trump's going to come out here and declare victory, though we, of course, have not projected the race. I do think, David, the question of tone is going to be quite interesting. And I say that because
he should.
2016,
Donald Trump should come out and he should come in and ask people to remain patient for the remaining votes. It's a democracy and we have our laws and our procedures. Instead of you shouldn't announce victory before the votes are finished counting. You know what I'm saying? You got to get to 270 first. So he's obviously looking. Did you know he could get to 269 and still not have 270? So just something to think about.
Of an agenda do we hear from Donald Trump tonight? Those first actions he would take come January. David?
John, stick with us here. I got a question for you. I saw some faces in the crowd there. Former Governor Doug Burgum, Governor Kristi Noem, Vivek Ramaswamy. Two of the three actually ran in the Republican primary, though they never debated Donald Trump because he didn't show up, and that turned out to be a strategically smart move for him, not to put himself up there with them. But those three names, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, are they all potential players in the future Trump cabinet?
Everything is potential right now, David. Listen, we are not at the point of any short list. We are in the long list phase. We are in the multiple list phases. Different people have been submitting lists at this point. So I think anybody right now is possible for sure. I mean, there are already aides that I've spoken to talking about who would be the next press secretary. Some people talking about what positions they want. So it felt like over the last couple of weeks, David, if I'm being honest from talking to sources, some of them were in a place of measuring the drapes, figuring out what role they wanted in a future administration. So I do think.
Now, we do know that as far as if I have this correct, the Congress, right, you could elect, but you don't take office, I believe, at the same exact time, like the same amount of time that the president would. The president has to wait, obviously, before they take an oath of office, which would be later, right? But so that means Biden is still the president, the active president. But I'm trying to figure out Congress and the Senate. How does that work exactly? Like, in congressional seats or senatorial seats, do they have to wait before they start governing? They got to be sworn in. They got to go to Congress or the Senate and have an official swearing in. But I'm just curious about how many days that is, when they can start doing that. Also, the election security. I'm curious, is anybody going to look into the election security? Is Biden, is Congress going to ask that they look into it? Is Biden going to call some people and ask, are any votes missing like Trump did? Is Biden, because apparently that's illegal, right? Was that illegal? Not according to the Supreme Court yet. You see, that's a federal case too. So whoever becomes president can pardon people. Although Trump was never even, he was given a go free card by the Supreme Court. So I'm assuming Biden would be given the same go free card, right, for the same type of actions. So I'm curious if Biden is going to call around and look for some votes, because after all, he's not running for office. So it's just a presidential thing. It's not an individual thing anymore. You're just making sure that the stuff was done properly. What would Trump say if Biden started doing that, calling around, looking for votes, talking about claims of fraud by Republicans? What would Trump say? What do y'all think? All right, let me see here. Let's get back to what they're talking about.
Floyd murder, talking about diversity, talking about racial injustice in this country. I'll be very curious to see what he does there.
So, Martha, how did the senior officers deal with that? Because when he chose Mark Milley, he thought he was choosing somebody that was going to be loyal to him, and Mark Milley turned out to be the ultimate, in his mind.
Well, so we all know what the turning point for Chairman Milley was, and that was walking across Lafayette Park during
George Floyd.
Yeah, he was called a fascist by Mark Milley, General Mark Milley, and many generals said Trump was problematic. Now, what's that going to be like? What's that going to turn out to become? I mean, who knows? But we're about to see it possibly. We don't know yet, but in an hour or so, one or two more states have to call their results. There have to be exit polling results for one or two more states, and then we will definitely know. But according to the map, it's coming. And like if I switch over here to AP, you will see they're not even where some of the other spots. This is Associated Press, so they're a little more neutral, you could say. They since they haven't called it yet, it's because their exit polling hasn't seen exactly the same results as somebody else's exit polling. So Associated Press still has it at 214 Kamala Harris, 248 Trump. They don't have it in the same place. So they don't have it where Trump should be ready looking at a speech yet. But, different agencies, I think that was CBS. Is it CBS here? ABC has it in another way, you see? So they see it differently. They see that their exit polling gives Trump the advantage. And hold on now. Look, Trump just showed up. Look, here, look, he's already there. You see? You see? Look. So look at this. At the same time, look, this is the Associated Press. They have Kamala Harris at 214, 248. They haven't given Trump Pennsylvania yet. And even if he gets Pennsylvania, that's still not 270. So why is Trump here? Why is Trump here about to announce victory? Oh my God. So they're about to announce victory, and it is early. It is early. I didn't think they would do it this early. I thought they would wait at least until Pennsylvania was called by more media, because after all, this is exiting poll media. It's not state numbers. And if only one company does it, it means the other company didn't come to the same conclusion yet. So you need more than one company out of, 8 doing exit polling to kind of take something conclusive away with it. But that's not the way that they're going with Trump's campaign. He's going to announce first and then be damned what the outcome says. Look, He still only got 266. And this is with him having Pennsylvania. But everyone hasn't given him Pennsylvania yet. So what's the deal? That's really, really weird. But in any case, y'all, this is the U.S. I'm an American citizen, but I live outside in a place that has universal health care and kids get paid to go to school. That's a different taxpayer system. And this is the U.S. where this party that is about to announce victory has promised to cut Medicare. And this is what American voters voted for. I mean, not yet, honestly. They didn't all vote yet because the vote's not all in. And he hasn't gotten enough electoral votes, even according to the media exit polling yet. But he's on stage. He's about to announce victory. There he is.
These are friends in this incredible movement. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
But you can see on the screen, he doesn't have even according to the press enough yet.
Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Well, he got 4 years to do it. Maybe if he gets the actual number he needs, but
America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan.
He's projected to win those states, but again, everybody hasn't given him the states yet. Not all news media outlets. That's weird. And even with those states, he don't have 270 yet. This is coming down to the wire, y'all.
Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice. I will tell you. A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Hey,
who has the #1 best-selling.
How many names did anybody call her a curse word? Call her out her name? Did anybody call her a B word? She's an immigrant herself. Did anybody call her a son of a B word? Yo, it is so crazy, the contradiction, how people treat Melania Trump and Kamala Harris, yo. It is so crazy. But
Now we all think
so it ain't about the background, is it? Nope, it must be something else. The color, maybe.
It's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we? Huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez.
Did anybody call his wife a B word, a son of a B word? She's an immigrant too.
Go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that?
Yeah, come and talk on it. The enemy camps. Yeah, come and talk about the enemy.
MSDNC. He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks phony.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams,
for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
So what's it going to be, tariffs? Or is it going to be some checks? Hopefully it's some checks for people.
Thank you very much. It turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're
Oh, he said it's the greatest country? Whoa.
We're going to make it
Whoa. Did he just say it's the greatest country?
I don't know. It's
He usually says it's a shithole country, but now it's a great country. It's gotten a little better since he can be the leader, right? Okay. That's very interesting. Hold on.
Political and under press future.
It turned out to be a good choice.
Here we go. Let's see.
But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the.
You hear that?
Make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the.
You
greatest.
see? So now it's the greatest country. You see, it took him a long time to say that. It's now the greatest country, y'all. So remember, the GDP right now, what does it look like? What do things look? So is crime really down now that Trump isn't in office right now? Or are those fake numbers? Let's see if crime goes up. Let's see if violent crime, they say, came down under Biden's administration. Let's see if violent crime moves back up. And let's see when it moves back up and people complain about it, let's see if it's called fake news. Let's find out. We could find out. He only has 266, by the way. He doesn't have 270. So there's still some votes to be counted, obviously, but he's making his announcement anyway. But as you could hear, he said USA was a great country. He never said that before.
That little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest. Going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest.
Yeah, so it was a Freudian slip. He knows it's the greatest country. He knew he had delivered a bad outcome to Biden, and he knows that they needed cooperation to fix things. And he knows that he asked the Republicans to not cooperate, and they didn't cooperate. And people were fed up with the Biden-Harris administration because they couldn't deliver on many of the things because they had Republican judges, slowing their, the bills that they passed, slowing them down. The American Rescue Act for Black farmers, minority farmers, it's still held up, by the way. You won't know about the outcome till next year, but it's being held up because Republicans say that it's discriminatory to outline awards for race when they're not rewards for race. They're rewards for being discriminated against. The financial debt that you incurred is just to make up for that debt, to say that we see you were discriminated against. Here's how much you lost while you were discriminated. But that's held up in the court right now. Women's rights. If this guy becomes the president, I don't have to tell women nothing. And I don't have to tell the men anything because you should be smart enough, since you were all born by a woman, to know what this means, right? Student debt. I guess you want to be in debt. Maybe. I guess you'll just get a good job that helps you get out of debt. Although there's so many Americans saying, where are those jobs? I couldn't get out of debt because the interest rates that you charged me were too high, higher than if I bought a car. You see what I mean? So it is what it is. This is 266. We're not totally there yet, folks, but I'm going to see what I can catch up on. Let's hear the rest of his speech.
He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene.
I'm just checking the other networks also.
Hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me. I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Danny just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
He basically got a monopoly going on. And the people that fight in the UFC say they don't pay.
More than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nell boys, Aiden Ross.
But who is he thanking? Because he's not running for president. You know, this is really weird. This is really weird because it's almost like it's I don't get it. I don't understand that approach as a businessman. Like, you know, for him to take, like, he feels like it's a personal victory for him that Trump wins. You know, that's weird.
Been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I'd probably like no other. This was something special.
But
And
keep in mind,
we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the.
he's still at. This is still projected, and he's still not projected to be the winner yet. There's nobody has projected him to win. These are the exit polls, but still, look, most of the exit polls don't have him where he thinks he is, and even the one that he was on, right, that he was speaking through the network didn't even have him at that. They have him at 266, and he's declaring victory already. So, and he's hoping that the remaining votes come back in his favor. It's a hope. So he's announcing based on a hope. But why not wait? What's wrong with waiting an hour or two? Is it because he thinks that hour or two is going to turn into more hours? 20 hours? Yeah, but I'm just pointing that out. Of course, you can see here they have him, NBC has him at 266, right? Before we were on ABC, they had him at 266, right? Then we were on AP News. They have him at 266. But Trump he's saying there's actually more possibilities, to be honest. I mean, there just are. There's more possibilities that can occur. And of course, it doesn't look, Harris has to turn out the votes. But if she does turn out the votes, it can go a different way. And one of the ways that the people are waiting for right now is in Maine. They're waiting to find out who wins the majority in Maine. And it's close. So they're waiting for all the votes to be tallied, and they haven't come back yet. But, it's getting there. It's getting there. We're getting close, y'all. So let me see if I can find who else I can find. Let me go back to, is this AP? Let me see what they did with this. Okay. Now we're on NBC. All right. That's ABC. Now let me come out of this and just say, right, he's still at 266. So but one thing I know is it's going to be news all day tomorrow. All day today is going to be a big news day. And I think the counting will still be going on. So, okay, that's AP. We got AP up. France. Okay, let's see. Okay, they say in French news, they're saying that Trump claimed victory. But let's hear some of them.
To achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yes, my last stop on the campaign trail. I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it?
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump claims victory. That's what they write, claims victory, when the voting hasn't all come in.
901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far
How long do you think this speech is going to take right here? How long do you think he's going to speak for, like an hour?
We're going to make
2
our country
hours?
better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have
And
told
think
me
about this. You know it's going to be longer. You know he's going to continue, even though it's not even normal. Because if you're that comfortable winning, how long does it take?
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy.
I hope American people for the next 4 years watch and say, hey, make my life better. What are you doing to make my life better? What you going to do? You're going to cut a check since it's the worst economy ever? People are struggling? Are the cats and dogs still going to be around? Or is it all of a sudden going to be, things are going perfect? Yeah.
Governed by a simple motto. Promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
Angie's
It's
still there.
time to unite.
Angie,
And
you
we're
there?
gonna try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together. And
If people started coming together, then why did he lose the last election?
America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America.
Look,
great
the
again for
guy
all Americans.
announced
So I
victory
wanted-
right where we said he would announce victory. And people already said you have to wait till it gets to a certain mark, and it's still not there, but it's close, but it's still preliminary. So he stopped his speech right there. He cut it early. That was the most professional speech he ever made in the last 4 years, especially in the last year. Damn. They got a different Trump. Don't fuck it up. Somebody probably tried to tell him, don't fuck it up, man. If you lose this race, it's you who lost it yourself. And that is exactly what people were saying. People were saying that, right? So look, you can see that they're claiming victory, right? But you can also see that now waiting for that to be established by the actual parties, the states, is a different thing. And so you could see on their face, they're like, okay, we did what we said we would do. We said we would go out there and declare victory, right? You see on the screen, it even says 266. No one has reached a conclusion, not at least not the reputable press, has not reached even this one that he's on. They're covering this, but nobody is claiming that he won it, right? But they're saying that he's close now. They're saying that he's very close, but that's not the same as winning it. So being very close is not the same as winning, and that is what he has claimed here. He has claimed that he won. He's claimed that he's won this election, and and maybe he has. Maybe Trump will win. Let's put it to you that way. Maybe he will win, but he has not won yet. He has not won yet, although he has announced that he has. According to you, who will be the next president? Oh, well, let me just go right ahead and click Kamala Harris. Look at this. But in this poll in France, damn, they said 72% said Trump on the France English page. So let's see here. Let's go to the next one. Let's go over here and see what this says. So you can see this NBC still has him at 266. They still have Harris at 204. Those are different numbers. Those are more conservative numbers than some people have Harris at 213. Other people have Trump at 240. And so different news agencies have their different exit polling that they do, which is not the state polling. It's not the same as the actual, the real votes. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It ain't over till it's over. So people predicted that he would make an announcement early, and it is what it is. So although he did better than what I thought he would do, I thought he would make an announcement claiming victory with worse numbers. To be honest with you, these are not bad numbers, but whether they're winning numbers, as of yet, they're not winning numbers. So let's check in here.
Victory in remarks to his supporters gathered in West Palm Beach, Florida. The Associated Press has not yet declared a winner in the U.S. presidential race. But just before Trump came out to address his supporters, we brought you his comments live. The Associated Press called the battleground state of Pennsylvania for the former president. That adds another 19 electoral votes to his total. That's also the third of the 7 battleground states that AP has called for Trump tonight. The other 4 remain outstanding at this hour and too early to call. So just an update on the electoral vote totals. Right now, Donald Trump has 267 and Kamala Harris has 224. That total for her also includes 4 electoral votes from New Hampshire and 10 from Minnesota, which the AP called for the vice president just moments ago as Trump was speaking. It also includes 1 electoral vote from Maine's 2nd congressional district for Donald Trump. So here to dissect all of this with me is yet again Sagar Meghani. Sagar, I want to talk first about this call in Pennsylvania. That's one of those states we've been talking about all night. The AP has determined that Donald Trump is the winner there. How momentous is this?
It's big, not the least because it's the biggest prize of those 7 battlegrounds. There's 19 electoral votes. Pennsylvania was the state where these campaigns, going back to when it was still the Biden campaign in March, visited more than any of the other battlegrounds, more than Michigan, more than Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Pennsylvania was where they all put in so much effort. Joe Biden flipped it back from Donald Trump 4 years ago. Kamala Harris was not able to hang on. At the time that the AP made this call, Trump was up 175,000 votes. He had cut into Harris's margin in Philadelphia. Democrats always rely on a lopsided win in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. Harris is not able to pull that off. She performed worse than Biden 4 years ago in nearly every county in Pennsylvania. That's how Donald Trump was able to get these 19 votes and put him on the cusp of reaching 270.
And so as we look at the map, as our viewers see the other states that remain outstanding, they're still mostly those battleground areas. And so I would imagine all the people tabulating and looking at these votes are looking at close margins maybe, but also kind of seeing where all of that's coming down for both candidates.
Yeah, when you look at a place like Michigan, it's the area around Detroit and Wayne County, and that takes some time to tabulate. Wisconsin is Milwaukee County, so they're going to spend a lot of time there. We talked about Maricopa County in Arizona. That always takes a while. And you have Nevada. Those are the 4 remaining battlegrounds. But the paths to victory that the Harris campaign had talked about have all but gone away. You know, they really needed Pennsylvania in those 19 votes. And, you know, now they have to wait and see. The vice president did not come out and speak tonight. We should know they were having a watch party at her alma mater here in Washington at Howard University. And they came out and said, okay, races are too close to call. Still a lot of votes to be counted. We'll see you all tomorrow. Very much like what happened at Hillary Clinton's watch party in 2016. Almost verbatim, the words we heard tonight from Cedric Richmond that we heard from John Podesta that night. We know how that turned out. The Harris campaign was obviously very somber as these results started.
Okay, this is interesting too because if I look at some of the comparative data, they have Kamala Harris at 218 in BC, but AP has her at 220 something. Yeah, so that's different. Again, there's differences in how the news media covers the exit polling. That is when people leave the voting place, what they say, who they say they voted for. You know, this kind of polling gives them a news media a good indication of how to call it, and based on the percentage of votes in when they're counting them, I guess every once in a while they give some sort of tally, and they let people know who's up. But as long as there's enough votes still that haven't been counted, obviously they don't know if the outcome changes, but they just tell you who's in the lead. Pretty much that's how it can be seen. Who's in the lead so far until the votes are counting. And so they're projecting that Trump is in the lead and that he's up to 266 to Kamala Harris 220, something like that. 214 or 220 generally. Let me see if I can find somebody else here. This is France. Okay, let me see what they're saying.
Looking at all the latest figures for us.
Yeah, that's right. So that map has changed slightly since we last spoke here. This is the result from Pennsylvania. Donald Trump taking it by about 51%. Again, very tight races, but he has won Pennsylvania, which is really the really important, the biggest of those 7 swing states. So this is a really big victory for Donald Trump. Now, earlier we know he also took Georgia by a very small margin once again, another swing state, as well as North Carolina also by the same margin. This is significantly better than his results in 2020 when he only took one of the 7 swing states, and that was North Carolina. For the moment, he's got 3 from 3. The other 4 swing states are still being counted. Those are Michigan and Wisconsin, part of the blue wall there, as well as Arizona and Nevada. So those votes still, that vote counting still coming in, but for the moment, he certainly has taken the most important one, the biggest one of all. That's Pennsylvania. It's also important now in the context of this to look at the House of Representatives and Senate races that have taken place. Now, the Republicans have taken control of the Senate. That was called earlier on, with the Republicans taking 51 seats in the Senate. So they got the majority they needed to control the Senate. And in the House of Representatives, it's still being determined, but they do have a significant lead over the Democrats. And the number they'll be looking for is 218. That's the number needed, 1 plus the majority needed to get control of the House of Representatives as well. So that also playing out soon. And the Senate is quite interesting because the Senate did have some key races that were highly watched during this time, notably in West Virginia, the seat vacated by Joe Manchin, a Democrat. Well, that Senate seat was won by Jim Justice, the Republican candidate. And you also have in Ohio, the incumbent Democrat, Sherrod Brown, faced up against the Republican candidate, Bernie Moreno, who also actually won that seat. So Republicans winning key Senate races as well, which explains why they were able to take control of the Senate. And as I said, we're keeping an eye on the House of Representatives.
And so, Dipti, where does that leave us overall with the Electoral College?
Well, the Electoral College, of course, is the figure we're looking at. It's the 270 needed by either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Normally, we should have those figures in the screen, but we will bring it up as soon as we can, Stuart. But what we can say is Donald Trump is certainly well ahead of Kamala Harris when it comes to the Electoral College, inching further and further closer to that 270 needed to win this election.
Dipti, thanks very much.
Yeah, well, that's true. He just made a victory speech. And of course, he didn't get it. He's not even projected to be the winner yet, but he's projected to be close. But he made his.
At least
it's still close.
North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
It's still close. Wow. Basically, but Kamala Harris is behind in the electoral count, so she has to get 3. She has to get the remaining battleground states, pretty much. Something like, I think she's got to get 3 of the last 7 battleground states, or 4 of the last 7 battleground states, something like that. So she can't lose too many more. And Trump, if Trump, as far as the projection is concerned, if Trump wins 1 more state, that basically puts him over. As far as the projection, it's not the actual count, right? So the states haven't declared it yet. It's just the media doing it. And if it turns out that the media is off and incorrect, then the states will correct them once they know, for sure. Yeah. The Electoral College is the decider all the times in the U.S. They are always the decider. So they can decide against Trump for whatever reason. Who knows? But it's run by states, by the way, you know? So, but there's still other stuff that can happen, like you heard. They said, what was Trump's plan? Trump was saying, even if he lost the election, he would fight it in the Congress. He would fight it in the courts. He would fight it. And if there's any improper, if there's any close ruling or anything that happened improperly that Dems believe could have changed the vote improperly, then they're going to challenge it too. But it's important to know that Trump doesn't have 270 yet. And what they're saying is that a lot of the city vote comes in late, like in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's not finished counting, although one news agency may have projected that he has Pennsylvania. It still might not be the case. But Like Pennsylvania, they're still waiting for some other. Oh, okay. So look, yeah. So AP News gave him Pennsylvania. Let me see who else is giving him Pennsylvania. ABC is giving him Pennsylvania, right? Or NBC, right? Right. So he has Pennsylvania. So that means Kamala Harris has to pick up the remaining 4 of these battleground states, according 4 of the 5. She got to get 4 of these 5 battleground states. So, and these ones are still counting votes. So, yeah, let me show you what I'm looking at. This is this tab right here. You see? So it's close. So if Donald Trump wins one more of these, if he wins any one of these right here, he will win. This Alaska is just 1. It's like DC. It's 1 point. So Trump has to win one of these light red ones right here inside the mainland, I believe. Yeah. So there you have it. Now let me flip over to some other
There's a
news.
congressman by the name of Jamie Raskin who currently serves as the ranking member on the Oversight Committee. If they win the majority, he would become the chair of the Oversight Committee. That would give him subpoena power. That would give him the opportunity to launch all these investigations into the Trump administration, much like his contemporary James Comer has done with the Biden administration. So there's a whole suite of options that the Democratic-led House could have should they win the majority. If they don't win the majority, then it's a whole different.
What does the retribution path look like, though, that we've heard so much about?
Well, that's the
Not what he said, but what he'll do.
that's the open question. I mean, will he go after his political rivals legally? What specifically does that look like? Now, look, his aides and allies have tried to downplay that. They've said, look, that's not what he meant. You're taking that out of context. But it is what he said. And so
And he's got supporters.
He
who would
said
like
just
to see
days
that.
ago that it'll be, in his words, nasty in the beginning, right? Which I think Democrats took as an allusion to the potential for this so-called enemies list as Vice President.
Absolutely. And the first thing he says he's going to do is fire Jack Smith, of course, the special counsel who's brought these charges against him. So that's the first act, potentially, of retribution, if you want to put it into that category. But I do think there's a big question mark. I have asked him about it in my interview with him over a year ago. What specifically do you mean by retribution? He wouldn't get specific. I think a lot of reporters have tried to drill down on exactly what that would look like. And again, much like the mass deportation plan, there aren't a whole lot of specifics. There's not a policy paper that's been put out to give people a sense of what it would look like or how it would be carried out. But there is a sense that he already is amassing a team of
And
people.
the first signal will probably be who he appoints as his attorney general.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Yeah, because the one thing that the United
about how he's going to staff his White House and build out his cabinet might be important. I can tell you there's already a lot of discussion, some of it among reporters, some of it among staff, many of whom are quite superstitious about discussing it before tonight, about what the transition is going to look like, who might be in line for various appointments. I can tell you from talking to sources in the donor community and a lot of lawmakers who Ryan and I cover on Capitol Hill, particularly in the Senate, people starting to get a little bit sharp-elbowed about viewing what cabinet positions might be available to them, what opportunities might be available to serve in this second Trump administration. I think there was a thinking about
can you hear the sound now?
and whether or not they would potentially be asked to serve in a cabinet if the Senate was narrowly divided, depleting their own numbers on other things they have to do. But if we're looking at a significant margin in the Senate, all of a sudden, anybody from a state that's even remotely safe might find themselves considered for a cabinet position. And the cabinet's going to do a lot of work here, especially if the House ultimately ends up controlled by Democrats. Donald Trump made it clear in his first term, he's not at all shy about using executive authority to its maximum level. He's been backstopped on that by the Supreme Court, backstopped again since he's been out of office with that ruling on immunity, essentially saying any official acts can't be criminally prosecuted. And the policies that he's laid out on the campaign trail, particularly his economic plan, the tariffs that he wants to put in place, are things that he can do unilaterally and may begin doing quite quickly, at least if he's going to keep all the promises that he's laid out for himself in the first early weeks of his campaign. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I've stepped over to the big board with Tom Yamas to drill down on where we are right now. NBC News has not called this race yet. We still got Donald Trump at 266. How does he? What's his path now to finish up?
Yeah, and we just want to make sure, we're absolutely right about all this. At some point, we will call Alaska. That almost always goes red. That gets him to 269. You come over to Maine again. We haven't called the races in Maine yet. Maine, like Nebraska, gives out its electoral votes by popular vote. It'll probably go blue. And then by congressional districts. And congressional district 2, it's usually a red district. And once we do that, you can see his number there, Lester. He gets to 270. It hasn't happened at this point yet. We expect that to happen at some point. We will project that once it happens, but we're just not there yet. We're not trying to keep anything away from former President Trump. We're just not there in the night yet.
Right. And so the headline of this night would be, because you went through state by state, and we kept seeing the same thing, underperform. Is that the story?
The story is he overperformed in the rural areas. She underperformed in the urban areas, in the big cities and the counties. She needed to win. She was underperforming Biden pretty much in all the battleground states. And when we started the night, Lester, remember, we even did this last night on Nightly News, we showed you the easiest path for Trump. And it's not easy to become president, obviously, but the easiest path for him was to hold North Carolina. He did that, flip Georgia, and then win Pennsylvania if he gets to the White House. And tonight he's done that.
So you'd walked us through that. And so
we're still waiting on Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona.
Officially, we're at 266 now, I think.
We're at 266. Right now, we're at 266, right? And we're waiting on Alaska and the congressional districts in Maine.
Was this something that could have been anticipated, given what the polls down the stretch, the tie?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We had a call with the Trump campaign a few days ago, and they were bullish on their sort of prospects. But again, on those calls, they're sometimes trying to spin you. And, sometimes you take this with a grain of salt. Are they right? It turns out on that call, they were right on a lot of what they were seeing in their own data about the early voting. Once early voting started coming back in some of these states and Republicans were matching Democrats, that was a big sign to Democrats like, listen, wait a minute, things may be changing here. It may not be as easy as we thought. And no one thought it was going to be easy. Everyone thought it was going to be a coin flip. It was going to be so tight. But now looking back, and we can look back a little bit and maybe Monday morning quarterback and say there were signs there for Democrats to be a little nervous.
And Hallie, obviously Democrats have a lot ahead of them now as they try to work through this and find the lessons. Yeah. But that takes time.
Yeah,
things don't get turned around even in 4 years.
And at this moment, I think there is, by all accounts and by the reporting that our teams are doing, a bit of a moment of shell shock here for Democrats, for folks who had worked to try to turn out the vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, who had hoped that tonight would be history-making in a very different kind of way, that instead of seeing, of course, Donald Trump elected, that the nation would see its first female president, its first president who was a woman of color. That is, by the math that you and Tom just laid out, looks to not be the case once Donald Trump does hit 270 Electoral College votes. I'm struck by some reporting that members of our team put in from a Harris aide who talked about needing to find some love for the people, the other half of the country,
not Democrats, right, not Harris backers, who chose to back former President Trump despite or perhaps because of his rhetoric here. And so I am curious to see as morning, I was going to say night turns into day, but as early morning turns into later morning, where Democrats are on this. I think you heard some of it at the table when we were with former Senator Claire McCaskill, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, about maybe a moment of soul searching for Democrats, what the brand is, what the outreach is to Americans here, especially when our exit polling shows that fewer people identify as Democrats right now. We saw that surge in people who said that they really weren't down with either party, Lester. And so that is also a factor here, I think, as Democrats are looking at what this moment means for them and how they move forward. I do also think that control of the House, and whether that goes Democratic or not, is also going to be a factor in this as well.
Okay, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break right here, and then we'll pick it right up with our colleagues Kate Snow and Craig Melvin.
All right. Yeah. What time is it? It is 9:17 Central European Time, and that would make it 3:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA. And as we're saying, Donald Trump is very close to winning the election. If he gets two more, if he gets, well, it could be one, but if he's expected to get Alaska. There's 5 more states left. 4 of them are battleground states. If he gets 7 were battleground states, he's won 3. If he gets 4 or 1 more of those battleground states, the election is over. So that's what's taking so long. There's still a lot of turnout. Like in Detroit, that's expected to be to come in late. Detroit is what's pretty much going to decide Michigan, I believe. But because that's city voting, that vote usually comes in late. You know, folks, yeah, for some strange reason, but that's always the case. It's not just this election, it's all elections. Right. So can you hear me? Can y'all hear my audio? So, you know, this is going to go on for a couple more hours. It seems to me. Now, Alaska can still go Trump, and it will still come down to the final 4 states. Yeah, so that would be the case. So I think it's what is it? Utah and Nevada, Wisconsin and Michigan, and Alaska. That's what we're waiting for. Now, Trump, it's very close for Trump, but it's not there. It's not there, and Alaska always votes for Trump, so they're pretty much counting that in, but they haven't put that up on the screen yet because it's not finished. They're not finished counting. Still too many votes out to count because, you know, the time zone and everything. But Michigan and Wisconsin, they started earlier than Alaska, so I'm just curious about what that is. But again, each state creates its own rules for how they process the vote. So there you have it. Yeah, they said he won it. It's not announced by the city yet or the state. It's not announced by the electoral board because they're still counting, but he's projected to have won it by media, right? This is all media projection so far. So let me see something. 2 seconds, y'all. All right, let me see if I can find some other media real quick, see what we can catch up on. 2 seconds. Okay, let me see what I can do with this one. 2 seconds. All right. Yeah, we still waiting for the results. And oh, y'all can't hear any sound? Okay. I don't know what's up with this, man. Sometimes something, I don't know if it's me. Tell me, can you hear this? Can you hear any of that in the background? No. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, the polls haven't moved yet, y'all. And I think it's because there's just slow. That's how I think they expected this already. Pretty much. All right, let me move over to MSNBC now. Let's see what they got to say.
Do their own election night survey. He was sharing it's the number one hesitation that they had, that they found among voters that they've talked to tonight about Harris was not enough distance from Biden. And you look at and it was by far the biggest issue that voters had. And you cannot, I don't think we can sit here and sort of separate her from Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the driver of Donald Trump's comeback tonight. His unpopularity, whether, could more have been done, all sorts of things, but that is the driver tonight.
And earlier tonight, some of the Harris aides that I was talking to said part of why they focused on turning the page was to not have her be attached as a direct incumbent. They wanted to try to have separation. Apparently too subtle a message for voters. And now Joe Biden, in the remaining weeks of his time in office, will have to contemplate how much of his legacy, legislation, and ideas that will be dismantled with Donald Trump.
You just said something interesting, too subtle. I think this is going to be a lesson that the Democrats take away from Donald Trump. Why does Donald Trump succeed? He's anything but subtle.
Yeah.
On all of these issues. He says it very directly, at times making stuff up to make a larger point. And he'll say, yeah, that's not true, but I'm still trying to make a larger point about immigration, right? And that subtlety, I have a feeling Democrats are going to try to find their own version of unsubtle.
Right.
That thought, Chuck Todd.
Is it okay for Democrats to use the same tactics?
Break, but again, at this hour, it seems as if the 45th president of these United States will also be the 47th.
Closer to the Gaza border.
But I think they're all being careful in reporting the outcome because no one wants to, be wrong about the outcome. And basically, when the votes don't come in, they haven't come in. So people just have to wait. But it looks like it. I mean, Trump is very close.
Like Craig Melvin, you got a new cast of as colleagues go to get a little bit of sleep. But we are still talking, obviously, about former President Trump, likely to be the next president. We have not yet, for clarity, we have not yet called him or projected that he is the next president, but there really is no way, as Chuck Todd just laid out, for what she would need to be.
To be clear for folks who might just be joining us, what states have not been called so far?
So Wisconsin and Michigan have not been called. Arizona, Nevada, which we don't expect to. And I don't think we're calling Michigan tonight. Michigan's been very slow with their counting. So I don't think we'll have enough data there. Wisconsin, we're close.
Does Trump need one of those, or could he do it?
He actually doesn't need any of them.
With
He could
Maine?
just do it with Alaska and Maine.
Yeah.
And, you know, and Alaska's not going to be a blowout for him. So you got to wait to see some numbers out of Alaska, which is also takes a while. The question is, does he win one of the two blue wall states that it puts him over, at least as far as our count's concerned tonight?
And here's, again, for folks who might just be joining us, here is a look at the map where things stand right now. A number of surprises on that map for a lot of folks. I would assume, Chuck, there are a lot of folks, Kelly O, Ms. Chuck, Ryan, Mr. Nobles there. Georgia, I think a lot of folks thought that Kamala Harris was going to be able to turn out enough folks in it.
This cycle. And the ingredient is Raphael Warnock. He was on the ballot in 20, and he was on the ballot in 22. And let's remember, on the ballot in 22, he was still needed a runoff to defeat Herschel Walker. Okay, he did not get 50% the first time around. Yeah. So this was a tall order with Raphael Warnock. Yeah. Without him there, essentially as a running mate for the Democrats.
Yes.
Big loss.
And he repaired his relationship with the Republican governor, and that also helps.
All right. Again, just a very quick break here as we await what appears to be the inevitable, that 270 mark. Former President Trump declaring victory a short time ago. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage here on NBC right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly
Yeah, so basically, I mean, they're not saying that he won, you know, because they would make a different statement, but they're saying that basically it looks like he will. And yeah, and it does look like he will. And which is something that most people or many people didn't think would be the case. Let me see here. Let me stump out of this. But as I go back to Associated Press, this is what they have, which is very different. They don't have the same projections. They still are at 224 and 267. So they're in the same place, but they just haven't made the same type of statements yet. I guess they prefer to wait for each state to come with something more conclusive. But yeah, let me see something here. CBS, let's see here. Let's go and see what Black media is saying.
We can now retire with millions because Trump is going to replace me with somebody hard right. To the people out there who are frustrated, angry, and I've been seeing the text messages and the Twitter posts and all that. All I tell you to do is go pick up a history book and do understand that post-slavery, America allowed the slave owners to get their plantation as long as they pledged to abide by the Constitution. So the very folk we were fighting came back and got their riches. And the slaves didn't come back. But they did keep slavery in the Constitution and allowed the penal system to go forward. See, that's why the California deal is so important, because they don't mind that prison labor in California. So y'all can enjoy your win, but I'm telling you right now, a lot of you voted for Trump, and you're rejoicing right now. There will be tears. And when the tears come shedding, you can't cry on our shoulders. And you can't come to say, I don't know how this happened. All we gonna say is, we tried to tell you. Let me thank all the panelists we've had on our coverage tonight. Let me thank Tatiana. Let me thank all the folks at Howard University, our control room. We had, of course, our watch party here. And so shout out to our caterer, our bartender, everybody. Fabulous time, folks. We're going to see y'all tomorrow, today, 6 p.m. Eastern right here on the Black Start Network. Don't forget to support the work that we do. Because see, y'all know, I see all y'all right-wing people comment in the message section. And here's the whole deal. I appreciate all y'all running your mouths. All y'all doing is making me money. Y'all do realize that. So while y'all on my YouTube channel, like my man Johnny Kim said, just got paid. So appreciate it. Folks, join our Bring the Funk fan club. So you can check your money order to PO Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 2003 7-0196. PayPal.
And as a matter of fact, you can also PayPal me. Go to paypal.me/VDM Media, and you will get my PayPal account. You can donate whatever you feel like it, if you feel like it. And if not, that's also cool. But we're all here watching the results, and the results are not necessarily looking the way we would have liked. I thought it was going to be a landslide for Kamala Harris. That's what I thought. Or not a landslide, but decisive win.
We will continue to fight. And trust me, John Senstack did.
But it didn't turn out to be that way yet.
Frederick Douglass did. All of our folks, of course, a lot of Bass did. Louis Martin, Ethel Payne, Alice Dunnigan.
But I can tell you, thanks for rolling. That was a good message that he put out. But for me, I'm going to wait for the late night news. That was cool for Roland to do that. I appreciate it. That was kind of like a good outro, but I just want to wait a little bit more before AP News budges and give some more results. And then after that, I'm going to be out, because obviously then it will go into some sort of contested space where it's going to take some days anyway. Yeah, break room. What you say? Yeah, no problem, bro. Well, no problem. And break room, no problem to you. Yeah, I didn't expect a landslide, but I expected it to be closer. Oh, definitely. I didn't expect it to be this close. I thought Kamala, and if it was close, I thought she would be up. But it's close, but she's behind. I mean, we don't know how close she is, because it does come down to 1 or 2 states. And if it comes down to 1 or 2, then that's always close. But, you know, at the same time, I thought the outcome would be much swifter. And I didn't think Pennsylvania would go so easily, but it didn't go easily. And they're still counting, by the way. And I do believe, I'm not sure of Pennsylvania, but some of these states don't start counting the people that vote electronically, like vote from outside the country, in the military and things like that. They don't start until the same day. So the people that early voted from outside, some of the states don't count them, the early votes, until the day of the election, which means they're still counting votes that are already in also. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, is Roland giving up? Yeah, Roland said he's waiting. He said he'll be back. He's not giving up. I mean, but I don't think they want to feel like they're waiting for a Hail Mary to come through. I'm not waiting for a Hail Mary myself, but I'm waiting just for it to be reported. I want to see for real, because they can't report it. Nobody has reported Trump being the winner. But as far as the projected votes, yeah, you can do that. Trump has projected himself, and I think maybe one news media outlet may have. But or they're not projecting him. They're saying that he's basically won it, but they haven't said that he has won enough yet. But they're saying they don't see how he won't eventually, because the odds are great. But they're also saying that maybe he won't win, right? So it's still a possibility he won't, but that possibility is very slim. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Wow, no doubt. I mean, I wanted to keep my word and make sure I covered this. And it's an important day. I mean, you don't always get what you want in the end, but how you go about it says a lot about your own character. And I would say this: Kamala Harris, she ran a good race with character. She didn't go low, right? She took everything Trump and the rest of them had to call her, a MFer, a son of a biatch, and all of this stuff that they called her, and she took it and she wore it she didn't get frazzled over it. She took it professionally and as the bigger person, right? So let's see how, if it happens, if it just so happens that Trump is the president, let's see how he governs. And people will know how well they like that. They will know. Um, and yeah, and then people, as Roland said, he's going to be like, don't cry on his shoulder, because he's going to be like, hey, we tried to tell you. But yeah, I don't think governing is going to be such an easy thing in the U.S. anymore, um, because I think it's going to become more partisan than it's been, and that's what I don't like about a Trump presidency. So it's almost sure to make things just have a boomerang effect, more partisanship, and none of the partisanship is really going to be for housing, fair housing. None of the partisanship is good. It's not like there's two groups fighting for fair housing. It's not. It's not like it's two groups fighting for health care. It's not. It's not like it's two groups fighting for education. It's not. Trump don't even claim to be about none of that stuff. And so the people that voted for him, they shouldn't really expect progress in those areas, because that's not what they voted for. They voted for a candidate that said he wants to build a wall, for one that doubted the vice president's ethnicity and heritage, nationality, one that doubted her sincerity based on her background, based on her color, based on her gender, right? These kind of things. So that's what we're going to have to live with. Now, I want to keep my listeners up to date and just let you know I don't live in the US. So although I'm an American citizen, I live outside the US, and I choose to because of my kids. But, my kids basically, they get paid to go to school. We don't pay here. Um, we all have universal health care here where I am. It's in the tax system, and we pay about the same amount of tax that Florida and everybody else pays, New York. Yeah, and so we pay just the same amount of taxes, and yet we're getting something different for our taxes. So hopefully, this is what the United States gets. Now, keep in mind, Trump didn't run on reducing your school fees, or he didn't run on reducing your medical fees. He didn't run on reducing your rental fees. So you can't expect him to deliver those things. But he did run on immigration. You could expect him to do something with that. He did rule on drill baby drill as an answer to the economy. You could expect him to do something with that. And we will see. Personally, I don't see where Trump is going to be able to do much with the economy, because the economy is better than it's ever been. It's not the question about the economy being strong. It's the inflation on the average American. Like, people like Donald Trump don't experience inflation because they're rich. Millionaires don't really experience, and billionaires don't experience inflation the same way the middle class and the poor do. So the poor notice when a cost of a good, something that they're buying, costs a little bit more. They notice that week to week, that their check buys less. But what did Trump say necessarily to deal with the middle class and inflation? What's he going to do about that? He said that the problem is gas. Is he going to get the gas cheaper? That would reduce the goods if the companies, gas going to becoming cheaper and cheaper. That will help the cost of shipping for goods to be down. But let's see. But again, I don't lose my health care overseas. And I don't lose my housing insurance overseas where I am, and I don't owe student debt, because I don't owe any student debt, because where I live, people get paid to go to school. They don't owe debt to go to school. So, but I'm still an American citizen, and I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the hopes that more Americans get some of those things. But if most Americans don't want that, then that's not what they get. Hey, I'm cool with that. Let me see here what Wab said. And I think it's pertinent to know that in a few countries, to not vote is illegal. Yeah, bro. And a lot of people didn't vote. A lot of Americans didn't vote. It's crazy, man. I mean, but I tell you what, I voted because it's easy to vote. You know, why not vote? I pay taxes, right? Isn't it harder to pay taxes than it is to vote? It's definitely harder to pay taxes than it is to vote, and you pay them every day. So and you're going to pay them out of every hour that you go to work. But the difference is, what do you get back out of it? Let me see here what Drop the Red Pill says. If stealing 100% of product of someone's labor is slavery, at what percentage is it not slavery? Tax slave master made sure slaves had house. I mean, bro, it's up to y'all. Hey, drop the pill, drop the red pill. It's up to America, people that live in America to pay those taxes to figure that out. Now, the simple question for me is, I get it. For me, it's very black and white. Like, if I pay the same amount of tax, then why is it I don't have student debt because I live outside of the U.S.? Why is it that I have universal healthcare living outside of the U.S., although I'm an American citizen? Because I live outside of the U.S. That's why I have universal healthcare. Why is it that my kids get paid to go to school, college, technical school? Because I live outside of the U.S. Why is it that you don't get those things in the U.S.? It's because you don't vote for them. That's basically what it is. So, but yeah, man, it's but I get something for my tax dollars. It's just my taxes are paid in a different country. That feels like the citizens and residents deserve more for their tax dollars. But the US, they don't have that kind of idea. They have a culture where you have people saying, I did it, how come you can't do it? Stuff like that for generations. You have people saying that, although they know that crimes have been committed against people. You know, oppression has been committed against people. You would think people would need some sort of reparation, some sort of basic level of support from the richest country on earth. But you're going to find out that that's not what all Americans think. All Americans don't think they deserve those things, so they don't vote for them. But what they think they can get is less immigrants, so they vote for that. That's what they think they can get, so they vote for it. They don't think they can get universal health care, or even if they think they can get it, they don't want it. They don't vote for it. So those are the things. And we will see how it plays out. I don't think realistically you can get in law a lot of things done in 4 years. Trump didn't get a lot of things done in law. The biggest things he got was executive order, pretty much. Biden, he got things done in law passed, but he got a lot of things held up in the Supreme Court by the Republicans, So it's a little, I don't think most American people, I think most Americans are frustrated by neither party gets these things done. But listen, I have to just say what I hear. I don't hear Republicans, people that say they support Trump, I don't hear them saying they support universal health care. I don't hear them saying they support student debt relief. They are not saying that. So that means they don't want it. What I do hear them saying is what they want. So, drop the red pill. Yeah, I live in Denmark, man. So people here for over a lifetime been getting paid to go to school. You see what I mean? Technical school, if you want to learn how to become an electrician, a master electrician, you can go to technical school and do that, become a master electrician, or any of the other trades, carpenter or whatever else, If you want to go to university, become a doctor, medical school, it's paid for. You get paid to do that here. People get housing insurance here, so if you make less money next year, you don't have to move out of your apartment. It's all supplemented. You get 5 weeks vacation, everyone, no matter what job you have, paid vacation. Every time you have a child, you get a year off. The mom and the dad can split a year off, paid vacation from work. This is what we get for our taxes here. But again, people here argue that that's what they want for the taxes. In the United States, people don't argue. You hear Democrats arguing that they want that. You hear Republicans arguing that they don't. So although here people are concerned about immigrants, they don't put that concern about immigrants above their health care, above their education, above their housing. In the United States, people put their housing, their education, their what do you call it? Healthcare under immigration. You know, immigration comes first. Healthcare comes under that. Immigration comes first. Housing comes after that. Immigration comes first. Education comes after that in the U.S. You know, but that's not how it works everywhere in the world. So, yeah, you know, but Americans, you know, you vote for what you want. It's your tax dollars. That's what I tell people all the time. And if you don't like it, leave. That's what I also tell people. I'm a person that I've always traveled where I wanted to go. And I always choose for myself. I don't make excuses about my choices. I only tell my side of it. But you know, again, that's my side. That ain't everybody's side. Yeah, it's not communism. It's not even socialism here. What do they call it? I don't even think Americans know what universal. They don't, bro. It's not communism, and it's not even socialism, bro. It's because even here, it's what's driving everything here is capitalism. It's still capitalism. There's no socialist countries anymore, man. You know, it's a capitalistic economy, but it's managed socially, meaning that the basic rights are managed socially. You can make all the money you want, but everybody pays into a tax system that everybody gets universal health care, education, and housing through. You know, housing, if they need to, they call it housing insurance if you need it. People here have decided that that's important, and immigration is also important. So they have strict immigration policies, but the difference is that the U.S. doesn't have a strict education policy. It doesn't have a strict health policy. It doesn't have a strict housing policy to match up with what it would like to have in terms of a strict immigration policy. I think most people around the world see immigration pretty much the same, but what people do different is how they treat their own citizens. And that's kind of missing in the U.S. That's not a part of the national platform for all citizens to get health care, to have fair housing, to have education. That's not an American ideal. It's a capitalistic one. It's if you make enough money, then you pay for the type of education you can afford. If you make enough money, then you pay for the type of childcare you can afford. It's not one where people work at this stuff together. It's a separate private endeavor. Yeah, Americans think socialism is true. Stigmatized communism is not either. Andrea, oh, you there? Hey, yeah, there you go, Andrea. Yeah, good morning to you, Andrea. It's early. It's almost 4 a.m. where you at. Agree with you last two. I mean, but you know, let's see what people come out of it with. Let me just check one more outlet real quick before I shut it down. Let's see here, President Swing. Okay. CBC. I mean, everyone still has Trump at 266. So it's not, the final votes is not going the way Trump would probably want it to go so fast.
Two big issues. And Donald Trump is the guy that's going to break where we're at on those two big issues. He becomes the change candidate. And when she went on The View and said she would do nothing different than Joe Biden, she reestablished herself as just the Biden administration going on and on and on. And it never really, she couldn't catch on after that. I think that's the bigger reason why this thing, it stalled for her.
You know,
What are you saying?
Well, one thing that has changed a little bit since we did this preliminary poll early on, the unfavorability rating, and we talked about how there was a little bit of a revisionist history when Donald Trump first left office. He had the lowest approval rating of any American president at 34%. Tonight, we see his favorability, 54% of those on the exit poll nationwide, 54%. So more than half of the country said that they don't view him favorably. But of course, as we've been discussing, the economy looms large. I think that for the Democrats, abortion maybe didn't play the role that they thought and perhaps hoped. But this is really a question for perhaps days and weeks later. But I do have to wonder what, if any, role race is underplayed. I mean, we're talking about, we have one thing that stands out, a less diverse electorate. When you think about even just at large with the world of the
No, wow, Andrea, where you at? You can hop up I put the link in the chat.
Black women are often the last of the
Not
table when
yet.
it comes to
She didn't hop up yet.
disparity in this country, getting 67 cents on the dollar.
Angie's still in the back chat.
to
I'm gonna
white
wait for
men.
her to go live. Maybe she want to say
Barbara Jordan,
something
when
too.
she was asked in 1976, do you think that this country is ready to have a black woman on the national ticket? She said no. And so I don't know that we have the answers tonight, but I think that that is kind of the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, because we're not just talking about having a woman. We're talking about having a woman of color. And I think that that's something that we cannot underestimate when we see this increasing red spread.
No, Alaska will put him at 269, bro.
Favorable land at the end of the night too. I'm just curious because you put the
Yeah.
Trump
So
number,
that's
I think,
why
is
you
pretty
need
close to
one
what
of
you
the
said at
other
the
ones
beginning
to
of the night.
chime in
So
for it to be finished.
Yeah, John,
Alaska won't do it for him.
it just that point also plays into what others were saying up here too, which is
52%
52. So
unfavorable.
he was 52,
just a
he's
little
54. So
6 in 10 voters were
Yeah.
not satisfied with the
double
candidates. Yeah.
but I think your point is very well made.
When
And I
Alaska
think
comes
that
through, he
you'll-
will have
we'll be able to dive
269, but it
into
hasn't come through yet.
demographics of who embraced
He's
her,
at 267.
and who would have embraced a typical Democratic candidate, and who and some of those cross currents that exist and need to be probably addressed.
I keep hearing your comment there. I just keep thinking about Barack Obama and what he said, and received a lot of flack for, quite honestly, saying to black
Once
men,
he gets
sort of calling them out
Missouri,
and saying, voicing the fact that they may
Nevada,
not vote for her simply because
Michigan,
she is
or
and it was something that made a lot of the
Wisconsin,
Harris campaign
one of
uncomfortable,
those,
because this was not
then he will.
a race
Then they will
about
know.
identity.
Then he
She
will
made
be
that very
president.
clear.
If he doesn't get one of those, then he ain't going to be president. He got to get one of the remaining 4 battle states. It's 5 states left, but Alaska's not a battle state. See what I mean? So
many of her rallies, well, she didn't want to talk about it. To women, especially the black women in her rallies, it mattered. And this is now the second time that Donald Trump has blocked Democrats' hopes of electing the first woman president.
And think about how differently she ran compared to
yep, Donald Trump stopped 2 women from becoming president, basically.
The glass cracks in the ceiling. She was planning her whole victory speech at the Javits Center to have that big glass ceiling. And
no, he's still got to wait. He's still waiting for Maine.
When you asked her about kind of
it
like
could
the
be Maine too.
nature of this,
hold on, let me
she
see.
made a joke about it and said, "I'm well aware."
But it's leaning. Maine is still leaning. No, they're still waiting for the end results. It's too close to call. He could have got one county that has some points, but it's not over yet.
Potentially not alienated.
But if he gets that,
Tell if it was
that might also make a difference too. Like you said, I thought he got one from Maine. But it also could be who's, because this is media projection. So we don't really know the actual numbers they're using to project with. We're not being told right now.
Yes, and voters like us, they would bring that up very rarely. But one man in Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, said, "I thought I couldn't really consider voting for a woman." I mean, he kind of came over to that opinion that he wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, but it's out there, and anybody who doesn't think it's out there, and women do. There are women who don't want a female president. So
I want to go over to Rachel Scott. All reproductive rights were on the ballot. That came up as part of this conversation
Yep,
earlier,
in the
too.
country I'm in,
And,
we've already had multiple
it
female
went down in
presidents.
Florida, but a number of other states, including Arizona and Nevada, they passed, didn't necessarily lift the presidential candidate. They did think at the Democratic side that reproductive rights was a key issue.
Yeah, on the ballot in 10 different states this election, protecting access to abortion. And we have our eyes on these 2 critical battleground states of Nevada and Arizona, where protecting access to abortion to viability, which is considered to be around 21 weeks, did pass in both of these states. In Nevada, it's a 2-step process. It has to pass in 2 consecutive elections. And so this is going to be on for voters in that state in 2026. Arizona, very interesting, though, because we've talked about former President Donald Trump.
Hey, Andrea, you there?
Donald Trump, again, appointed 3 of
I'm here.
Yeah, so I guess many people didn't turn out as they thought. So far.
So far.
I would have never thought it was going to be this close.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't have any idea. What's up, Wap? I didn't have. Obviously, you know what my prediction was. My prediction was that he wasn't going to have a chance. So I even spent yesterday saying this to some of the painters that was here, a guy that was here, and I was telling them, man, Donald Trump don't have a chance. People are sick of him. Here we go again. I also didn't think he would win before.
It's crazy.
But it's still a few. There's still some votes left. Wab, what's up? You there? Oh, maybe he's waiting to get his audio working. Yeah. But Donald Trump, he gave a victory speech that was very polite. Andrea, did you hear that?
I can't tolerate his voice, so no, I didn't pay attention to him.
Oh, you gotta tolerate his voice. All right. Hold on. All right, let's see what they got to say here. Hold on.
I just wanted to check in on the Keystone State.
Michigan and Wisconsin, we don't have any new vote again, and I think one of the concerns that our team has, and just to do it the way that we do it with about 3/4 of the vote in, there's still a chance that margin gets chopped down significantly. Very hard to imagine a scenario where she catches up, but that's the standards that we apply. Same for anything and under any circumstance in any race. The other kind of quirky thing I've been keeping an eye on is that we've got a good chunk of the Alaska vote in here. It's not close in Alaska, but Alaska, just like Maine, and election dorks can rejoice. I'm going to say this on the air, uses ranked choice voting, which means if no one gets 50%, then they go to the second option, the third option, etc. So actually the number to watch is not 55 versus 40, it's 55.8 versus 40.4. Similarly in Maine too, that's the issue that we're making sure gets sorted out, that it wouldn't go to ranked choice voting. But again, these are real kind of bank shot scenarios that would imagine a world where Donald Trump doesn't get those electoral votes in addition to probably the electoral votes in the other battleground states.
So what do you think plays out tomorrow, Mary, as far as Kamala Harris with this speech? Do we have any indication as to what time she's going to talk? Who would be her closest advisors helping to work on this message that she'll now have to deliver to her supporters and to the country, because she still is the acting vice president, obviously?
I can only imagine what is going through her head as she has to.
She doesn't have to say anything just yet.
Writing what I imagine she had hoped was a victory speech to now coming out and somehow, thanking her supporters, trying to offer perhaps some kind of explanation as to how we got here. And given the optimistic, positive tone that she tried to finish her campaign on, give supporters and her voters some hope, because she did outline a very stark contrast in this race and made very clear that she thought Donald Trump was a danger to America, a threat to democracy. And yet she also wanted to end on a note of unity. How does she merge those?
He's definitely a threat, and people are going to keep saying him that way.
Some of that optimism to the large portion of the population that is outraged and upset by what appears to be very much the results in another Donald Trump presidency. She's got a lot of work to do, and it will be interesting to see what kind of tone she strikes. As for the logistics of this, we don't know yet what time she's going to be speaking. I believe it's going to be at Howard University, which obviously is a deeply symbolic.
But they're already saying she lost,
and one that's going to lean into.
Well, they're saying that the road for her to win is a slim one. They don't, but they don't see that. It's more likely that Trump will, but they're still waiting. They don't know. They're still waiting because. Unfortunately, otherwise they would call it for Trump, but they don't have enough data. Totally. Hold on, let's hear.
Your staff, you think the country, you think the president of the United States. I know we all have different views, but Joe Biden has been a tremendous president. He has helped to rebuild this economy. We're not collapsing. We're not where we were when he walked into the White House along with the vice president. But she doesn't really have to talk about the past. She has to talk about the future going forward, working with the new president if he is the president-elect. And again, demonstrating that, as vice president of the United States, the administration will work with the new administration. So there's a lot that she has to say, but she starts off with thinking, her staff and her supporters, because they work pretty doggone hard.
Did. And the vice president did too. There are going to be all the questions that we've been talking about, and there will be plenty of people who ask them. But there's no question that it was a 107-day sprint to a finish line that didn't end the way she was hoping.
Oh, okay. Web Funk is muted
Where
up.
are we headed next,
Hold on.
Mark?
Let me
We're
see.
in the control
Sorry.
room,
Okay.
You want to talk us through?
Where's Web at? Oh, Web, you gotta hop back up, bro.
So give us the pathways here, Rick, of the.
You bet. Yeah. So look, we're sitting here at 266 electoral votes. 270 is the magic number. The most straightforward way to do it would be to win one of the battleground states, Michigan and Wisconsin. We know Trump is leading in both from 230,000 vote margin and 100,000 vote margin. We still, though, at this stubborn late hour, have a significant amount of vote that is out in the Detroit area. We're still only up to about half, and that's 400,000 votes that are still there to be counted. And
yeah, 400,000 votes for Net County. That's a lot.
Some extra parts of Milwaukee. We're up to 3/4 of the total vote, but that's still 100,000 plus votes in a race that right now only has them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the exact same number. He's up by 108,000 in Milwaukee, down by 108,000 statewide. So double that up. It's very hard to catch up, but that's the reality. And then we have a couple of other things. New Hampshire has not been allocated yet. That is a Democratic voting state.
Show us in New Hampshire the sort of with the circles that shows us where the outstanding vote is and why we wouldn't be able to call that.
Yeah, I mean, what we have here is some Republican leading parts of the state.
What is that noise?
Huh? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, thank you.
The electoral map, if it lands for Vice President Harris. Maine, and it's one congressional district, would be, but again, the key number there is 50%. You have to get to 50% to win that, and in Alaska. But again, if you look at the totality of this map, it would be beyond shocking that Donald Trump does not get 270 plus electoral votes.
And where does it stand with the House, Rachel? Donald Trump, you heard in his speech, say, we took back the Senate and we very likely took back the House, but the House is still not decided.
Not decided. And when I ran into Democrats with a Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries,
Yeah, so we're not going to really know till tomorrow.
Possibly months because
One more day or this evening more. Probably closer to this evening in the U.S. It's like, 4 a.m. in the U.S. Eastern Standard Time? Yeah. So probably by the evening time, 4 or 5 p.m., 6 p.m., we'll know something for sure. There will be some sort of announcement made. Maybe.
Yeah.
But it won't be before that. So, yeah.
I'm gonna call it.
But Web, I saw Web try to hop up. Web, you there?
In the state as well. We talked a
He
little
dropped
bit
back off.
Oh, okay, he fell out again.
7 terms that he has served here in this state.
This is just so ridiculous. I wouldn't.
Yeah, man. A lot of the voting didn't turn out the way I expected. I mean, I didn't expect these type of results. Just put it plain. And I don't think too many people did, but some people expected it. I mean, but you know, why you could expect someone who calls a woman a son of a bitch, you know, cunts and all of this stuff. Why that you would expect a person like that to resonate with voters? I have no clue. I didn't know that resonated with voters.
Me either.
I didn't think Trump resonated with voters. And for some reason, it seems like voters want to test the water to find out if a dictator is better. And they're gonna find out. They could find out.
It's just mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
Victorious here.
Web, you there?
President Donald Trump when he was campaigning over on Long Island.
Web said he's having some problem with his microphone. But you seem like you
Ryan was
From
able
my
to
side,
hold on to
yeah,
this was
it
a
didn't
close
register
and
yet,
modest
but
race as well.
from
With
my
Ed
side,
Trujillo,
Web,
he
you
was able
hear,
to hold on to this race.
but you don't have any
I mean,
audio.
did
45,000 votes as
did they
well.
not hear what he's planning on doing? I mean, I don't understand.
This
Yeah.
was really sort of
I
Yeah,
mean, did they not hear this Project 2025 thing? Did they not hear that?
they don't
You only have
believe it. Look,
it's
they
just
don't
mind
think
blowing.
that look, there's a lot of this obvious. There's a lot of people. This is how I look at it. There's a lot of people that want a lot of people that don't look white to be pulled over by police.
Mhm.
That's what this looked like to me. Because Trump made a very clear message of police immunity. And that speaks
Mhm.
directly to police brutality. So
Mhm.
I don't understand. So does that mean a lot of people in Pennsylvania don't mind police brutality? Or
Yeah.
George Floyd, that came out different to these people? So what was the national mourning all about? When people saw him
Mhm.
die on TV for 9 minutes. What was that about? Was that fake? I mean, what
Mhm.
was it? Because
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. Like you can't be asking someone to give police like that immunity,
Mhm.
So, but they are. They're asking for that. That's what Trump said he would do.
And
So
they said he got a lot of the Hispanic vote. I don't understand that either.
he said what?
They said that he got a lot of the Hispanic vote. I don't understand it. He's talking about deporting y'all out of here. What do you,
And there was people that was just doubting the Hispanic vote, saying that they still going to vote for him anyway. They can diss Puerto Rico all you want. He's going to vote for him. I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't. I wasn't one that would believe that they would. I thought if you, at least if you publicly humiliate people, that they won't vote for you, right? But that's not the
yeah.
case. There's a
Yeah.
lot of there are minorities that side with the right wing of countries because they feel like they're different, or they feel like they
Mhm.
have a need to show that they're different. See, I came here,
Mhm.
I did things the right way. He's not talking about me,
Mhm.
but the talk affects everybody, not just people like you. You know, so that's the problem with that kind of talk. It may not come to affect you, but it could affect a person like you.
Mhm.
And that's where the problem is. But I mean, they vote for him. Andrea, I
Yeah.
said to people, I don't live here in the U.S. So
Mhm.
I'm literally watching myself. I'm out here by myself, really, like just knowing. And I said this before. I said, no matter what, Trump, if he wins, he ain't taking my health care, and he's not.
Mhm.
So I hope nobody voted for Trump to try to stop my health care, because it didn't work. Because everyone in the
Yeah.
world doesn't feel the way Trump feels. All people
Yeah.
don't share American values in the same way, in that kind of way. Like there's a lot of people that feel like healthcare should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But America, the United States of America, not America, but the United States of America is still working on that. You go to other places in certain countries in America, they have universal health care. You go to
Mhm.
the United States of America, the wealthiest place, they don't. And citizens are voting against it.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That's almost unheard of
Mhm.
anymore.
Mhm.
They don't want the
Yeah.
elder care.
Yeah.
And then later
Yeah.
they're going to say, well, I did want it. I just didn't like how she said it. Okay.
Mhm.
You didn't like how she said it, but you liked how Trump said it. Okay. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm going to shut it down for today. It's been a long night. My
Works
God.
for me.
We did
Yeah.
see it.
I know.
We did it. We
Yeah.
did do this. It just didn't turn out how we expected it, but it's not over yet. But we're going to give it a couple of hours to cool down and then come back later on today when we get some more results coming out. It's
Okay.
no need to wait, because these people got to sleep too. They probably went home
Yeah.
to sleep, They ain't going to just keep counting
Mhm.
at 3 a.m., right?
Mhm.
They
I
can, they
don't
can
know.
get a few hours sleep. Yeah, so I'm sure they'll be back in, what time is it now? 4 a.m. in U.S. time, 4:13?
Mhm.
They'll be back
Mhm.
in 3 hours. No, 2 hours. They'll be back in 3 hours from now. 4 hours. They'll be counting again. So we're gonna get some results. But until then, I appreciate it. Get some sleep, Andrea. Get the rest of your sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna catch
All
up with
right.
y'all today. We're gonna finish this convo. It's too important to not finish the right way. So
Okay.
we'll see
All
how
right,
it goes.
baby.
All right, y'all. Okay, folks. Peace to everybody.
All right.
I will be back later on, and what is that? And we're gonna take it from there. Be good and stay healthy until I see y'all later on today. Don't die. I'll catch up with y'all. Peace.